Dude, I can't, I'm on YouTube. Okay, I think we're good on everything. We're gonna read a lot more today, especially about the fake electors. Oh, Pyrex correctly joined the channel. Yeah, we're gonna read more about the fake electors today, but I am gonna react to a few things first. Also, for once in my life, and we didn't have any energy drinks, okay? I was tired. All we had was coffee. We only had a little bit, and I was like, I can just make more, right? As much as I don't like coffee, it's the only thing we have. The singular time in my life that I wanted to make coffee, we didn't have any. We just didn't have any ground. We didn't have any coffee grounds, so I just couldn't make it. I couldn't do it. It was wild. Wait, I have like a little bit of the day-old coffee that was left in there, but that's it. And my sleep schedule is back to normal for the most part. Basically. Okay. We here, let me see. Why aren't my lights being cool? Oh, also, I don't know. My stream deck is not working. Don't know why. Don't know why. Oh, Barak's completely joined the channel. There you go. Now my lights are doing cool colors. I kind of like the blue though, but could turn my other lights down. Yeah, OBS updated in it. For some reason, my stream deck isn't working now. The WebSocket stuff isn't working. I can switch cameras and stuff, but I can't, or switch scenes on OBS. But I can't actually use any of my overlays from the stream deck, which sucks. All right. Guyana to Greenland. I'm just gonna start at Colombia. I don't know. Oh wait, I just need Venezuela, don't I? Yeah, okay. Could say we're gonna fucking invade. When are Venezuela's elections, by the way? Venezuela elections. Uh-oh. This is Venezuela's moment. It needs the world's help. Venezuela could be on a cusp of a historic return to democracy, a shift that would reshape Latin America and pave the way for millions of Venezuelans who have fled repression and economic collapse to return home. But it can't get there alone. With less than 2 weeks to go before the July 28th national election, the country's fractured opposition has united behind a single presidential candidate, Edmundo Gonzalez, who has been leading the polls by over 20 points. Granted against a long-time boycotted vote, the opposition has instead conducted an energetic, organized campaign that, despite increased attempts by the government to instill fears among the electorate, has succeeded in capturing Venezuelans' imaginations. 2/3 of registered voters plan on casting their ballots this month, according to a recent poll, compared with just 46% in the last presidential election. But the same roadblock stands in the way of free and fair elections that has been there since the past decade. President Nicolas Maduro. I'm not pronouncing any of these names correctly, but you're never gonna get that from me. So yeah, oh, my hair is horrible, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to do with it. Oh, that looks interesting. I don't care. Alright. Nation's democracy is withered on his watch. Along with the economy, there's a very real possibility that if it faced electoral defeat, he and his cronies would just rig the result, not cling out of power. Not just to cling out of power, but to avoid jail. President, members of his administration, and the military elite and other allies face criminal charges by the U.S. Justice Department, U.S. State Department, bounties, and individual sanctions, and an international criminal court investigation into crimes against humanity allegedly committed by the regime. Oh, so they're gonna say we shouldn't be like arresting them because it doesn't. Because if we don't, it sort of incentivizes them to actually accept the results of the election. I don't know. I've always I've always like sort of favored individual sanctions on. I mean, it depends on the country, obviously. Like I think after Russia invaded Ukraine, we should have sanctioned them probably even more than we did. We should have sanctioned them as much as humanly fucking possible. But like for Venezuela, like Venezuela's bad, but like I'm probably not in favor of the collective punishment that sanctions impose there. Something can be done. The United States can support the Venezuelan people in their fight for democracy by creating a legal off-ramp for Mr. Maduro and his allies so that if the president loses, he will agree to give up power. It's an opportunity that won't come around again anytime soon, and the window to seize it is rapidly closing. Without it, he will likely the likely outcome of this month's vote will be more repression, more forced migration, and more suffering. What would be a negotiated exit for Mr. Maduro look like? Washington could make a strong and credible offer that it will not prosecute him or his circle if they recognize an electoral defeat and leave office. The recent revival of talks between the US and Venezuela is the perfect opportunity to present such an offer. To make it credible, it should also be communicated directly to other Latin American governments and announced publicly. If Mr. Maduro accepted the offer, the transition to democracy could happen swiftly. If he rejected it, the offer could still exert significant pressure on him, as members of his coalition might push him to accept it, recognizing the benefits they would gain from the proposed terms. Why would Washington consider such a move? A return to democracy in Venezuela could be a major foreign policy victory for the Biden administration at a time when the embattled American president could use a win. Also, it probably, I mean, they have oil. We need their oil, obviously. Obviously, it's all about oil every time. They have oil, and it would also just be nice for them to actually live in a democracy, I imagine. Or at least, it doesn't even have to be a democracy, just human rights have to be protected more than they are, now at least. Mexico, United States, and Canada. Wild. Whatever happened with Venezuela, Guyana. (2024) troop buildup. Oh no. This is in February. What happened? What happens after? Spain's military buildup. This was in May, so it's still been a while. They haven't done anything. It's not really. I hope Biden does extend this offer actually, because it'd be another thing I could argue for him. Although might be Kamala pretty soon, won't it? Yeah. 57 to 22. Oh boy. Well, you know, it's fine. He hasn't announced anything yet or anything, but basically all the media I've seen is expecting him to step down at this point. Which will be interesting to see what happens after. But that's what AOC AOC went live about on Instagram yesterday. AOC Night did a 1-hour-long Instagram live about the possibilities of Biden dropping out. It's quite interesting. I've summarized a few of her more important statements below. Or sorry, full video below. If you're falling out of a coconut tree, God bless you. If you're riding with the president, God bless. I'm not an open convention person. I think that is crazy. Based. If they're going to come out and say all the little things on the background off the record, but they're not going to be fully honest, I'm going to be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. I'm just going to say it. If you think there's a consensus among the people who want Biden to leave that they would support Vice President Harris, you would be mistaken. They're interested in removing the whole ticket. Maybe I'm being too risk averse. Maybe I'm not seeing what other people like, what other people are seeing. I leave the space for that, and like whatever. Maybe I'm taking a big L. Awesome, dude. Why did she? Why? I'm not here to tell you that if Joe Biden's going to be the nominee, why does he think she's doing 5D chess, but just like looks like a dork in this? Does she think she's doing 5D chess? I don't think she's doing 5D chess. I think she's just... Also, welcome to the stream for first time chatter. I'm here to tell you that if Biden is the nominee, he's definitely going to win, because I don't think anybody... If anybody's a nominee, we're definitely going to win. I'm here to tell you that a huge amount of the donor class, that a huge amount of these elites, that a huge amount of these folks in these rooms that I see are pushing for President Biden to not be the nominee, are also not interested in seeing Vice President being the nominee. That's bullshit. If you have an opinion, say it with your chest and say it to the public. That's a bunch of horseshit. The mechanisms by which its decision is being made is concerning to me. Sorry, is concerning me. When I'm talking to folks in rooms, I hear my donor this, my donor that. Those are inputs that that I am hearing reflected by my colleagues. It's not my voters this, my voters that. And you know, like, man, you're a neolib, sellout careerist. I mean, if I were here to sell out, I'd be making their much more profitable, peaceful ways, I assure you. All the earlier reporting was that the progressive wing of the party was going to cover for Biden in exchange for a shift towards a policy in the next term. Yeah, I saw that. That's why Biden introduces his housing plan, the 5% rent control thing, and the I think there were some building housing stuffs too. Some like subsidies to build housing. I don't know. People are just as mad about their rent control, which is kind of valid, but dude, I don't know, man. Although to be fair, it is a it is technically, dude, I don't, did France not control Algeria in 1880? Oh, it did. French Algeria. Okay. Just saying France would get me there. It's a 5% cap on the increase in rent, so that's better than just like saying there's a direct cap on rent. And it only applies to landlords with over 50 rental units, which is like half of them, and I don't think it's not like a ban, it's just a tax penalty if you don't do it. Which, I mean, like, it's not a great policy either way, but whatever. Also, it's going to require Congress to do it, won't it? So probably won't even end up happening. Dude, I don't know what this entire area... It wasn't even Yugoslavia back then, right? Serbia existed, right? I didn't need it, though. Dude, in 1880, I don't know what this fucking shit looked like, bro. Still is goofy nonsense. There's always there are ways of encouraging cities to fix their zoning laws. True. And any political capital should go towards that, not rent control. True. Based moment. Do I need Russia? Russian Empire? I did need Russia. Okay. Germany? When did Germany unite? Apparently before 1880. It's all the American South. True. When did Germany unite? Gonna 18 what? No, the first time. 1871. Okay. I forgot Germany's been united multiple times. Been broken apart and reunited a few different times there. But 1871. All right, now didn't need Serbia and Bulgaria, but for what it was, I'm okay with that. God damn, it's just all the, or no, this wouldn't all be the British Empire, but. All right, I'm cool with that. Where were we? Biden administration that could help to limit the surge of migration to the U.S. southern border. Some 40% polled Venezuela said they were thinking about leaving the country if Mr. Maduro stayed in power, and potentially reduce the influence of Russia and China in a country that possesses the largest oil reserves in the world. Nothing else has worked. Last year, the Biden administration lifted some sanctions to encourage Mr. Maduro to conduct a free and fair vote. I saw that, and then after he banned some of the opposition candidates, we put the sanctions back on. But after that person, the leading opposition candidate coming out of the opposition's primary, was barred from running in national polls, the United States reimposed him. What was the reason for this? Why was stopped from running? Prevents him from running. Upending the opposition plan. Decision came after. Okay. Okay. Blah, blah. Court said it upheld findings that much of supported U.S. sanctions had been involved in corruption and had lost money for Venezuelans' foreign assets, including U.S.-based oil refiner. Okay. I don't know. Supported U.S. sanctions have been involved in corruption. Did he ever hold power anywhere? What does that even mean? No, not the baseball player. Former deputy of the National Assembly of Venezuela. Okay. Why is it this Spanish? So in theory, she could have been involved in corruption. In theory, could have happened. Could have been the case. Who knows? The leading opposition candidate was barred. Yep. The United States reimposed him. Creating an off-ramp is not about absolving Mr. Roger or rewarding bad behavior. It's about dismantling a destructive regime without plunging the country into further chaos. Venezuelan opposition leaders, including Mr. Gonzalez, Miss Machado, have said they would support negotiations that could include guarantee of no legal retribution for all parties after the vote, a recognition that the path to democracy is fraught with complexity and compromises. For the strategy to work, other international leaders must join in. Lula from Brazil, with his historic ties to Chavism, he called Hugo Chavez, one called it a big brother, the Latin American left, is uniquely positioned to mediate this delicate process. To be fair, I don't know if Chavez was as bad as the new guy. If you look at, I'm pretty sure most of the hyperinflation stuff started with the new guy, not Chavez, but Chavez arguably created the conditions for it, right? But it's all secretly because of the American imperialist IDF. When he was elected in 2022, the United States, along with other Latin American countries in Europe, played a pivotal role in swiftly and decisively recognizing his victory. As Bolsonaro party questioned the legitimacy to vote. I remember that. Dude, wait, I should write this down actually. Biden doesn't even get credit for that anymore. We all fucking forgot about that. Biden, I think he... okay, Biden sends... I don't think it was troops, but I'm just gonna type troops. He sent, like, someone. Biden sends troops, Brazil. Election. Okay, I don't know, like... Or documents related to racist Bolsonaro personally edited a decree that would have overturned election results in a prison and Supreme Court justice. Okay, what did Biden do? Yeah, Brazil, to that, okay, blah blah. Wait, what did Biden... Okay, the effort involved explicit public warnings by U.S. senators not respecting election results, blah, blah, blah. The campaign involved the U.S. White House, CIA, blah, blah, blah. In retrospect, including the last agency, might have been the Biden administration's most decisive move. I thought he literally sent, like, guards there. I don't know, maybe we'll read that a bit, but... How Team Biden tried to coup-proof Brazil's elections. Yeah, that's a big thing that Biden doesn't even get credit for, bro. Especially from the leftists. How many leftists do you think, if there was a coup in Brazil, would have would think that the US was behind it? How many do you think? I bet all of them would be fucking saying the US was behind it, even though we literally ended up protecting their elections. Although arguably, Trump was president. If Trump was president, he would have just ended democracy here. He would have ended it in Brazil, bro. Can't have democracy ending in Brazil. Okay, it's time for Mr. Lula to pay forward, supporting this transition. Not only align his values, but also serve as self-interest in resolving a crisis that has destabilized the region for over a decade. It's been done before in negotiated political transitions in South Africa and Chile, for example, show that offering a face-saving exit to entrenched leaders can facilitate a peaceful and lasting change. South Africa did its after dismantling apartheid in its first democratic elections, created a form of transitional justice with its Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which could grant amnesty for perpetrators who admitted their crimes. A framework allowed for accountability and reconciliation to coexist and helped South Africa heal and move forward. The ICC's chief prosecutor could also consider suspending the court's investigation as part of an agreement between a successful opposition and the departing administration that would create a domestic procedure, including the Truth Commission's reparations, blah, blah, blah. Is Venezuela in the ICC? Does it even matter? ICC member states. Oh, Venezuela is in it. But we're not, obviously, yeah. Or we're, what, signed on, but haven't ratified or whatever? Oh, we withdrew. Alright. Colombia has a lot of Venezuelans. Although Colombia actually, from what I've seen, has been accepting most of them. I just remember seeing a video one time. Yeah, oh, it was 5 years ago. But wild.
That have eased after Colombian president, a leftist, took office in August last year. The Commerce Minister of Colombia told reporters at the crossing that the move would be positive for the economies and societies of both countries.
They've taken in 7 million. Goddamn. Okay, whatever. ICC. Persuading Venezuelans to accept the face-saving asset from Maduro won't be easy. Many are scared by the human rights abuses and widespread corruption that have taken place during his tenure. In my work supporting communities that have been brutalized by the government's security apparatus, I witnessed the profound destruction inflicted on the lives of the regime's victims. I've seen the deep scars left in the political prisoners who were tortured and their families, including in the case of a friend of mine who was killed in custody. For many of us, the natural inclination may be to seek immediate accountability and even revenge. But we stand at a crossroads, focusing on the immediate and practical benefits of Mr. Madro's exit from power, like the restoration of democratic institutions and the rule of law, national security, stability, and economic recovery, would ultimately serve all Venezuelans. This is the time to prioritize the greater good for the interest of the people, to take precedence over politics of vengeance. Venezuelans are ready to mobilize for peaceful change on July 28th. Their courage deserves unwavering support from the international community. The government of President Biden and Mr. Lula must live up to their promise of defending democracy by ensuring that the will of Venezuelan people is respected. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. MM attack ships fire out the shoulders of Iran. I've seen sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tanhasset Gate. True. Welcome back. Never forget, brother. Their success would be a resounding victory at a fragile global moment. The world is watching, and history will remember those who stood by the Venezuelan people in their fight. God damn. All right, that was a major sidetrack. But I think it's interesting. I think it'll be really interesting to see what happens in 9 days. We'll do a Venezuelan election live stream. We'll watch the live results. Maybe we'll do PPG speak Spanish. We'll do it for PPG. Live PPG reaction to the Venezuelan elections. What time? Venezuela elections. Are they in the same time zone as us, actually? Because we're... Oh, wait, no, because South America is, like, way... Because I'm pretty sure California lines up with, like, Peru. Oh, wait, it's way off, even. No, yeah, they're not in the same election. Oh, wait. I'm EST. So, we're not that far. It's fine. Okay. Maybe. This is not What the hell? What time are the Venezuela elections? The date isn't it? No, I don't. Okay. What time EST will it be? Can I watch the results live? Okay, well. 4 hours behind. Okay. Assume now if I cover the source on the office, particular information about live stream. Okay, well, whatever. Well, we'll figure it out. I think that'd be a funny stream. Is there a Venezuelan streaming service that I can go on? Is there like a Billy but for Venezuela? What if I did that?
I'm here because I want to talk to you all about all of this craziness that you see in the media about Joe Biden. And I'm just ripping the Band-Aid off because I think that it's really important that people get the straight truth. And I feel like there has been a lot of smoke screens that have been going on about this, and that people have not been.
Can I speed this up? We're not gonna watch all of it. I'm just curious.
Full story here, and I want to put all my cards out on the table because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm telling you that as who I am. I do not have a crystal ball. I don't know what's going on, but I believe that you all deserve to know what I see in this moment as I see it. And I'm going to take you through my thinking. And if you disagree with it, and if you think it's terrible, and if you think I'm wrong, that's fine. But I at least want you to know what I see, and we can all come to our own conclusions. All right? So let's get into it. We saw, 2-3 weeks ago now, the president debated Donald Trump. And that debate sucked, okay? It sucked for everybody. Donald Trump sucked. Joe Biden didn't do well.
At least she can say it.
To say the least. And it was just, not great. I think, to be very frank, it pretty closely captured what I think a lot of the mood in the country is right now, which is that people don't love where we're at. They don't love our options. A lot of people don't love that.
AOC turns 35, I think October 10th. She could do it. She could be on a ticket. I think. I don't know exactly how it works, but I think probably if you're 35 before the election, you can probably do it.
We have the same exact matchup all over again, which is to say that the debate didn't change much at all.
Or before the coronation, right? Not coronation. Inauguration.
It didn't really change a lot in terms of people's perceptions, in terms of where the electorate is at. And going into the debate, I'm pretty sure a lot of people knew that the president is old. The president is very old. Donald Trump is also very old and a racist and a neo-Nazi. But anyways, I'm not going to talk about Trump right now.
Oh, AFC, no. Oh, no. Right off the bat with the... Oh, you're not 100% wrong, but...
So we knew that going into it. And I feel like people knew that coming out of it. Now, what we also saw, and what I've seen, is that a lot of people who follow politics, a lot that I've noticed of kind of this, class of people above, I shouldn't say above, but separate from voters. We all know we live in this country. There's voters, and then there's people with power, and there's people with a lot of money, and there's people with a lot of influence. And in the country that we live in, we have everyday people, and we have voters, and we have government, and then you kind of have this class of people in between, from pundits and media and wealthy people and donors and organization leaders and whatever, and they kind of occupy this space in between. Oh, look at that. They kind of occupy
what the fuck
in between voters and the policies that we get. And a lot of times that's why government sucks, right? Because lobbyists...
Can I do that when I stream on Instagram?
Whatever's happening. Anyways, so the debate happens, it doesn't go well. And then all of a sudden afterwards, you get a lot of people in this strata, and I'm not here to dismiss. If you think, for example, if you are of the opinion that Joe Biden should be replaced as a nominee, I'm not here to attack you on that. I'm not here to, whatever. But I just want you to know what I'm seeing. And this group of people, right, if you believed this before, that didn't change anything. What changed was this class of people. after that debate. Fine, valid. Now, what I am concerned by when it comes to this case is that they are, the case for this is about polling. Like, there's someone here in the chat, right? He's behind in every swing state. This isn't an argument. Others may be polling better, etc. I think that this is the case that's being laid out, right? It is about the polling. It's about the data. And again, I'm not here to dismiss people. And I think it's very important to say that. And I think it's very important to say in general that I'm not here to question or attack the motives of people's, regardless of their position on this. Like, I think what is motivating.
Yep, no, okay. What the fuck?
Keep popping up. I don't know why. I think what is legitimately motivating a lot of people in this conversation, and everybody wants to do everything and anything possible to prevent that from happening. And I think that regardless of your position on that, I think an overwhelming amount of people are motivated by that. And we are in an age and in a digital culture, reflexive in this habit of doesn't see the full landscape of things, or everything busy or corrupt or whatever. And I legitimately believe that this is a situation where people, a lot of people, are motivated by very shared goals, and they look at the landscape of things and come to different conclusions. So I want to say that because I want you to see what I'm seeing. This class of donors, decision makers, power players, etc.
Okay, we're back on track.
Yep. After the debate. And they're looking at the polling, and they're looking at the performance, and they're saying all of these things, and they're saying we need to jump ship. Now, I think there's a couple of things there, but let's say you're convinced by that argument. I'm not entirely, by the way, because I have not seen the fully laid out bulletproof data case. It's also July, but I totally can concede that a person doesn't have all these comments to that.
She should just bring up Ron DeSantis. Bring up Ron DeSantis. Do it. Just draw the Ron DeSantis comparison. Everyone thought Ron DeSantis was going to do super well. But then he didn't. Oh yeah, this is funny. Dude, I don't know why he was in Greensboro. I used to live in Greensboro.
Trump demanded that I choose between him and the Constitution.
I want to, yeah. Why isn't this guy at the RNC? Why is the Republican who respects the Constitution not at the RNC? Why isn't he there? What's he doing? What's he doing in Greensboro? Why is he been fucking pushed out of any position of power? Why does Trump have a different VP than he used to? Why? That's an interesting question, isn't it? Oh, because Trump tried to fucking pressure him into not counting votes because it was fake fucking electors. Interesting. Maybe we shouldn't vote for that guy. Maybe. Potentially. Okay. We're gonna have to read a bunch of the election denial stuff, just because I don't feel like I would have knowledge to really bring a case that Trump knowingly, the important thing is knowingly, lied about the election. I will say, by the time by January 6th, if he didn't know that he lost the election, then he is not mentally competent to be in office. The options are like either he knew he was lying, at least by January 6th. There maybe could have been arguments that prior to January 6th, prior to him losing all his court cases, maybe he didn't. Maybe he genuinely thought there was voter fraud. Maybe. But by the time he lost all those cases, the only way that he wouldn't know that he lost the election is if he has psychosis. Is if he's literally insane and literally not mentally competent to stand office. Kamala, I was going to vote for Biden, but I guess we'll have to switch to Trump if Kamala is a candidate. Really? Or no, you're trolling Armor's opinions. We'll see. President Trump made a series of statements to White House staff and others during this period, indicating his understanding that he had lost. President Trump also took consequential actions, reflecting his understanding that he would be leaving office on January 20th. For example, President Trump personally signed a memo and order instructing his Department of Defense to withdraw all military forces from Somalia by December 31st, 2020, and from Afghanistan by January 15th. General Keith Kellogg, who had been appointed by the President Trump as Chief of Staff for the National Security Council, was Vice President Pence's National Security Advisor on January 6th. Biden sustain a race. We don't need Kamala. Well, according to, we just watched a little bit of that at AOC video. According to AOC, there's a lot of Democrats who don't want Kamala to step up. So it'll be interesting to see what happens if Biden steps down and Kamala doesn't become the nominee. It'll be interesting. AOC is mentally retarded. Come on, that's like a fact, by the way. I don't know if that's a fact. I mean, listen, I'm not progressive as AOC is. Okay, I have plenty of problems with AOC, but that's a little harsh. That's a little harsh. Don't worry, you're still getting terrorist rent control and neo-Brandism, Lena Canism, either way. True. I mean, Biden has tariffs, which I think that's actually probably the worst thing about Biden is the tariffs. Yeah. And the rent control, but neo-brandy, what is this? What are these new words we're using here? The rent control thing is cringe, but A, I don't think it'll happen. B, it's not like that bad. Biden was influenced by the left on tariffs and rent control. It's shameful. I don't know if he was influenced by the left on tariffs. I think he was probably mainly influenced by the right on tariffs. Dude, the president shouldn't even be able to put tariffs up. Congress should be the one to do it. It's kind of crazy that the president, I think constitutionally, Data Rents has been like Biden bad. Constitutionally, I'm pretty sure the House of Representatives is the only people supposed to be able to put tariffs up. So who can put tariffs up? Constitution. Constitution grants Congress the power to regulate commerce with foreign nation among several states. Yeah, I don't think, technically, I don't think the president's supposed to be able to put tariffs up, but we just, like, because the president is granted more, like, deference on national security issues, you can argue that the tariffs were for national security. The president has been granted the authority to impose tariffs in many situations in the past few decades. Congress seems to have increasingly interested in restoring its authority in these matters. Yeah. But Biden has what? Biden has the 25% tariffs on Chinese electric EVs and I think a few other Chinese goods. Trump is proposing 10% tariffs on everything and 60% tariffs on China. That's insane. That's unhinged. And it's also inflationary. It will bring up inflation. Probably not by a ton because the US is the world reserve currency. But yeah. Problem is that the tariffs have become basically a bipartisan consensus now. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the steel tariffs, yeah. Congress repeatedly shifted powers regarding tariffs to the president, but beginning in 1917 with the Trading with the Enemy Act in 1917, the president can impose any tariffs that nation will at war. Neoliberal consensus is dead. What's emerging in its place is oof. Unfortunately we are. Which there maybe are some interesting. Maybe it could be some interesting stuff with trade that goes against the neoliberal stuff. Because, like, the traditional thinking is, like, free trade will incentivize peace and incentivize democratizing. So, if we have trade with China, China is going to slowly liberalize as it economically develops, which is kind of happening. They're certainly more democratic than they used to be, but not by much. And then also, they'll be less incentivized to go to war because we're dependent on each other, right? But there are arguments against that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a super strong opinion on it. I think if we do want to decrease our trade deficit with China or whatever, we should not do it through tariffs. We should just do it through what's called sterilized intervention, which is basically where we devalue our currency relative to China, which makes our exports more competitive. But yeah, that's hard to do because we're the world reserve currency, which makes our dollar more expensive. It appreciates the value of our dollar, not domestically but internationally. The steel tariffs, I will say, are bad. Steel and aluminum tariffs are bad. I think maybe you can make... I actually don't know if I would support any tariffs. I mean, we should just... There's just better alternatives for anything you want to do. Like, if you want to, like, protect American chips, then do what Biden did with the Chips and Science Act. Like, subsidize our chip industry. Don't, like... don't impose tariffs. Like in 232 allows the president to implement these tariffs without the approval of Congress. Oh, the Trade Expansion Act 1962. Yeah, if it's national security. But you can argue that. Biden. Tariffs. EB. Biden takes action to protect American workers and businesses from China's unfair trade practices. Don't look up Iowa car crop. Don't look up don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't look up Iowa car crop. This is economic at its finest. Iowa car crop. There are two technologies for producing automobiles in America. One is to manufacture them in Detroit, and the other one is to grow them in Iowa. Everyone knows about the first technology. Let me tell you about the second. First, you plant seeds, which are the raw materials from which automobiles are constructed. You wait a few months until wheat appears. Then, you harvest the wheat, load it on the ships, and sail the ships eastward into the Pacific Ocean. After a few months, the ships reappear with Toyotas on them. International trade is nothing but a form of technology. The fact that there's a place called Japan, with people and factories, is quite irrelevant to America's well-being. To analyze trade policies, we might as well assume that Japan is a giant machine with mysterious inner workings that converts wheat into cars. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology over the second is a policy designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over American auto producers in Iowa. A tax-or ban on imported automobiles is a tax-or ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. If you protect Detroit car makers from competition, then you must damage Iowa farmers because the Iowa farmers are the competition. Yeah. I want to talk about improving the efficiency of American car manufacturing. When you have two ways to make a car, the road to efficiency is to use both in optimal proportions. The last thing you should want to do is to artificially hobble one of your production technologies. It is a sheer superstition to think that an Iowa-grown Camry is any less American than a Detroit-built Terrace. Terrace? I don't know. Policies rooted in superstition do not frequently bear efficient fruit. Yeah, solar cells, medical products. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but the steel and aluminum things are really bad, I think. I don't care that much. The electric vehicle is also bad. I don't know if I care. I don't care about this other stuff as much, but just because steel and aluminum are used for so many things, so they're used as inputs. Probably won't help American jobs. Probably won't actually do that. In fact, I'm pretty sure it didn't, because people did analysis of the Trump steel tariffs cost American jobs. Led to job losses, some Michigan workers say. Oh, well, I thought there was like empirical studies, but long-run GDP, negative 0.2%. Long-run capital stomach. Long-run FTE jobs. What is FTE jobs? Oh, full-time equivalent. Okay. All right. Where's my fucking reaction? React as one more thing, and it will probably... Oh, it's already fucking open. I'm dumb. And we'll probably start reading more into the Trump stuff. All right, we haven't done Israel-Palestine in a bit. There's new trigonometry, really. You need to get the new trade theory true. Yeah, I haven't done Israel-Palestine in a bit, so I need to pull up my notes here so I can be prepared to fight against the evil Zionist Hasbara that this lady is gonna spew out. I don't know who the lady is, but UK Lawyers for Israel. Legal case for Palestine, a critical assessment. Oh, this actually might be good to read. But I don't trust anything this bitch says, but... There is no genocide, no apartheid, no occupation. She got that topologist Dave can't trust it true. No genocide, agree. No apartheid, agreed for the most part. No occupation. There is an argument to be made that there's no illegal occupation. No occupation period seems a little weird.
Natasha, welcome to Trigonometry. We've got a lot to talk about. You've been one of the people giving legal context on many of the discussions around Israel and Palestine over the last...
Hold on, let me just move my webcam down. Oops, that's not the right button. Okay, corner. Great.
Many months. And what we really wanted to do with you is just to kind of ask you the normal person's question about, because, you know, most people are just like, they look at their phone or they turn on the TV for 20 minutes at the end of the day and they, you know, genocide, apartheid, like all of these linguistic terms, and no one really knows what they mean. And some people are using it and some people are saying that's not what's happening. So first and foremost, can you talk to us about the genocide conversation that's being had and what your perspective as a lawyer is on all of that?
I think the first thing to understand is the context for the use of both genocide, apartheid, and many other terms that have a legal origin, but no legal basis in terms of their application to Israel. I'd say no legal or factual basis, and the reasons that these terms are being deployed. I've talked about this in other contexts as the modern blood libel. So if you think about scholars who've talked about the evolution of anti-Semitism, something that started in the Middle Ages with a focus on the Jews as a religion, evolved, and when science took over from religion as the order of the day, the hatred of the Jews, anti-Semitism, manifested itself in a hatred of the Jewish race. And that was a time when the pseudoscience of eugenics was used in order to justify that hatred. But today, we've moved away from that in the context of international law and human rights being the order of the day. The late, great former Chief Rabbi of the United Kingdom, Lord Jonathan Sacks, talked about how anti-Semitism today manifests itself in a hatred of the Jewish state in that context of...
I don't tell you, it's just so... I don't like 100% disagree for like it's just so cringe. Like every time, like well, can you describe what genocide means in legal context? Anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism. It's anti-Semitism.
International law and human rights. And what we see with the terms that you've raised is modern blood libels being deployed. So while in the 18th or even before that, in the Middle Ages, Jews were accused of killing Christian children to use their blood for religious rituals. Today, we have these notions of Israel targeting children, which is abhorrently false. We have these notions of genocide being propagated, another blood libel. We can come on to apartheid perhaps in due course. But
let's stick with genocide, though, because I hear what you're talking about and I understand why you link it to blood libel and anti-Semitism. But what I'm trying to get at is, if I'm an average Gen Z with TikTok and I open my TikTok and I see kids being blown up in Gaza, and then I hear someone saying genocide, and then I see these pictures every day on my TikTok for 8 months, you merge those two things together in someone's head who doesn't know much about what's going on, and a fairly reasonable, uneducated, uninformed, but fairly reasonable person might then be like, well, I don't know what genocide means exactly, but it seems like killing lots of people who, by definition, would be innocent if they're kids. So you say that's not what's happening. Can you just explain more of that?
In terms of, I'll come back on to
double standard in how people try to apply IHL and occupation law in Israel, but it does have, to Israel, that does have at least some link to anti-Semitism, but this is insane. Yeah.
Legal definition of the term, because I completely accept what
I'd
you
probably
say,
agree with
which
that.
is that the images that so many people are basing these false conclusions on are horrific, and they need to be understood in their proper context. So this is footage coming out of Gaza, which is controlled by Hamas, and is serving a very clear propaganda aim of an internationally prescribed terrorist organization that is abusing its own people and using civilians as human shields, and celebrating any civilian casualties in Gaza. So quite apart from...
Okay, she's mostly right. It's okay. You can say the videos coming out of Gaza play into Hamas's narrative, play into Hamas's goal, right? That's fine. But they're not controlled by Hamas. There are videos from Hamas, like Hamas does make videos with the fucking red triangle shit, but most of the videos coming from Gaza are not controlled by Hamas.
The fact that we will not know the story behind the images that you're referring to, simply because Hamas controls Gaza, absolutely, and no information that is not approved by Hamas is making it out into the international discourse at the moment. Quite apart from that, the attribution...
Does she think people in Gaza have cell phones? She knows that, right? They have cell phones. They have fucking Snapchat. You can go on Snap Maps and see all the videos that people post on Snapchat from Gaza. Like, people... They have cell phones.
These two, Hamas and other Palestinian terrorist organizations, because this is their aim. They have, at the moment, only one objective, and that is survival. And the way that they ensure, in their minds, their survival and their ability to continue to threaten Israeli civilians and carry out this specific threat of conducting the 7th of October over and over again, the way that they seek to ensure being able to do that is by driving up international pressure against Israel with these propaganda images and messages. And the use of the term genocide is unbelievably pernicious. This was a term that was coined, in fact, to give terminology to the Jewish experience in the Holocaust, to provide a legal lexicon to describe the targeting of Jews as Jews by the Nazis. The definition of genocide is specific to include the intention to eradicate a group, an ethnic, religious, or racial group, in whole or in part. And it's that intention to eradicate part or whole of a group, which is certainly what Israel, certainly what the Jews experienced in the Holocaust, certainly what the acts of genocide on the 7th of October were aimed at. Hamas and other terrorists across the border were clear about their intention, and intention is central to the whole concept of the international crime of genocide. That this is now being used as an allegation against Israel is...
Yeah, she should have, this is what she should have started with. She should have started with the, well, like the videos of the, the killing don't tell you anything about the, intent. Like you have to take into account the intent. That's what's important for the genocide stuff.
Inverting reality.
Is it though, Natasha? Sorry to interrupt, but when Piers Morgan was sitting in that very chair only a couple of weeks ago, he said, look, I don't think what Israel is doing is genocide, but there are people in the Israeli government who are using genocidal rhetoric about cleansing Gaza of the Palestinians, etc. Would you not accept that maybe one of the reasons people are sometimes persuaded to that point of view is some of the things that Israeli officials are saying?
Please. She should probably just bite this bullet. She should probably bite this bullet.
We need to be clear about the quotes that people have deployed to advance that argument. The vast majority have been utterly misrepresented, in particular, those that have been made by any members of the War Cabinet or anyone with an input to policy, including military officials. One of the prime examples of this was the way that South Africa's application to the International Court of Justice, which made this obscene allegation of genocide, was misrepresenting these quotations. For example, suggesting that the...
Okay, she's right. There are plenty of quotes that have been misrepresented, but I feel like you gotta bite the bullet that like at least some of these quotes are, if not genocidal, like pretty bad. They're not misrepresented. There are fucking evil people in she has lawyer brain, that's true. In the Likud party.
these Israeli officials were talking about all Palestinians, when it's very
And the
clear
further
from the original
right
Hebrew,
parties.
from the context of which these quotes were taken from, that they are talking about Hamas. And it is entirely legitimate to talk about eradicating Hamas because of the threat that they pose, not just to Israel, of course, but the threat that they also pose to our Western liberal democratic values. I think we have to fundamentally understand that Israel is not just fighting its own war against Islamist extremist groups, but is also fighting on behalf of the West in many respects. But when you take into account the way that both the images, the quotations, and the facts on the ground have been so badly misrepresented, I mean, all of this ultimately feeds into what we have seen in terms of this blood libel taking hold. And I agree with you, Constantine, it is extremely effective. And it is based not just on what we've seen over the last 8 months, 9 months now, but on decades of anti-Israel propaganda. Already in 1975, we had the United Nations passing that infamous Zionism is racism resolution. We have had deeply ingrained anti-Semitic, anti-Zionist propaganda.
I wish she would refute that argument. There's an argument to be made there that like, oh, well, Zionism requires a Jewish majority state. That's going to require that like there are that Jewish people be granted special privileges in that society. Now, people confuse what special privileges mean, right? Because really, the good is talking about the right of return. Really, all that it strictly requires is the right of return for Jewish people for the immigration stuff. But I can't find my fucking. I really like the way Sam Harris phrases stuff in one of his blog posts, but I can't find it. It's been forever.
Propaganda pervasive throughout the Middle East, throughout the Soviet Union, of course, in the past. And now increasingly on our television screens on a daily basis because of the tragedy that is unfolding in the Gaza Strip, a tragedy that I have to insist
Sam Harris, no.
reiterate.
He did a really good job with one of his blog posts talking about it, and I wish she would use something more like his language. But I can't find it. I don't know where it is.
Is ultimately, fully, wholly, entirely the responsibility of Hamas and their apologists around the world. And if we unpack that for just one moment, we need to come to terms with the international community's responsibility for what we have seen on the 7th of October and subsequent. Because 3,000 terrorists don't just wake up one morning and decide that it's a good day to slaughter Jews. It takes something extra special.
Here's the blog post, but I don't know where my notes in it. I have like quotes from it and notes in it somewhere. I really like one of the quotes here. Oh, maybe it isn't from this. Yeah, there's one quote that's like, you lose so much if you count the dead bodies. I really like there are now. There are now 2 types of people in this world. Those who intentionally torture and kill children and other non-combatants to maximize horror, and those who seek to avoid doing so, however imperfectly, while defending themselves against the first order people. The gulf between these 2 groups could not be wider, and everything we care about, literally everything, exists on one side of it.
Thousands of people to commit the sort of atrocities that we saw on the 7th of October. And I know that you've had previous apologists for Hamas on with you who've denied rape that occurred, who've denied what was not only celebrated by Hamas and documented by them, but also transmitted around the world, sometimes live streamed from the very victims' phones who were suffering these unspeakable atrocities. But what is it, I think we have to ask ourselves, that causes people to be capable of such medieval barbarism? This doesn't happen overnight. It is as a result of generations of brainwashing, and I say that the international community is complicit in it because we have been funding UNRWA, and 3/4 of those terrorists, according to UNRWA statistics, UN statistics...
Can I just stop you there, because there'll be people listening who go, I don't know what UNRWA is, what is this? So if you could just explain that for the layman, and by layman I mean me.
The UN Relief and Works Agency is a special body that was set up. In fact, if you read the book...
It's a front for Hamas.
Wilson Ali Schwartz wrote called The War of Return. It is a seminal piece of work that documents how and why UNRWA was established and with what motivation and what the aims were. Essentially, it was established to perpetuate this phenomenon of refugee status amongst Palestinians uniquely, that it is passed down generation to generation. So there's a general UN body that looks after refugees all around the world. And then separately, there is UNRWA. And they run schools that teach the Palestinian Authority-approved curriculum. From kindergarten up, these children have been indoctrinated to believe that the highest calling in life is to become a martyr and to kill as many Jews as...
Fake economy, in my opinion. Just think about the PKK or Al-Nusra in the US, NATO, etc. Tactical alignment with them. Wait, what's the false dichotomy? Are you talking about what she's making, or the Sam Harris quote?
As possible.
Are you saying they teach this in their schools?
I do, and that is well documented by NGOs,
Sam
Impact
Harris.
AC.
I don't think it's a false dichotomy. The US and NATO have for the most part. I mean, there are, of course, like there probably are specific instances that we could look at where the U.S. did seek to maximize horror or whatever. We certainly, especially during World War II, there was a certain level of morale bombing that went on, but yeah.
He has done many, many studies of textbooks. It's been recognized by governments around the world. Now, some of these textbooks existed elsewhere in the Arab world. Saudi Arabia has done a phenomenal amount of work to de-radicalize and to address and entirely reform the content in its textbooks. But you will have Palestinian Authority-approved curricula taught in UN-run schools that teaches mathematics according to how many Jews are killed, plus a few more, or teaches physics according to how a slingshot might
Can we get a source? Oh,
be used to fire rockets.
We do get a source. Hell yeah. During the first Palestinian uprising, Palestinians used slingshots to confront the soldiers who designed its occupation and defend themselves from their treacherous bullets. What is the relationship between the elongation of slingshot? Slingshot's rubber and tensile strength affecting it. What are the forces that influence the stone after it's released from the slingshot?
I mean, that is pervasive. Not only that, they celebrate the so-called martyrs. They name football teams after them, schools even.
Mass page for a 9 and 10-year-old as the number of martyrs of the First Intifada is 2,026 martyrs. The number of martyrs in the Al-Aqsa Intifada is 5,050.
So
number, yeah, awesome.
If you're familiar with what has been happening over many decades now, then the atrocities of the 7th of October and what happened, albeit shocking that 3,000 terrorists managed to break Israeli defenses and cross the borders, the repercussions of that, what followed, has been in no way surprising, because those of us that were alive to these issues had our eyes open not just to the textbooks and what is taught in schools or on television, children's programs, or the nursery rhymes and songs, or what has been found now in the context of these operations in Gaza in homes, quite apart from the many, many copies of Mein Kampf, board games that talk.
Are any of that was real? The Mein Kampf stuff. I'm pretty sure I saw them being fucking community noted on Twitter. Mein Kampf book Gaza. I don't know if I believe any of these. There are complex networks and actors that sometimes place those people who have children and soldiers and target them in horrible ways, aligned with, e.g., the U.S. against their people, like Assad, do so on a larger scale. Wait, you're saying? Okay, sorry. There are complex networks and actors, true. Sometimes place those people who have child soldiers and target civilians in horrible ways aligned with. I don't think I'm reading this correctly.
Talk about attacking Israelis. Children's books, nursery rhymes. It is a whole culture that has been developed.
Oh, I've seen this before too. Saying there are not actively chosen people in the world that can be divided into two camps, as Harris describes. I mean, it's obviously quote-unquote reductionist, because you mentioned the complex networks of people, but the point is, as a matter of policy, I would say those two types exist, for the most part. As a matter of official policy, those are the two types of people that exist in the world. Dude, the fucking dramatic music in the background of this is so funny. Okay, we only need to watch all these. I don't like, they're bad. Yep. Oh, the bee. The Jew killing bee. I've seen this one before.
لما يجي اليهود عنده يمسكوه طبعا الجيران اليهوديين عندي يطب الشرطي بس الحرامي.
No offense, but the Trump train is approaching its final stops. If you don't get on now, it may be your chance to miss the destination. That just seems like a threat on your part, buddy. It would take a lot for me to get on the Trump train. I like most of Biden's policies, and I think Trump is a fucking traitor to the Constitution that tried to overturn an election. You'd have to do a lot of convincing for me to actually get on the Trump train. But
واللي بيعمل مشاكل.
وبتطخي اليهود صح؟ فيك تصيري زيه؟ إن شاء الله لما تكبري.
your destiny brainwashed me.
كلهم. طيب.
It is a whole culture that
Oh
has been
wow,
developed,
Cock
to
McStuff in
underpin what happened on
69.
the 7th of October. And the only reason that that hasn't happened prior is because of the very stringent security measures that Israel has taken. And there are many, many who criticize a lax approach, an over degree of confidence, even a naivety by the government of Israel to believe that Hamas might have put aside its genocidal aims because they didn't participate in barrages of rockets in 2021 that were in fact fired by a separate Palestinian terrorist organization, Palestinian
Donald
Islamic
Trump is a
Jihad.
hero of Earth.
They were fired from Gaza into Israel, onto Israeli civilian communities.
You realize whenever you say that or people say stuff like that, it just makes it sound like you're in a cult. Like I like Joe Biden. I really like Biden. I think Biden is a really good president. Way better than I first expected him to be. Yeah, I prefer Biden over like the other Democrats. Like I probably would have voted for Biden in the primaries or Pete Buttigieg, probably. But I would never like make statements like Biden's a hero of this earth.
That was the last major exchange between Gaza and Israel. Hamas didn't engage, and there were many in Israel that thought, oh, well, maybe they've ordered their priorities differently. Maybe now they are finally looking at state building. They're finally looking at the interests of their people. Well, in the context of what has followed, that was devastatingly naive because Hamas, from the very inception of their charter, have had their genocidal aims on full display for the world to see. These are not in any way hidden. On the contrary, these are celebrated. And in that context, when you understand the educational aspects, the indoctrination, and also separately, and this is the other major factor to take into account, the incentivization to terror, then I think everything starts to make an awful lot more sense.
Incentivization to terror. Donald Trump is a great white hope. Biden's the old Great Depression. I pray to destiny he's the chosen one in the fight against demons to start at Trump. True! Base, big Unite G moment there. Okay, well, we'll do the Trump stuff in a bit. We're watching this Israel-Palestine thing right now. If you want to talk about Trump versus Biden and Israel-Palestine, you can do that. But maybe just talk about Trump in general. I'm not going to reply because otherwise the VOD gets ruined when I upload it to YouTube because it's just me talking to chat.
Say incentivization is the terror salaries that are paid by the so-called moderates in this equation, the Palestinian Authority. So this is the autonomy that governs the West Bank, because it's important to understand that the Palestinians have autonomy. We can come on to the separate blood libel of occupation and why that is entirely false. But
she's going to mention the martyr fund.
As a matter of fact, the Palestinians have autonomy in the West Bank since the Oslo Accords in the 90s.
Palestinians have autonomy in Area A, and it's not even really the Palestinians. It's fucking Abbas, who has a negative approval rating because they haven't had elections since 2006. Now, a reason that they want to have elections is because Hamas would fucking win those elections, but yeah, it's not even really the Palestinians. Israel's been building settlements the entire fucking time. They still occupy Area C. They still control some of the water. Oh shit, I don't remember at this point. Oh god damn it. The fucking... I'm pretty sure Israel has control over a lot of the water there, but you'd have to fact check me.
And they have self-governance in the Gaza Strip since Israel's withdrawal in 2005. But the Palestinian Authority, that so many people now are touting as the potential future rulers of Gaza, that are presented as the moderates in this equation, they pay the salaries of terrorists, no matter what banner they coalesce under, including the Hamas terrorists, the Nukhba force individuals who planned and executed the 7th of October. They pay the salaries of these terrorists dependent on how many Jews they have slaughtered, dependent on...
I haven't heard that they pay Hamas specifically. P-A... How do you spell martyr? I have no clue how to spell martyr.
The severity of the 7th of October.
Okay, wait, I'm just going to look up P-A font. Oh my god. Oh, thanks, chat. I haven't heard that they PA Martyr Fund to Hamas. I haven't heard that they pay to Hamas people. Hamas payments. This is in 2007. They fought their fucking civil war. I don't know why. I don't know why they would pay for them. U.S. is oh wait, I didn't even know this. U.S. is near in a deal to Palestinian Authority to end its contentious martyr payments. Oh, thanks, Tiger Girl, for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming in. For people who commit acts of violence against Israel, 2 Biden administration said. Oh, Goddamn. That would be a key win for the multifaceted U.S. push to reform the PA, from instituting anti-corruption measures to improving basic services, so that it can take over governance at the Gaza Strip whenever the Israel-Hamas war ends. It actually adds edge case to consider someone who is First Nations / Indigenous. Oh wait, you guys are responding to each other. Never mind. PA oversees parts of the West Bank. Martyr Payments Program financially supports Palestinians and their families if they are wounded, imprisoned, or killed while carrying out acts of violence against Israel. I don't know. I just haven't heard that it pays to Hamas. According to a 2001 report by the Israeli government, the prisoners' families received the initial lump sum payment between $500 and $5,000, mostly stipends about $100. Does PA Martyr Fund? First time here, how's it going? It's going pretty good right now. She could be right. I just can't find a source for it, and it just seems odd to me that they would do that when Hamas and the PA don't really like each other, and they've literally fought their fucking civil war in 2007 for control of the Gaza Strip, and have not. They don't typically really get along, but you know, maybe she's right. Maybe. Oh, there's something. Oh, this is a Destiny talking point. Localist party. This is a Destiny talking point. It is important to mention that there was no third intifada in I love Destiny in the West Bank after Al-Aqsa flood, after the October 7th attacks and Israel's response to it. The Houthis did shit. Lebanon did shit. Hamas is still fighting. There was no third intifada in the West Bank. There was an increase in violence. There was an increase in the number of Palestinian children slaughtered by Israel. 50 children died, and there's no war in the West Bank. Yeah, it's like that kind of is important. Now, arguably, that actually makes the boss unpopular because he's seen as a collaborator with Israel from the people in Palestine. But I think under different leadership, there probably could have been a third intifada, and that would have been really bad.
They pay the salaries of these terrorists.
Also, that deal that we're reading about will be interesting to see once it happens. Yeah, to reform the PA.
Dependent on how many Jews they have slaughtered, dependent on the severity of their sentence. And the organizers
there's more conspiracy theory that Hamas PA are all one organization that people on Israel, or people on the Israeli far right like to push. Yeah.
For 2 years, what was executed on the 7th of October while he was collecting a monthly stipend. He didn't have to work. He was looked after by the Palestinian Authority and went through the meticulous.
Wait, who is this?
Included.
Ali Caddy. If I had to guess, this person probably started receiving payments from like earlier on, like during the second intifada, not for what he did with Hamas. This is a musical artist. Hamas commander Ali Qadi. He was involved in planning the... Okay. He was from the West Bank in 2005. He was arrested for his... Yeah. I bet he got the martyrdom payment for this prior to the Hamas-Palestinian PA civil war. And then they just kept paying it to him. They didn't pay it to him because of what he did for Hamas. They paid it to him prior to the Hamas PA civil war in 2007.
By all accounts, planned for 2 years, what was executed on the 7th of October while he was collecting a monthly stipend. He didn't have to work. He was looked after by the Palestinian Authority and went through the meticulous planning process. So when you start to understand the indoctrination and the incentivization to terror, the two eyes, if you will, let's call them the two eyes which are critical to everything that we have seen over the last 9 months, critical to understanding the situation on the ground, but also where it is that people are having the wool pulled over their eyes when they look at these horrific images coming out of Gaza and they don't understand the context. Another aspect of that context when we talk about the images is Hamas. I mentioned that they use civilians as human shields. They use, of course, mosques, schools, hospitals, and by all accounts, every second house in the Gaza Strip as part of their terror infrastructure. So when you hear people talking about the widespread destruction in Gaza, there is a reason for that, and that is because all of Gaza over 16 years had been turned into a terror base for Hamas. The thousands, not hundreds of...
Okay, she's not wrong. There are more diplomatic ways to phrase these points. I never use the word human shield. I always use the word passive precautions. Hamas is failing under the failing in passive precautions that they were required to take under Article 58 of the Geneva Convention. Article 58, additional Protocol 1, 57. Oh, goddamn it. I use Meat Shield. Fuck. It is 57. Okay, I was one off. Goddamn. I think it's 57. Yeah. Well, I'll wait. No, it is 58. Fuck you. 58, Section B. Avoid locating military objects within or near densely populated areas. I think there's actually more to them that are probably in 57. I don't know exactly where it is. I don't know. I always just use passive precautions. A big thing is that Hamas was in control of the Gaza Strip for 16 years, and during that time, it was entirely feasible to them, as the ruling authority in Gaza, to section off parts of the Gaza Strip for military purposes, but they never did that. They instead spent millions of dollars building tunnels.
Kilometers of terror tunnels that they have built, which of course they do not use to protect civilians. They put their forces in the terror tunnels and their civilians on top of them to protect their terror infrastructure.
No, you're all right. Okay. Wait, no, this is due to warn. Fuck, where is passive? Article 58 of Additional Protocol 1. And it's accepted to be customary international law. Defenders have to take passive precautions.
But when you consider how widespread
should never doubt
Hamas
myself.
Terror infrastructure is in the Gaza Strip, you start to see those photographs in a bit of a different context. But why is it important then?
Also, importantly, the use of human shield doesn't preclude any Israeli failing or any Israeli crime, okay? Just because you're a human shield doesn't mean you're not a civilian. Human shields are still granted every protection that civilians are granted. Unless you're a voluntary human shield, I think it's more complicated. But involuntary human shields, which are what she's claiming the people of Gaza are still granted. Oh, this is the rule. Yeah, this is the customary international law rules. Yeah, Rule 11. Oh, wait, Article 11? What is this? This isn't the rules. This is... Oh, wait, Article 49 of the 14th Geneva Convention. Oh, this is also passive precautions. What is this? I draft for the limitation the dangers of the civilian population. I'm not aware of what this treaty is, but it does discuss passive precautions. But so does this treaty as well, the 14 conventions. Anyway, point is, Hamas is failing in it. Obviously and clearly. I don't either. Yeah, I don't think the terminology passive precautions was used in the writing itself. That's just what lawyers call them.
That Israel waited for so long after the 7th of October before going into Gaza. Why is it important?
So the Steelman here, I don't think Casey's here right now. I think Casey's probably streaming. that Casey pointed out to me. He was right on this. They did wait a long time before they invaded. Now, part of that was pressure from the Biden administration. They probably wouldn't have went in earlier if Biden didn't pressure them to delay their invasion. Part of that was also rain. I'm pretty sure there was heavy rain that caused them to delay. But they did delay their invasion. They did do that. That was a good thing. However, they did do airstrikes only 24 hours after the October 7th attack. Which it's not necessarily bad because Israel also has multiple warning things to warn people before doing airstrikes. Like they have their phone bank where they call people and tell them to evacuate buildings that are about to be airstriked. Like they do their best to do that. But yeah.
Important that it has taken this war in stages, that it has moved so slowly and meticulously, because it has afforded the opportunity for as many civilians as possible to evacuate these areas, which had to be targeted because they are the terror infrastructure of Hamas. We've heard people talking about how impossible it is, in the context just before Israel began the Rafah operation, how impossible it was to afford these civilians an opportunity to move. Many of them had already moved before. Well, about 1 million of them were successfully moved or assisted with moving away from that new location of intense fighting between Israel and the terrorist forces, the terrorist army. I think it's important that we understand that the battalions and brigades that Hamas has established within this terror statelet that Israel is engaged in fighting with, doing its utmost at every stage to prevent civilian casualties, and as we see very tragically, losing soldiers in the process. It is sacrificing its own in order to try and minimize harm to Palestinian civilians. Otherwise, this war would have been over a long time ago.
And Natasha, what do you say to those people? Because I remember I went on social media a couple of weeks ago, and maybe a little bit longer than that, and it seemed on Instagram, every other post on a story was talking about Rafah, the refugee camps, raising awareness. What is going on in Rafah? And because there will be people arguing that that is a refugee camp, and by bombing it, that is a war crime.
GD5 shoes are the absolute best choice for walking, running, and standing. If you're someone who loves being active, or you simply...
Why are they sponsored by a fucking shoe company?
2-4 for $20 off orders of $100 or more.
What you have to understand is the terminology of a refugee camp here is also deeply misleading. These are towns that have been established. They still carry that term for historical reasons. So firstly, we're not talking about tent cities here. Where we are talking about...
Okay, well, she's not wrong that not every refugee camp is talking about tent cities, but by now we are talking about tent cities. By now, in like yeah, like Rafah was one big tent city. Like when you have 90% of the population internally displaced, now that's because they were warned. They were warned to leave. That's how these warnings work. Yeah.
Tent encampments as a result of civilians having been evacuated. Unfortunately, we also have footage of terrorists spying from within those supposedly safe areas also. But this idea that the world seemed to support...
Not safe area. There is no safe area in Gaza. Yeah.
Israel in the first few weeks of this war understood Israel's war objectives, which were...
Oh, wait, sorry, I should add. There's no safe area in Gaza because Hamas won't agree to one. That's the reason why, because you have to have two sides to set up a safe zone. Anyway.
To defeat Hamas, prevent them from ever posing a threat as they did on the 7th of October again, and recover the hostages. And while those aims seemed to garner international support at the outset, the moment it came to Rafah, those aims were thrown out of the window. This notion that Hamas could be defeated without Israel going into Rafah as it had done with other parts of the Gaza Strip was simply nonsensical. So I think, again, you've got logic and facts being left behind and people feeling under increasing pressure, if we're talking about policymakers, to adopt this propaganda narrative, these falsehoods, which in the context, as I've described, of decades of the groundwork being laid for this, of this being essentially the oldest hatred in the world, in a modern manifestation, the new acceptable face of anti-Semitism, I mean, that underpins why you've got, I think, so many people taking leave of their senses. When you actually listen to the experts here, and actually Rafah is a case in point, John Spencer, who is the head of urban armed conflict at West Point, has written and spoken extensively about the measures that Israel has taken, including in Rafah, to prevent civilian casualties. Now, he talks about it from the perspective of a professional soldier, and he's also been embedded with the IDF on the ground in Gaza. But if you step back from that, and I'm not a professional soldier, but I am a lawyer, and I have dealt with the law of armed conflict for many a year, there are key rules of international law that govern how armies conduct their operations, including in Rafah. Amongst them, the key principles are necessity, distinction, proportionality, and precaution. And what we see in terms of the misrepresentations, I'm afraid, is both the factual situation on the ground being misrepresented, but also the applicable law. A case in point is the principle of proportionality. It is perhaps the...
Yeah, dude. Nobody Nobody understands international law. Nobody does. Nobody knows anything.
Most misrepresented, indeed misunderstood.
And the media misproportionate all the time. Nobody knows it. Nobody knows what proportionality means. Nobody knows what passive precautions mean. Nobody knows what human shielding it. Nobody knows anything.
Aspect of international law, period. Proportionality is not about totting up casualty figures. It is not about comparing figures on both sides. That would be utterly macabre. It's not how international law works, but also it would simply incentivize Hamas to continue their tactic, their military tactic of using civilians as human shields to drive up the civilian casualty count, which forms part of their overall strategy of using public opinion and pressure on Israel to try and achieve its aim of survival. But when you consider what proportionality actually means in international law, which is a requirement on the individual military commander to conduct a balancing exercise, to weigh up the anticipated military advantage of a strike that is necessary, and that also distinguishes between civilians and combatants, to weigh up the anticipated military advantage of a strike against the expected civilian or collateral damage. Now, there's no...
It's a ex ante standard, first of all, so it's not based on results. So, like, let's say a strike kills one civilian and, one Hamas commander and 5 million civilians. 5,000 civilians. It's like that strike, although in results it may be disproportionate, right? Because proportionality is examined on a ex ante standard based on forecasts that the commanders made, based on what a reasonable expectation of civilian harm would be. So just because the strike has a large number of casualties associated with it does not mean it's disproportionate, because you don't know the facts that the commander had at the time. Yeah, and then it's not about how many civilians both sides kill. It's about weighing the expected damage to civilian and civilian objects versus the expected military gain. Yeah.
Strict formula for that. It will vary on a case-by-case basis. But the idea that anyone outside of that calculation process, who does not know the significance of whatever target was the subject of the strike, who does not know even the numbers in terms of real casualty figures that came out, the idea that anyone on YouTube or a podcaster or on social media can determine whether or not the principle of proportionality has been upheld is ludicrous. And legally illiterate, ultimately.
He's not entirely wrong, obviously, because there's plenty of people who just go, look at a strike on Rafah. Whatever, the 2 Hamas commanders killed versus 200 fucking people died, and like they don't understand how proportionality works, so they're like, oh, that's disproportionate, whatever. But we read about this strike, the strike in Jabalia, the refugee camp. I think killed 120 civilians versus 1 Hamas commander. If you, you can. If the military itself starts making statements on it, as they did in this case, 120 dead. I'm pretty sure the IDF made statements in this case, literally saying like, oh, we expected a large number of civilian casualties from this. In that case, you can start arguing proportionality if you actually start having this information. But
those that know how the Israeli defense forces work and know what role military lawyers play understand the importance that Israel places, not just on upholding international law, but I have to stress also in going way above the requirements of the laws of armed conflict. And other military professionals in other armies will frequently say, the British Army, we wouldn't be in a position to uphold the standards that Israel is in this unprecedented military context, urban armed conflict where their enemy has spent 16 years embedding themselves in civilian infrastructure. That is unprecedented. And the way that Israel weighs up these delicate exercises and has banks of targets approved by the Military Advocate General Corps, the army lawyers in advance, is critical to the way any law-abiding state and army needs to conduct its armed conflict. But
that's another big thing. The MAG Corps, the MAG Corps are like international lawyers that are integrated into Israel's army.
It goes even above that because it issues warnings of strikes before these happen. These are warnings that, of course, give Hamas the opportunity to ready themselves, as well as civilians the opportunity to escape. These are warnings delivered by loudspeaker, by text message to individual householders, by phone calls, by leaflets, by setting up humanitarian corridors with indications of where civilians should flee through. Now, all of that does take the principle of precaution that Israel is adopting to, I think, unprecedented levels in the history of armed conflict. But the flip side of it is, what is Hamas doing in this context? Despite these unprecedented measures that Israel is taking, we have reports of Hamas shooting civilians as they sought to flee according to these instructions right at the start of this war. We've had reports of them bombing, fleeing convoys of civilians. And when we come to think about the images that you have rightly raised and these casualty figures which are being touted around the world, this is an important matter of context.
Say it. Say the Hamas casualty figures that are all fake. Say it. Do it.
Consideration, because those images and these Hamas propaganda casualty figures that are being circulated without qualification.
I mean, the casualty figures are not accurate. We know that, but like it. One, I mean, it's even if Hamas was dedicated to, absolutely fully dedicated to displaying accurate casualty numbers, there obviously would be no way for them to effectively do so because every hospital in Gaza has been damaged or destroyed. So there's literally there's no way that you can track all the deaths in this type of war. There's no way. Now we know that because of the way these numbers are reported. We haven't done Israel Palestine stuff in a while. They're relying on the reliable media reports, which are not reliable. I think at one point they were literally passing around, the fucking Google form that families would just report people dead in, to try to track the number of people dead. And we know there are specific examples where we know the numbers cannot be correct because the Gaza media office was in charge of counting casualties in the north, and the Gazan Health Ministry was in charge of all the casualties, and we can compare the numbers to figure out how many people died in the north in a given period of time, and sometimes they are literally impossibly low. So I think an analysis reported fatalities on October 17th in the Al-Ali hospital blast in Gaza City. A list of the dead published on October 26th by the Health Ministry and a detailed public emergency reports published on December 11th and December 31st also indicated underreporting with .mil deaths. Palestinian fatality data transferred to the OCHA, that's a UN agency, is it timestamped at 5:30 p.m., which would not include the deaths from the explosion. Hamas reported 471 deaths from the explosion, but only reported 478 additional deaths between 6 p.m. October 17th and the same time October 18th, implying that just 7 Gazans died during the 24-hour period separate from the hospital explosion. OCHA itself notes in its October 18th flash update that the Gaza Ministry reported 62 Gazans were killed in 2 airstrikes in the I don't pronounce that, in Jabalia refugee camps on October 17th. Thus, the separate incidents would have here accounted for 533 deaths, and Gazans likely died in other circumstances during that period as well. Yeah. So, like, we have cases like this where there's literally a impossibly, like, this is, like, flat out contradicting each other, impossibly low number of deaths reported by them. Yeah. And then there's also the data. It's also tracking literally any death in the Gaza Strip. So that's death of natural causes. That's death from Hamas itself, because Hamas kills dissidents. It will kill people it doesn't like, and a certain number of rockets misfire and land in their own territory and kill people. Yeah, it's not just deaths from the war or anything.
They don't provide the context. They don't tell you how many civilians and how many combatants out of those total numbers. They also don't tell you how these civilians or combatants are said to have been killed and how many of them have been shot.
Can you say RIP? So he just died. Who is this? I have no clue who this person is. See, Samus, my boy, my friend. Oh, well, R.I.P. your friend. Okay.
Shot by Hamas, or how many of them have been killed by Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad rockets that fall short in the Gaza Strip, killing civilians indiscriminately. Because unlike the targeted strikes that Israel conducts, which is subject to that proportionality analysis and subject to distinction, precaution, military necessity, Hamas's rockets fall indiscriminately. They kill civilians, they kill aid workers. More recently, Fatah, the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, again, the so-called moderates in this equation, have accused Hamas of deliberately shooting aid workers in order to manufacture a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. They have also, Hamas has now in the last few weeks been videoed attacking civilians who are seeking either to access.
Fucking hell, I wish I remembered the exact thing. Okay, basically, Hamas doesn't just indiscriminately kill civilians. Hamas discriminately kill civilians. They intentionally go after civilian targets and target civilians. They discriminately kill civilians. The rockets are indiscriminate, but Okay, the way international law works, in order to be accused, you have to be acting with, in order to fail in distinction, in order to fail in targeting, and not in proportionality. Usually, indiscriminate attacks fail in proportionality, not in distinction. In order to fail in distinction, you have to be acting with purpose. You have to be acting with the purpose to kill civilians in order to fail in distinction. Versus if you just fail in... Or sorry, if you're acting with a lower level of intent, if you're acting with knowledge or you're acting with recklessness, that's a failure in proportionality, usually. There is an argument to be made that using what are called inherently indiscriminate weapons, such as Hamas's rockets, or cluster bombs, which I think Israel has used. I don't think Israel's used cluster bombs in this war, but Israel has used cluster bombs in the past. Then you are acting with purpose. You are failing in not only proportionality, well, sorry, they preclude each other. You're not failing in proportionality, you're failing in distinction. There is an argument to be made there. And also, because I misspoke there, you can't fail both in proportionality and distinction. You can only fail in one or the other. They preclude each other. Any proportionality failure implies that that attack was lawfully directed at a military target. So it's not, they preclude each other. You can't fail in both with one individual strike.
Access, aid, or even distribute it. So one of the other massive canards here is that Israel is restricting humanitarian assistance into the Gaza Strip. I mean, you just need to look at the stats.
They are restricting humanity. They are.
Put out by Kogat. Kogat is the unit of the Israeli Defense Forces that is responsible for the provision of the civilian communities in any armed conflict.
Natasha,
Yeah.
so I suppose...
I wish I had a graph. I'm sure we can look up trucks entering Gaza per day. Now, this isn't a perfect metric, but it does... This is not the graph I'm looking for per day. Graph. There's a better graph I like that actually shows when it falls over or under the number of trucks entered, or the number of trucks necessary to like sustain or to avoid famine. God damn it. I don't know. I have it somewhere in my fucking notes. But importantly, the thing like the ICC is going after Netanyahu and the defense minister for, to do with the blockade and restricting humanitarian aid is the use of starvation as a method of warfare. Importantly, it doesn't require any type of special intent the way genocide does. All it requires is that starvation would follow in the ordinary course of events from the blockade, basically. So, if it is predictable that starvation would follow in the ordinary course of events of not letting aid trucks in, which Israel hasn't letting aid trucks in, then there's a very strong argument to be made that they are committing starvation as a method of warfare, at least under international law. I don't really like the way that's phrased because it kind of implies intent, but I think it's in my ICC stuff. Yeah, so charges against that. Oh, maybe it's not in here. I don't know.
I suppose the next question for me
we haven't done it in a while. So
when
I
you
don't
fight
know.
a war, there are various aspects to war. There's obviously the conflict, but there's also the propaganda war, the perceptions of both of the participants in the war. Do you think that Israel is losing the propaganda war?
I don't think that's a difficult question to answer at all. I mean, you just need to look at how public opinion has embraced wholly the narrative of the terrorists here. You know, absolutely. And I was interviewed very early on, I think even on the 8th of October, when the world was seemingly with Israel. And I said to the Sky presenter, remember this time, because it won't last long. And at some point in the not too distant future, the propaganda narrative will have taken over, and we will have forgotten not just how this recent war began, but also the 76 years that came before it. Because the 7th of
here it is. Easiest case of Israel is a crime of starvation. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Crime of starvation in the Gaza Strip, even if the intention is only to prevent goods from getting to Hamas, the fact that starvation of the civilian population will follow in the ordinary course of events is enough to establish the crime.
of October wasn't new. This is
Article 30.
just the latest in a long line of genocidal acts that were committed against Jews in the Middle East, even before the establishment of the State of Israel. The Hebron massacre in 1929. I mean, there was no propaganda narrative then on there being an opposition to the existence of Israel. No, Jews have been killed because they are Jews for thousands of years. But of course, all of that has been eradicated by what we have seen in terms of the social media discussions, in terms of the Al Jazeera narrative, which has been circulated as though it is a responsible news agency, without regard for the fact that it is the Hamas propaganda arm. So undoubtedly, yes, that propaganda.
Hamas propaganda arm is harsh. It's a Qatari state-funded news agency that does obviously champion the Palestinian cause, we'll say.
At war, forgive me, has indeed, I think, already been lost. But that's not to say that those of us that know better shouldn't continue to be standing up for the truth and the reality and seeking to do our utmost to educate against that very propaganda.
Do you think one of the reasons, if we follow the logic of everything you're saying, let's just, for the sake of argument, as we do with all, I guess, to interrogate the argument, assume everything you're saying is true. Part of the problem I see is the logic of what you're saying is this. Gaza is run by Hamas. Hamas are terrorists. They've spent 16 years building up terrorist infrastructure everywhere. They've made it essentially so that the entire area of Gaza is a terrorist base. Every mosque, every hospital, every area, every tunnel can be and is being used for that. The logical conclusion of that, following international law, proportionality, and all the rest of it, Israel is going to have to flatten all of Gaza.
This is a good pushback from me. I didn't expect him to make it.
Some people would say is flattening all of Gaza because they have the objective of eliminating Hamas. But if Hamas controls everything and is using every facility in Gaza to do so, the inevitable consequence is you're going to have no buildings left. You're just going to have rubble and millions of people displaced. And however proportional or appropriate that might be in the context of whatever, it's kind of hard to win a propaganda war on that basis if your objective is to flatten an entire
this is a good this is actually a good pushback from him, yeah.
Area and move it to all the people there nowhere because they're not being allowed into Egypt or into neighboring countries.
Well, I'm not suggesting that Israel should be winning a propaganda war here. I'm saying that we need to defeat the propaganda war that is subverting.
What I'm saying is, like, I don't see how if we're following the logic of what you're saying, then that has to be Israel's military objective. I don't see how that's ever going to be palatable to people who are looking at that situation.
Well, the logical conclusion is.
But it's also, especially when you bring into the argument as well, that you could do a ceasefire with Hamas. They are open to a ceasefire that maintains their role in the Gaza Strip. Now, the argument against this, obviously, then 10 years from now, there would just be another fucking October 7th. But yeah, you could also, and you bring in the hostages too. Like, if you do a ceasefire, you get the hostages back, or at least the hostage's body. Yeah, I think there's a good argument to be made for a ceasefire, especially. Or they could release hostages. I don't know. Well, that's true. Well, yeah, it's wild. There's all this international pressure on Israel, but not on Hamas. Now, obviously, there's there aren't as many groups funding Hamas, so it kind of makes sense. But there are not as many groups funding Hamas, or at least are at all interested in it, in pressuring Hamas to do anything different than they're already doing.
I accept that Israel is stuck between a rock and a hard place because the situation has got so bad in the Gaza Strip that it is having to make very difficult decisions. And this war has been dragged out, not just because of the enormous precautions that Israel is taking, but also because of the repercussions of what you've described as the propaganda war. And undoubtedly, and this has been remarked on by many officials, American pressure on Israel has drawn this conflict out. It has said, you have to pull this tooth very, very slowly. And that has caused more casualties, undeniably, on both sides because of the manner in which Israel has been held back from achieving some of its military objectives here.
I don't know if I believe that. I feel like most of the U.S. pressure has been pretty focused on, maybe you can make that argument for some of the Rafah stuff, maybe, but most of the U.S. pressure has been pretty focused on humanitarian aid and warnings. These hostages and apologize for being terrorists and then grow the hell up. We can't reward the adult version of a temperature Trump in the form of terrorism. Bro. I like most of the U.S. pressure. It's not. And maybe it's something because Rafah was our red line, right? And I think technically we just said we were opposed to invasion of Rafah. What's up, Connor? It's beautiful. Welcome back. Until Israel provided a better plan for civilian evacuation. Can I get a hell yeah, brother? Bro, my hair. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I completely accept what you're saying, but those are the realities of the situation. And I come back to my earlier point about the international community's contribution here. That is the unfortunate result of what happened after Israel's withdrawal in 2005 from the Gaza Strip. When, again, this is also not just about Hamas firing onto Israeli civilians, it's also about what they do to their own people. In 2007,
Copy
when they
PPG's like,
violently took
maybe.
over the Gaza Strip, they threw their
Maybe I'll
opposition
do it.
Fatah members off of the roofs of buildings. They have used children to dig the tunnels, some of whom have died.
Why is this so funny sped up? We watch everything sped up here. You get used to it. It's not even funny.
They have subjugated their people for 16 years. They are also executing them in the street. I mean, all of this is an important facet of what it is that you're rightly picking up on in terms of how on earth, where do we go from here? But the starting point has to be, and I think this has been proven to be correct now on multiple occasions, if you are going to have any chance of releasing further hostages, then you have to apply military pressure to Hamas. Only in the last few days, even Associated Press, I think, had been acknowledging that Netanyahu was correct in this respect. It achieved the first deal at the end of, well, it was in November.
I mean, I mostly agree with this. Hamas, I think. Hamas deal, PA. Well, I think they finally, we read this, they finally have sort of caved in to possibly giving up control to Gaza Strip in exchange for safe passage to Turkey. I think they literally, I think the Hamas leaders literally want to fucking, they want like free flights to Turkey, which like, I mean, obviously, if Israel can actually get Hamas to stop ruling the Gaza Strip just in exchange for free flights to Turkey, they should absolutely do that. But it's just funny. It's just like so obviously like they're just so self-centered and don't care about it says January. Don't care about their own people. They just care about their safe flight to Turkey.
The ceasefire fell apart on the 1st of December, and it has, on several occasions now, caused Hamas to come to the negotiating table because they are starting to feel the military pressure. On each of those occasions, however, lots of the international rhetoric that we have been talking about, which plays into Hamas's hands, seems to have, in various respects, caused those negotiations to fail. But
this is from open source intel. I don't know how trustworthy this necessarily is. Leaked documents from negotiations, Hamas revealed the militia's demands, monetary compensation, security guarantees for their leaders, safe passage to Turkey, and a return to confiscated funds, and the lifting of bans on their foreign bank accounts. The suffering Gaza residents as a result of Hamas's actions is notably absent from their concerns. Hasn't been community noted or anything, but like, I don't know. I don't necessarily know if this is trustworthy or not. ZionMerch.com. I don't trust anything this guy says. He's selling Zionist merch.
I completely accept, the difficulties of the situation that you're presenting. This is, in many respects, a lose-lose situation for Israel. And it is because the IDF in particular is so committed to minimizing civilian casualty and to doing its utmost that Hamas has been taking advantage of this.
Sure, but I guess what I'm saying, Natasha, and I think you're a very smart and clearly very logical person, you must see what I'm saying. If the end result of what Israel has to do in this line of argument is to destroy all of Gaza, you can see why there'd be a lot of people who'd be uncomfortable about that.
Well, I don't think Israel has ever said that that is what it
but
is
the
intended to do.
logical conclusion of your argument is that that's what's going to happen.
I also don't quite accept that, Constantine, because you and I, neither of us know, the intricate nature of the situation on the ground to be able to make that assessment. We, in many respects, have to accept what Israel is saying, which is that there are military plans that it can follow through on in pursuit of those objectives. One aspect of this that you actually did touch on that would make it clearly a lot easier to do is the possible evacuation of civilians through to Egypt. That's something that I just don't hear people talking about. It was actually in accordance with Egypt's obligations under international law, under separate convention on refugees, the African Union Convention on Refugees, which Egypt acceded to in 1980, which has a much broader definition of refugee than the international convention. Egypt has an obligation to facilitate the passage across the Rafah border for all of those civilians that are fleeing civil disorder, and it has done for the last 9 months, and it has failed to do so. Now, why would that be a game changer?
I guess that's a... I guess I never thought about that. Israel or Egypt probably actually does have an obligation under international law to accept refugees. I understand why they don't. One, because the public argument, at least, our surface level argument is, well, they don't want to support the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and the people led into Egypt would never be allowed back to their homes. The Palestinians would just be pushed out forever. And then the real thing, which Egypt president has said also openly, is that they're worried about Hamas operating out of the Sinai, and then Egypt could be dragged into conflict with Israel. Yeah.
And why, and I'll come on to why this is so significant that nobody's talking about this. It would be a game changer because in Egyptian Rafah, which is just the other side of the border, which is the start of the Sinai Desert, you have unlimited space to create a safe zone where you can take civilians away from Hamas, where you can provide them with humanitarian assistance, which is not diverted to Hamas, and you can protect them both from Palestinian aggression.
You're assuming that Hamas wouldn't go in there too. If like Hamas would obviously try to operate out of there.
And from Israel's military activities in the Gaza Strip. The reason I find it impossible to understand or give credit, let me say, to people who suggest that they are standing up and defending the Palestinians when they attack Israel, or they call for an immediate ceasefire before the hostages have been released, or before Hamas has been destroyed. If these people truly had the interests of the Palestinians at heart, then they would be calling, as I have done since October, for Egypt to comply with its international law obligations. Because all of the difficulties that you describe in the logical conclusion of what Israel has to do are significantly mitigated by that. Because these civilians are taken out of harm's way. And then Israel is in a much better position to specifically target Hamas terror infrastructure and specifically the terrorists. Because if, for the sake of argument, it is successful in eliminating these terrorists, then the structures that you have in place are significantly less important.
So then why doesn't Egypt do that?
You'll have to ask the Egyptians, I'm afraid.
Not many countries would want to take millions of refugees. I mean, the UK wouldn't want to take millions of refugees from France, mainly because we don't like the French. But you know what I mean, right? So like that's a fairly reasonable thing for a country not to want to do.
But the suggestion isn't that Egypt embraces these refugees, say as Israel did with refugees from the Arab world, and give them citizenship and take them into their communities. Absolutely not. The suggestion has always been that they provide a safe zone away from Hamas. And then when Hamas is destroyed, that there is every intention and opportunity for these civilians to return. So that's the difficulty aspect. Well, return to a Gaza Strip that will have to be rebuilt with international cooperation, but significantly also with the input of those neighboring states that understand the importance of de-radicalization.
I like that we're getting to pro-Palestine. What's his name? Constantine or something? I think it's something like that. He's finally, I mean, he's a good interviewer. I don't agree with him on a lot of things, but they are really good interviewers. They are able to actually fucking push back against people on both sides.
I mentioned Saudi in the textbooks earlier. The UAE, of course, is also has a significant track record and understands what it is that needs to be done in terms of de-radicalization or denazification, if you will, because that went hand in hand with the Marshall Plan, with the rebuilding of Germany. But that's critical. And as long as we, sitting here, the international community, refuse to accept that the significant, pivotal, critical role that indoctrination has played and that incentivization to terror plays in perpetuating this conflict, then I'm afraid we're not going to get to any of the logical conclusions that you set out, because this is not going to be defeatable. That has to be the major shift now.
And look, it's a great point, but let's also be honest about this. It's not just about what's happening in Gaza or Rafah. You look at Iran. Iran are funding a lot of these terrorist organizations. You have Lebanon as well, where Hezbollah. I mean, it's not just as simple. I'm not saying you're saying this, by the way, but as Palestine, how do you deal with that with countries who are overt in their rhetoric when it comes to saying that they want Israel wiped off the map?
Well, you take them seriously for starters, and the unprecedented step that we saw of Iran firing on Israel directly. I mean, you're absolutely right, Francis, that it's used proxies to attack not just Israel, but also Western interests around the world for decades.
Now, to be fair, the strike on Israel from Iran was only after Israel striked the consulate building next to the embassy in, I think it was Syria.
And the manner in which the Lebanon government has failed to prevent Hezbollah from firing onto Israeli civilians in the north of the country for the last 9 months. Again, something nobody ever speaks about. Tens of thousands of Israeli civilians have been evacuated, have spent 9 months away from their homes. They cannot return to the north because it is under constant fire by Hezbollah terrorists, another Iranian proxy, in the north of the country. That is in breach of a UN resolution 1701, which promised that there would be no Hezbollah presence south of the...
That's another, first of all, I forget, is this a General Assembly or is this, no, the Security Council? Oh yeah, because this was what ended the second Lebanon. Okay, anyway, what's the thing?
It was called the Blue Line, the one Iranian proxy in the north of the
the return of people from the north is another big reason a lot of people, even in Israel, want a ceasefire, because it would allow people to return to the north in Israel, because the Hezbollah war would likely die down after a ceasefire in Gaza.
Is in breach of a UN resolution 1701, which promised that there would be no Hezbollah presence south of what was called the Blue Line, the Litani River, threatening the north of Israel. There was even a UN force, UNIFIL, that was set up in order to ensure that that provision was met. I mean, the international community has become a laughingstock in the context of these reassurances, which were never followed up. And what you're describing in the context of the wider war against the world's foremost state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is significant because instead of stringent sanctions, we have seen a willingness to negotiate with an entity that has taken American hostages, that has threatened British nationals, as well as posing this existential threat. Let's call it what it is, to Israel.
This brings me to a question that is very professionally insulting to you, but not personally insulting, I hope, which is, isn't international law just a thing, just like a fig leaf we put over the fact that the world is governed by realpolitik, and ultimately no one really cares because there's no...
Where's Kelpman? Okay, he'd like this. He'd like this.
When I was at university many moons ago and was studying international law for the first time, I was told that most states adhere to most international law most of the time, and therefore it is a net good. We could have a whole separate session on the merits of international law. Is it a legal system? Is it essentially international diplomacy and politics? But the fact of the matter is that so much of the last 9 months have been discussed in the context of international legal terminology.
But this is what I'm saying. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is exactly what I'm saying. I feel like all it is an opportunity for soundbitism from you clearly are pro-Israel, so you will say, Hezbollah, Egypt, they're all in breach of their obligations under various aspects of international law. And the pro-Palestine people will say, well, Israel is the only state that hasn't complied with its UN resolution X, Y, Z, whatever. And everyone just uses it basically to back up their argument. And no one actually cares because it's not a law like the law of this land where if you don't follow it, someone's going to come and put you in prison.
I do disagree.
Okay.
I do care about it because I think it is being misrepresented. And that is critical. I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. The difference.
Okay, I would probably agree that number one, most states follow international law most of the time, which is why it's important. And then also, it is being misrepresented heavily. I think most international law is actually based on a pretty good moral framework. I think it's actually a pretty good moral framework to uphold. So it is probably, it's probably important to understand it and to hopefully try to uphold it correctly.
Is that I've given you chapter and verse, and when people say Israel breaks international law or UN resolutions, invariably they can't name one because there isn't a single UN Security Council Chapter 7 resolution, which is the only resolution that is ever legally binding that Israel is in breach of. People are.
I think Chapter 7 resolutions are the only one that are enforceable, but I think there are other resolutions that are legally binding. What chapter UN resolutions, I can't spell, are binding? Chapter, I don't trust Google AI at all. This is, that is chapter 7. Here's calls of various opinions on this question. See, for example. That's enough politics today. Thanks to the viewers who tuned in. Not fun is speaking to Adult Swim momentarily. Be watching Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I should do that. Enforceable versus binding UN Security Council resolutions. Resolution by Security Council legally binding. All 6 viewers can leave. The cartoon viewers can stay. Okay, binding under this is chapter 7 are generally considered legally binding. Recent Gaza ceasefire resolution is considered binding in many aspects, as, despite lacking explicit Chapter 7 language because it demands action. Enforceability. While binding resolutions can create legal obligation, enforcement mechanisms enforcement refers to mechanisms to compel compliance. Fuck, I forget. But I'm fairly certain it's only the Security Council can actually authorize force to enforce resolutions. And I think they can only do that for Chapter 7 resolutions. But I think other resolutions are legally binding.
Using international legal terminology, but they are abusing it. And this.
Yeah. See how this is, it's not Chapter 7, but because of the language it uses, still could potentially be legally binding. Although we said it's not legally binding.
This is the whole concept of lawfare, right? This is, I say, an abuse of international law, not its.
It has been established for several decades that resolutions not explicitly adopted under Chapter 7 can just as well contain legally binding obligations. The International Court of Justice famously stated in the Namibia Advisory Opinion, it's been contended that Article 25 of the chapter applies only to enforcement measures adopted under Chapter 7 of the Charter. It's not possible to find any in the Charter. It's not possible to find in the Charter support for this view. Article 25 is not confined to decisions in regard to enforcement action, but applies to the decisions of the Security Council adopted in accordance with the Charter. Moreover, that article is placed in Chapter 7, but not immediately after Chapter 24. But immediately after Article 24, in that part of the Charter, which deals with its functions and the powers of the Security Council. There's just both a textual and systematic argument that that made Article 25 UN Charter extends to all decisions of the Security Council. Not necessarily explicitly, or it's not necessary to explicitly use the word decide for a resolution to be legally binding. Okay.
Proper application. And that feeds into the question that you're posing because it undermines the international legal order. It undermines the credibility of international law. And the international law does exist, and it provides a framework for states to be able to interact with each other in a mutual understanding context framework, which is important. It's extremely significant for the way that we conduct ourselves internationally and for the proper maintenance of international diplomacy. But it is being subverted. International law is being turned on its head with these modern blood libels. We come back to what started this discussion in terms of genocide and apartheid. These are both international legal terms that have a clear meaning, which are being lied about.
Well, let's talk about apartheid. So can you tell us what apartheid means and why that doesn't apply to what's happening? Because, again...
Okay, wait, before... Major could answer the resolution binding. The language each part of resolution determines whether it's binding or not. Anyway, I don't know. A lot of people say Chapter 6 resolutions, though, aren't legally binding, especially pro-Israel, because UN Resolution 242, which requires Israel to withdraw from territories occupied, which is controversial, after the Six-Day War, is a Chapter 6 resolution, which arguably is not legally binding. But then it also just says territories occupied and not the territories occupied, which makes it complicated. Yeah. And the draft of the resolution explicitly said that they specifically chose the language territories occupied, not the territories occupied, because they didn't want Israel to withdraw from all the territories occupied after October 7th. Just some of them, because they didn't like the Green Line. Yeah. But then also the settlements are probably illegal, and also the annexation parts are probably illegal, but the occupation itself might not be illegal, but you can do the illegal thing. It's kind of, don't worry about it.
Often confused about. Are you tired of tossing and turning on this hot earth-bedding regular deal? Simply visit CozyEarth.com and use our code TRIGGERNOMETRY to get 35% off. With a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty, you and I can invest in quality and durability with complete peace of mind. Visit CozyEarth.com to enjoy 35% off and use our code TRIGGERNOMETRY at checkout. Transform your sleep and stay cool with Cozy Earth.
Well, it references the state of affairs in South Africa, where you had a part of the community that was treated as other. And in South Africa, there was racial discrimination against the blacks. They did not have equal rights to the whites. The reason that apartheid is being deployed falsely against Israel is because in the international legal context, apartheid by precedence has consequences. Apartheid means sanctions. That is what happened to South Africa. And that's the reason it's being deployed against Israel, because of the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement intention to try and legitimize its position to boycott the only Jewish state.
Do Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank have the same rights as Israelis?
Well, that's not a proper comparison, because I explained that the Palestinians have an autonomy in the West Bank. They have self-governance in Gaza. So what you have is, let's talk about Israel for starters. You do have equality between all Israeli citizens, Arabs and Jews. Arab Israelis serve in every area of Israeli society. They're in the police. They're also in the army. The
big comeback to this is going to be the admissions council and some of the state land stuff. So the admissions councils are, hopefully they're not going to bring it up because they're fucking pro-Israel. But the big thing, the admission councils are like are councils for Israeli neighborhoods that I think technically are allowed to discriminate to maintain the character of the neighborhood, which can include excluding non-Jewish people. I don't even think it's just specifically Arabs, but I didn't do a ton of reading on them. Admissions councils. And then there's something else as well with the state land stuff. So on a basis of arbitrary and racist criteria that perceive their social suitability to the social and cultural fabric of the community, given the community's broad discretion, they used a vague subjective criteria and their composition, which includes a representative from the Jewish Agency or World Zionist Organization. The law creates a de facto situation wherein these communities can reject interested residents who are Palestinian citizens of Israel, or as well members of other marginalized groups, solely on the basis of their race, ethnicity, religion, or other identity. In 2023, they passed a new thing which expands the law scope. Yeah. Shit. There was another thing I remember. I think a lot of the land in Israel is state land, which also I think can apply. Oh, damn, which is also discriminatory things in, I think. This is 1965. Ownership, the leases, Israeli land administration distinguishes between urban land and agricultural land. They cannot lease land to foreign nationals. In practice, foreigners may be allowed to lease if they are eligible to immigrate to Israel in accordance with the law of return. Fuck.
As doctors, as lawyers, as school teachers. I worked at the Israeli Supreme Court under the former Chief Justice Miriam Naor. One of the other judges was an Arab. He put both an Israeli president and a prime minister, both of them Jewish, behind bars. So the notion that there is any lack of equality within Israel is simply not correct. Anyone who's actually gone to visit Israel will probably see the diversity that exists, and especially Muslims, Jews, Christians.
We'll finish watching this, but why are so many people in this? What are they talking about right now?
Can you hear me?
Boss isn't even there. Okay.
Living side by side and getting on with their lives. It's important in that context to recognize that, in fact, it's only in Israel that Arabs are able to live as free citizens of a democracy. They are the only free Arabs in the Middle East. And that is really without question. You can talk about divisions within Israeli society. You can talk about the history of Israel being attacked since its very existence by surrounding Arab states, and what that means in terms of the way that individuals conduct themselves or prejudices that they may hold, both sides. But you cannot say that there is a legal system that differentiates between Arab and Jew and that treats them unequally. As a matter of law, that is simply not the case. But may I just come on to what you've asked about the rest of the Palestinian-controlled territories? Because
they're not fully controlled by the Palestinians, let's be honest, right?
True.
Israel is able to prevent people from leaving.
Holy shit, we actually... Dude, this guy isn't good at... Listen. some of the stuff that happened with his... especially his Ukraine takes and what he said on Destiny made me lose some respect for him, but like this is actually good pushback here.
Leaving that area or going to that area, Israel has military control of both those areas.
True, they have checkpoints, they have military controls, they have bypass roads that only Israelis are allowed to use. There are multiple cases we can look at of Israeli soldiers fucking killing unarmed Palestinians for no reason.
West Bank is a whole other conversation about what Israel's doing there, right?
Right, well, let's be clear about the areas we're talking about. Even if we're looking at Gaza, and you will frequently hear people say that Israel controls Gaza, absolutely. Clearly that's not the case, because Hamas built a terror state there for the last 16 years. That would not have been possible if Israel controlled it. We have seen since Israel became active in Rafah and took part of the Rafah crossing, which is the border between Gaza and Egypt, we've seen the magnitude of the tunnels that existed, which meant that essentially those weapons from Iran that you have referred to, Iranian support for Hamas and other terror proxies, were flowing freely into the Gaza Strip through Egypt. So that's not the case with respect to Gaza. Israel has had no control there since the withdrawal. With respect to the West Bank, Area A is entirely controlled by the Palestinians.
There's not no control there. They have a blockade on Gaza. I would agree. I don't think Gaza is occupied, but it is blockaded.
Authority. Area B is under joint control.
The people there aren't allowed to leave without Israeli permission. Now, there are like 40,000 people a month that do cross for various reasons. Yeah, like it's not like it's a total open-air prison or whatever, but they do control what's let in and everything.
the Palestinians have civil control and Israel does maintain military presence there for good reason, which we can come on to in due course. But the reason that these two territories are significant, and it's important to understand that they have self-governance and autonomy, is because the likes of Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch, when they have produced these reports which falsely accuse Israel of apartheid, they also falsely allied the Palestinians living in these areas with the Israeli Arabs. And they say that as a result of those Palestinians not having Israeli citizenship, there is a system of apartheid. That
I mean, this is kind of true, yeah.
A grotesque, false portrayal of what the situation is on the ground.
Especially because they I remember that one Human Rights Watch reports. Literally, I think they called all Arab Israelis in Israel Palestinians. When if you poll them, I think only 7% of Arab Israelis in Israel call themselves Palestinians.
And the reason it's so very objectionable is that the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank was created with international backing. It was the result of the Oslo Accords, the Oslo process, that Israel created together with the newly formed Palestinian Authority, that division between areas A, B, and C in the West Bank. And it's also important to...
I remember this. This was so funny to me. This is like literal, like, what? Oh, God damn it. It's unavailable now? He fucking deleted it. Oh, God damn it. It was so funny. I should have clipped it. Yeah, it's on my YouTube somewhere, but there was a debate between like a pro-Palestine like guy, like fucking college student, and some other, I think it was Cam, it was relatively, Cam Higbee, he's a relatively known guy, and the fucking college student was like, you call them Arab Israelis, I prefer to call them Palestinians. It's like, that is like literal, like white savior complex level of analysis there. That's an argument. Human Rights Watch claims that Jewish and Israelis and Palestinians are regarded as separate identity groups that fall within the same broad understanding of a racial group under international human rights law. However, 2020 polls showed that only 7% of Arabs in Israel self-identify as Palestinians. 51% said Arab Israeli, 23% Israeli, 15% Arab, and 4% no answer. Yeah. That's nonsense. The majority of Arab schools in Israel have endless fights with the Israeli Education Ministry to teach Palestinian history. Majority of Arab Israelis identify as Palestinian. Not according to this poll. This says 7% self-identify as Palestinians.
Note that without Israeli security cooperation with the Palestinian Authority in areas, well, primarily in Area B, because the PA control area...
According to Israeli, okay.
Entirely. Without Israeli security cooperation, there would be nothing to prevent a Hamas takeover of the Palestinian Authority in the same way that they took over the Gaza Strip, throwing their opposition Fatah members off of the roofs of buildings. So again, that's something that people don't seem to be particularly interested in when they are engaging in these false tropes, and apartheid is included there.
Natasha, this is a pretty unpleasant question, but I think it needs to be asked. Do you think Israel has a long-term future when we see what is happening in the region, when we see the outcomes of the war, the way it's being represented, when you see other countries like Iran openly saying that they want to destroy Israel, as well as Lebanon and other countries as well?
I don't think that Israel has a choice. So not just for the Israelis that are living there, but also for the Jewish people around the world. Because Israel's, one of its key functions is as a safe haven. Because we all know what has been happening to Jewish communities in the last 9 months as a result of this surge of anti-Semitism under the guise of this modern subset of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. We can all see the attacks that Jewish communities are being subject to and the increased rate at which many of these communities are moving to Israel. So Israel doesn't have a choice in terms of long-term survival, either for the existing Israeli citizens or for the Jewish diaspora. It's certainly made it through extremely difficult periods in the past. If you think about the formation of the State of Israel, when David Ben-Gurion declared the state on the 14th of May, 1948.
True, and now you have the U.S. backing you.
Yes, the Jewish Yishuv had for many decades already been building up the state institutions in anticipation of declaring itself a state. But it was outnumbered, outgunned, it was immediately attacked.
No, I don't think it was outnumbered or outgunned. No, the Palestinian resistance was not that strong. It was like mostly a few different Arab families, a few different Palestinian Arab families that were organizing a few different militias, and then like the Arab states that sent armies in the 48 war, and also the Palestinian resistance had already been severely weakened by the crushing of the Arab revolts in Palestine, the 1920 Arab revolt in Palestine that the British fucking crushed. And then it was, 1936? There was another Arab revolt, right? 1936 Arab revolt, yeah. 1939, which was also fucking crushed by the British and also Zionists as well. Like, the idea that Israel was like severely outnumbered or outgunned in the 48 war is not true. The Arab armies, the Arabs in Palestine were already weakened by the crushing of the Arab revolts, and the Arab leaders were all pretty reluctant to send troops into Palestine, so they sent like a symbolic number of troops. Like a lot of it was was not like substantial resistance or anything. But
annihilation by its neighbours. And upon the British withdrawal, and even before that, they had been confiscating arms from the local Jewish community. So it was essentially left completely defenceless. And it managed to survive. And it has fought subsequent wars of intended annihilation, and it has managed to survive. So I don't think, when you have no choice, this isn't, we've heard previous comparisons, this isn't the West fighting a war in Iraq or a war in Afghanistan. This is an army of conscripts, doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers, plumbers, carpenters, who, when the country was under attack, didn't wait to be called because they know the importance of putting on their uniform and defending their families. This is not a country that has a choice. We've seen similar, I would say, bravery amongst Ukrainians who are defending their very lives and the lives of their nearest and dearest. And when one is faced with that kind of existential threat, then these questions as to whether or not Israel will give up or whether it can actually succeed become a great deal less important. And when we see the way that Israel has unified, I know neither of you have been since the 7th of October. I've had the opportunity now to go on a number of occasions, and see the way the country has come together. And not just Jewish Israelis, the way that Arab Israelis have said, Ein li eretz acheret, I have no other country, is, I think, a remarkable indication of the strength of the will and of the dedication that Israeli citizens have to defend themselves against this unspeakable horror, to push back against these forces of darkness. And there's been a lot of talk about forces of light and darkness. It's undeniable that the death cult that is Hamas celebrates death. You see mothers who have children who become martyrs, in their words, who have killed themselves in order to slaughter Jews. And you see that being celebrated, not by all, but you do see instances of that being celebrated. That is the complete inverse of what we see when Israelis are putting on uniform, not just to defend their own families, but also to do their utmost to protect civilians in the context of the war that they're fighting in Gaza.
And it's also, as well, you look at the United States, and the United States has always been a great ally of Israel, but there seems to be more of a hesitancy now to support Israel from within the United States than there has been previously, hasn't there?
Politics plays a significant role in this. And it's extremely troubling when you see the Biden administration coming out with comments that they then suddenly walk back. So, for example, this reference to indiscriminate bombing, which was then very quickly walked back by spokespeople. But you see an awful lot of...
Was that Biden who said that himself?
Yes, and I appreciate when he's not talking...
I don't know if Biden said indiscriminate bombing himself, but I feel like Biden's done pretty good stuff with Israel.
Say the wrong thing as far as his hand is concerned. But the problem is that sort of rhetoric, unintended as it may have been, by the leader of the free world, has dire consequences. We spoke about Iran's direct strike on Israel a little earlier. Well, the context of the weeks leading up to Iran taking that unprecedented move, of increasingly troubling American rhetoric, criticizing Israel, many have said, had an undeniable impact and input into Iran's feeling of confidence of striking Israel directly in that fashion. So the position that is taken by politicians around the world, which is undeniably impacted by focus groups and polling numbers, and is driven by the propaganda war, which you're both very alive to, that inevitably has that knock-on impact on not just Israel's ability to defend itself properly, and that comes into play when we're talking about arms embargoes or additional pressure, or the Americans, for some time saying don't go into Rafah, don't finish the job that we've been backing you for months to complete. But it also inevitably encourages Israel's enemies, Iran certainly, but also Hamas. The notion that still, after month 9, they could be maintaining that they're not going to agree to release hostages in exchange for pauses in the fighting is, I think, undeniably as a result of the encouragement, the succor that they have been provided, and the language that we have heard extremely disappointingly, extremely misguidedly coming out of prominent politicians around the world. In fact, I think David Cameron even acknowledged.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think Hamas would be pretty hard line in that, regardless of what the Biden administration or any other leaders were saying, especially now that, again, we looked earlier at those reports that they seem to even maybe be willing to cede control of the Gaza Strip now, which would be good.
This when he was foreign secretary. He said that what had been happening in terms of, and I see it in the context of these calls for an immediate ceasefire, right? That is exactly what Hamas is seeking to achieve. When you think about that rhetoric in the round, the foreign secretary was clear that this inevitably impacted Iran's calculation and its willingness to engage Israel directly in that fashion.
And Natasha, so with everything we've discussed, before we ask you our last question, I suppose the most obvious question is, you mentioned your trips to Israel. We know what the situation is and the sentiment is in Gaza and elsewhere. We see what the international context is. You put all that together. Is a two-state solution even going to... I mean, there's clearly no appetite for it in Israel. I don't think there's any appetite for it in Gaza, really, from what I understand. Is that even possible?
What about the Houthi drone hitting Tel Aviv? Maybe. Was it like a month ago by now, or is it new? Houthi drone, Tel Aviv. Oh, no. I didn't hear about this. No. Oh, no. I think a while ago, I heard that Hamas was striking central Israel again. But this is new. No, I haven't heard about this. Hamas strikes central Israel for first time in months. Yeah, I read about this, but I didn't know this is new. This is yeah, this is May. Drone strike near U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv leaves 1 dead. Yemen Houthi rebels claim attack. Yemen's Houthi rebels claim responsibility for a drone strike near a U.S. Embassy branch in the office of Israeli city of Tel Aviv on Friday. They killed at least 1 person and injured several other. Undetected by Israeli radars passing the American fleet in the Red Sea. Damn, that God has both of us. What the hell? But did hit the embassy. It was close to a couple of American officers. Did not. Yeah. Well, I don't think were they aiming for the embassy, do you think, or did they not really care? I don't think you're. Wait, sorry, I forgot. I was gonna say. I don't think. Yeah, I think they're flexing. Yeah, I don't know if they care about hitting an embassy, but I was about to say, yeah, you can't strike embassies under international law. I forgot we're talking about the Houthis right now. Sorry, my bad.
There has been
they
an
don't care
appetite
about
amongst broad swathes of the political spectrum in Israel for it. That has to be seen, of course, in the context, though, of Israelis having spent generations now witnessing every security concession made, leading to blood on the streets. Oslo gave us an intifada, and I would encourage you and viewers just to Google image search Israel bus bombings to get a sense of the endless number of suicide attacks that were ripping through Israeli communities after that peace agreement, which is still hailed, was signed. One of the foremost commitments under that would have been renouncing terror. That's never something that the Palestinian leadership engaged in. So despite that, I think you have seen significant parts of the Israeli public broadly supportive of the notion of a two-state.
They hit the Iranian one? Oh, yeah, Israel does it too. Technically, Israel hit the consulate building next to it, not the embassy. Yeah. I still don't think you're allowed to do that under international law, and you also can't do it in Syria without Syria's permission, but also Syria is a failed state, so I don't even know how that fucking works, but yeah, you're right, yeah.
Solution, even now? Well, I'm going to take some stages if I may. Even in the light of the realities of the situation, I think it was, the broad consensus would have been, well, look, obviously it's not possible unless the Palestinians renounce their genocidal intent towards us, while they are saying, Hamas and the Palestinian Authority also, that the Palestinian future state will be used as a launching pad to conduct its genocidal war against the rest of Israel. That obviously needs to change, but in principle, the hope was there. And of course, if Israel had been living next to Switzerland, there would have been a two-state solution 76 years ago. What you're talking about now is, of course, a different state of affairs, because the Israeli public has been through a trauma. It has had that naivete, which suggested that Hamas might be reformable, beaten out of it in the most brutal way imaginable. And now we're faced with this phrase, two-state solution. I would suggest an empty phrase. I've had some people referring to it as the two-state delusion. And until we deal with indoctrination and with incentivization to terror, I would also agree that there is nothing to talk about in the context of this empty phrase. But I think there's an additional question that we need to ask ourselves, and that is, what is the damage of continuing to promote a two-state delusion at the expense of doing the hard work of...
Not fun showing up to the debate panel. I'm about, dude, I will, and it's after this video. I just checked, I saw everyone was in it, and I scrolled up a little, and I saw David was talking about inflation, food prices, gas prices, etc. I will join in like 30 minutes, and I'll talk about inflation with him. Don't tell him I'm coming. He doesn't like me.
Forging a possible future peaceful solution. And when I say hard work, I mean, it starts with getting rid of the indoctrination, getting rid of the incentivization of terror. That's the starting point. And then you have to take generations, at least a generation, to allow that new generation to grow up without being indoctrinated to want to kill all the Jews. And at that point, you can start to talk about what the potential possible solutions are. It's never going to arise out of a handshake in the Rose Garden of the White House or an American president signing a piece of paper, albeit that the Abraham Accords under the previous administration sent shockwaves, I think, through those of the political establishment that subscribed to the mantra of former Secretary of State John Kerry. In 2016 at the Savannah conference, he said, "Mark my words, there will never be a separate peace between Israel and the Arab world without a solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict." Well, he looks a little bit silly now. And so all of...
No, he doesn't look silly. What do you mean he was fucking proven right, dude? Yeah, this whole like capsule theory thing that Israel can just keep putting off the Palestinian issue forever and ever and ever and try to make peace with all the Arab states. Well, how do you think that makes the Palestinians feel, dude? How do you think it makes the Palestinians feel when they're seeing like every Arab state abandon them? Do you not think they're just going to fucking rise up against Israel at that point? Like
those that subscribed to that false approach.
When Palestinians aren't included in any of these negotiations, like...
what the Abraham Accords shows us is that people-to-people cooperation, which existed for a significant time before those pieces of paper were signed, economic links and de-radicalization hold the key to future peace in the Middle East. They held the key to peace in the Middle East in the context of the Abraham Accords, and I think they do so with respect to Israel and the Palestinian Arabs also. But that can never be based on a rewriting of history, on this propaganda war. So we have to be clear that when people say, there was a Palestine and they had their land taken away from them, you cannot have a future peaceful solution which is based on a rewriting of history or false information like that. I am the Grand Order of Palestinians. The British mandate in Palestine, in which there was a local Arab and a local Jewish population, is not in any way, of course, the way it is presented by some as a prior Palestinian state. That is simply a misrepresentation of history. It is false. But what this propaganda war has left us with is this very simple, soundbitey, false narrative, which underpins the promotion of this idea of a two-state solution. But if we come from the right starting point, which includes that this idea of an occupation is a misapplication of international law, and it is not accurate, I don't know if we've got time to go into it now, but there are really fundamental aspects of international law that are being inverted and ridden over roughshod. And actually, it's probably important to just go into it briefly. There is a critical rule of customary international law that determines the borders of newly emerging states at their moment of independence. It is called uti possidetis iuris. It's applied universally wherever there is no agreement to the contrary. So it's the default rule. And in Israel's case, in 1948, it determined that the pre-existing administrative lines of the British mandate that preceded the state of Israel became Israel's international borders when it declared independence. This is the rule that the pre-existing administrative lines become the new lines, the new borders.
I've not heard it. Maybe she's right, but I have not heard about this.
And the reason that it was introduced was to promote stability and certainty and to prevent fratricidal struggles. The international court had just default rule. But you cannot have a peace in Palestine in which there was a local Arab based on was of Palestine and they had their land taken away from them, you cannot have a future peaceful solution which is based on a rewriting of history or false information like that. I am the granddaughter of Palestinians. The British mandate in Palestine, in which there was a local Arab and a local Jewish population, is not in any way, of course, the way it is presented by some as a prior Palestinian state. That is simply a misrepresentation of history. It is false. But what this propaganda war has left us with is this very simple, soundbitey, false narrative, which underpins the promotion of this idea of a two-state solution. But if we come from the right starting point, which includes that this idea of an occupation is a misapplication of international law, and it is not accurate, I don't know if we've got time to go into it now, but there are really fundamental aspects of international law that are being inverted and ridden over roughshod. And actually, it's probably important to just go into it briefly. There is a critical rule of customary international law that determines the borders of newly emerging states at their moment of independence. It is called uti possidetis iuris. It's supplied
uti possidetis iuris. Western women and Palestinians, the death of their children is due to their choices.
Firstly, wherever there is no agreement to the contrary. So it's the default rule. And in Israel's case, in 1948, it determined that the pre-existing administrative lines of the British mandate that preceded the State of Israel became Israel's international borders when it declared independence. This is the rule that the pre-existing wherever there is no agreement to the contrary. So it's the default rule. And in Israel's case, in 1948, it determined that the pre-existing
there also, I mean, there was the 1950 armistice agreements, like now those weren't necessarily intended to be the borders, but they weren't intended to be permanent borders. But I mean, there was some agreement there. You can make that argument. I don't know.
Administrative lines of the British mandate that preceded the State of Israel became Israel's international borders when it declared independence. This is the rule that the pre-existing administrative lines become the new lines, the new borders of the state. And the reason that it was introduced was to promote stability and certainty and to prevent fratricidal struggles. The International Court of Justice outlined these justifications for it when it recognised that it had become established. It was introduced in the 19th century, applied in South America with the withdrawal of the Spanish. It's applied in Asia and Africa, also to the dissolution of former communist federations. Ukraine's borders followed uti possidetis iuris. And that's quite a critical comparison, because I think the three of us would agree that Russia has been in occupation of Crimea from Ukraine. Why is that? Because Crimea was part of Ukraine according to the rule of uti possidetis iuris at Ukraine's formation. Well, in the same way, when Israel came into existence, the West Bank and East Jerusalem and Gaza fell within that territory of the administrative lines of the pre-existing British mandate. And that's critical, because immediately in this war of annihilation that I described, Jordan occupies the West Bank and East Jerusalem from Israel, and Egypt occupies Gaza. And that occupation ended in 1967 when Israel recovered that territory. That's when this allegation of occupation for many people is dated from. The problem with that is you cannot occupy what is already your own sovereign territory.
I.e., if Ukraine was to...
I'd have to look more into that, I guess, but that's not what I've not from my reading. Most of the problem is, like, most of the reading I've done is reading on the laws within the framework of it being an occupation. So it's like, I don't know how to attack it not being an occupation at all. Like, the most I can say is, like, clearly this is a military occupation, even if technically under international law it isn't. Like, this is clearly Israel using its military to occupy someone else. I mean, if you can switch water and food at the does it like also she mentioned, like, there's no this is the default rule. There's no other agreement. Well, what are the Oslo Accords? Like, the Oslo Accords is an agreement that allowed for the occupation, but, like, I wouldn't. Does the Oslo Accords use the word occupation? Oslo Accords 2 full text. Occupied. Oh, it's probably about settlements, but to be honest, never read it, which I should. What about also one? Didn't use the word occupation, but yeah.
To retake Crimea and hold it, no one would say that was occupation of Crimea.
From Russia,
yes.
Indeed.
Right, okay.
And that is a stark parallel comparison. Now, what Israel did in 1967 is it applied its law, administration and jurisdiction in full over East Jerusalem. It reunited the city, but it didn't do so in the West Bank.
I mean, I'm for the most part on Israel's side in the 67 war, but, like...
Instead of applying a temporary framework. Why? Because under the Land for Peace formula, it expected that it would give up some of the West Bank, or Judea and Samaria, to Jordan in pursuit of peace. But when the 1994 peace agreement with Jordan finally came about, Jordan...
I mean, the Land for Peace thing also called it an occupation. It said territories occupied.
Didn't want anything to do with the West Bank. So this temporary administrative framework that Israel established in 1967 held until
Also, the mandate did not give them the Sinai, but they did give up the Sinai. So there's that.
Accords and the creation of areas A, B, and C that we've described. But the application of this term occupation is another blood libel because it has no basis in international law. It is used as a political term. And the preface to it, this illegal occupation, which is so often referred to, is also only ever applied to Israel. There is no concept of illegal, broadest concept of illegal occupation in international law. And in all the instances...
That's not okay. There have been cases of illegal occupation applied to not Israel. For example, Portugal's occupation of Guinea, I think, and then South Africa's occupation of Namibia.
Of real occupation in the context of that is which is envisaged by the Geneva Conventions, and the context of the real transfer of populations in Cambodia,
Rabin
Vietnam,
did
in
die.
Nagorno-Karabakh, in Northern Cyprus.
Rabin was assassinated. Yeah.
None of these cases has this allegation of illegal occupation or illegal settlements even been advanced. So this is another example of...
I don't know if that's true. I think Morocco has also gotten in trouble for their, at least supposedly, illegal settlements in the occupied Western Sahara. That's also another example of potential illegal occupation. Now, I don't know the specifics of the Morocco case. First time chatter here. Oh,
First
wow.
time chatter
Thanks.
here.
Well, thanks for resubbing, Kyle. She's definitely just wrong here. There are other cases of illegal occupation being discussed. And then the settlements, the only other one I know of is people will argue over Morocco, but like, just because your country is the only one doing illegal settlements doesn't make it okay. Like,
of a modern blood libel being deployed against Israel in order to shape the discussion, in order to shape the international politics and diplomacy, in order then to put pressure on Israel. And we've seen the consequences of that, I'm afraid, in so many respects. This is what led to the 7th of October.
Natasha, it's been a wonderful interview. Thank you for coming on. Before we head over to our locals, where our supporters put their questions to you, our final question is always the same. What is the one thing we're not talking about that we really should be?
Before Natasha answers, when the interview phobia, what are your thoughts? What
Not getting enough attention. I'll do my homework between now and then. But that being said, there is something that I think is not getting enough attention. And it's the phenomenon that we're seeing across our universities. Now, we've seen it in the context of these encampments.
is it not to the scale it does, or are they just nitpicking? What, the settlements? Or the settlements? Okay, if I look up Morocco illegal settlements, I just don't like the Israel situation. Is obviously like unique, so like I don't know. I don't know if there is another example of states building this type of settlements that Israel does, except for maybe Morocco. This is over Israeli settlement expansion, though. Like, if I look up Morocco illegal occupation, annexation or censure, I'm fairly certain. Settler Claudia. People argue that this occupation is legal. I don't know the specifics of it, so I don't know if it is for sure or not, but it's been held under international law. Annexation is illegal. I guess this isn't just occupation. This is remain subject to the international guidelines of military occupation. Yeah.
And the vicious anti-Semitism that we've seen, many of them essentially pro-Hamas encampments. But I think we really need to be asking ourselves, how have we enabled, allowed, facilitated a generation of young people to have grown up with what seems a vacuum, a complete lack of appreciation of the freedoms that we enjoy, the Western liberal democratic values, and that vacuum which seems to have been taken over by extremists, by the supporters of terrorists, where you have seen these young people find a common purpose in coming together in tents and feeling as though they are fighting for something, feeling that unity, without properly processing that they are standing up in defense of internationally prescribed terror organizations. And I think we have to ask ourselves as societies.
Yeah, they have been building it. Do people... Yeah, nobody talks about it. Nobody cares. Do people argue that it is illegal? Now, it's obviously not as big a deal as Israel-Palestine. Many argue that Morocco's occupation in West Bank is illegal. Yeah.
Some extremely hard questions about how we have allowed that to happen. If it is something endemic in our education systems, even before higher education, then that is something that we need to
Point is, she's wrong.
Be far better able to talk about and then ultimately grapple with, because that's critical for the future of the United States, Europe, the UK, not least the impact that it has necessarily on discussions in the Middle East.
Natasha, thank you very much.
Okay, don't care. Cop-out answer. Cop-out answer. All right. I want to yell at David about inflation for a little bit. I don't want to be trapped in a panel for too long, though. I don't want to do it. We'll see.
I ran into a bear yesterday. I'm telling you. I've seen him all the
Wait,
time.
now there's
I've eaten a horse.
too?
Yeah, non-fun is here too.
Fun.
Non-fun, are you here
Also
to
a
debate
contestant.
or judge?
Oh, there's an actual debate panel thing?
No, it's the preliminaries. It's the
Oh.
final round of preliminaries.
I thought people are just having fun here. I'll debate for a bit, yeah.
Okay, awesome. You don't have to. You can just chill the fuck out.
No,
but I'm going to be grading
I just
it.
wanted to yell at David about inflation, but I'll debate for a bit.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, right. So the question is, there are two cages. One has a bear in it. The other one has a rabbit. Which one do you save? You only have time for one.
A bear or a rabbit? What?
Yep.
The rabbit. What?
The
Rabbit.
fuck, Ron?
Okay, awesome. Game Boy, go ahead.
He's gone.
Hi.
Wait,
no, I'm
he's
not.
He's here. He's here.
No, I
Go
left
ahead.
for a little bit. I don't know. Probably
You have to answer.
I was gonna say probably the rabbit, but it doesn't really matter to me.
Doesn't matter. Fuck them both. Leave them
Yeah.
there. I love that. I love that. That's brilliant. Thank you.
It's
Panda,
his
go
stuff.
ahead. Yeah, fuck it. True.
What
Panda.
does it matter what kind of bear?
What kind of bear? A grizzly bear.
Yeah, what kind of
The one that will
grizzly
rip your
bear? Fuck
fucking
it.
face off.
Dude, I ain't doing that shit.
Fucking grizzly. Fucking hell. Okay.
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm saving the rabbit. For sure.
Saving the rabbit. Awesome. Go ahead, Casey.
It's a fucking
Wait,
grizzly
did
bear, dude. Are you
Lesbian want to
kidding
say something?
Yeah, you
What
guys
were
are
you saying?
fucking dumb as shit. What are you letting let the fucking bear out of the fucking cage, you fucking idiots?
Yeah, true.
I don't like rabbits either, or whatever. They smell and they poop everywhere. I'm just
Bro.
walking
Fuck
away.
'em
I'm like,
both.
whatever. Fuck this shit. Yeah.
Fuck them both.
Eat the
Fuck,
rabbit.
you know, worst case
Fuck 'em
scenario,
both.
shit goes wrong. Both cages open. Maybe the bear will like eat the rabbit or something. I don't know. Give me the chance to get
Awesome.
out of
Fuck them both. Love that. Okay, what were you going to say, Lesbian? You were trying to say something.
No, don't worry, I'm listening. But you
Okay.
clarified grizzly bear, which is
Yeah.
fucking different than like a black bear. But anyway, okay, cool.
You can eat grizzly bear in it. In it. You can eat fucking grizzly bear in it.
Yeah, in it.
I have
In
eaten.
it. In it.
Yeah, that's English, the mother language.
In it.
Right, we're moving
She
on.
doesn't-
Right.
Hey man, only Oasis can say in it, not even her.
Wait, I can say in it.
You can sort of, but come on, man. It's really just one place in Britain. Come on.
What's wrong with saying it?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, these fucking Americans think they can yap and tell us how to fucking talk. You literally stole our language. Wankers.
No, I didn't.
Right,
In
okay.
it.
Made it better.
Here we
Y'all
go.
gave it to us. Yeah. It's
Here we
ours.
go. You are about to engage in a conflict with somebody. This person is a very close person to you and adored and loved by you. But you know that they've been, they have a fucking disease and they're rapidly dying and it's contagious and they're trying to spread the contagion, obviously unintentionally. What do you do?
What color are they?
Huh?
What color are they?
What do you mean? What color are they? This is your fucking relative, bro. Are you that racist? You're literally, yeah. Like if it's
Is
they're
there a
black.
cure
I'm
to
gonna
this
kill them.
disease?
You
What?
kill them.
No, I don't
Is
know.
there-
Like you figure it out.
You kill them.
Yeah,
Is
kill them.
there a cure? Like potentially in the future? I don't
Can I just-
fucking know.
Quarantine
matter, you
myself?
kill them.
Can I just hide?
What do you mean? Yeah, you can do anything. You guys answer. You just give me your
Oh.
answer.
I'm
Kill
taking
them
an
and
ocean
then
gate
use the
sub to the
body.
bottom of the ocean so they can't find me.
You're gonna go to the bottom of the ocean.
No, I'm from the desert. It's better. Remember the desert, right?
Wait, what did non-fun just say? Say that again.
I said I'm taking an ocean gate sub. Remember the Titanic sub? I'm taking that sub to the bottom of the ocean.
You're
They won't be able
taking
to find
that
me.
sub.
Why not just the normal?
They stare at a game
Wow.
controller. I know how to game. I can do it.
True, bro. Drive a fucking submarine. I love that. Okay, what was that, Turbo? What did you say? Kill it.
Is the disease deadly?
Yes, you.
Okay,
turn
I'd kill
into
him.
a
I'd kill
literal
him.
zombie.
I'd kill him. They're trying to spread it on purpose. I'd kill them.
Yeah,
Oh, for sure. I would.
fuck 'em. Yeah,
I don't have any friends I like that much.
Next, Panda.
All right, so it's a person, a close family member who is ill, like deadly ill, and can spread this disease.
Yeah, it's like a zombie. It's become a fucking zombie. It's literally going
probably
and doing all
quarantine,
this and like
probably-
coming over. Yeah.
Probably lock him up somewhere. Lock him up.
Lock them
Yeah.
up like Hillary Clinton.
No, I didn't
Gonna
say that.
quarantine a zombie without taking.
Okay,
damage.
you're going to quarantine the zombie. All right, awesome. Love that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hold on.
that's
What did you
brilliant.
say? What did the judge say?
I don't
You
know.
cannot quarantine a zombie without taking damage. You'll get bitten.
True.
Well,
Wait. Here.
why couldn't I put on? I could put on some sort of gear. What are you talking about?
So you
I
have
could
so
put
you
on
have gear on. Okay.
Well, I would put on 3 of those paper masks that people wear. 3 of them.
Paper masks. Okay. Triple mask.
Yeah.
Okay.
Triple
Brilliant.
mask. Yep. And
Apparently,
gloves.
it will prevent biting.
gloves.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Awesome. Obada,
Oh,
go
you
ahead.
didn't say. Hold on. You
Yeah,
just
he's
said
dead.
that
He's
disease.
dead.
Now we're adding the zombie thing to it. What are you
Well,
talking
yeah,
about?
it's like a spreadable, contagious disease, like zombie.
He's
They
trying
bite
to
you and they
fucking
spread
nudge you
the
to
fucking
kill it.
disease.
He's trying to say
If
just
it's a
fucking kill it.
zombie, yeah, if it's a zombie, we're killing it. If it's just like some spreadable disease, like I don't know, COVID or something, I'm not killing it.
No, it's a deadly disease. I said it was a deadly disease.
Oh, is COVID not deadly? Was COVID not deadly?
No.
Yeah, he admitted it. COVID's not deadly. He just admitted
Look at
it.
this COVID-19 denial.
He just admitted it.
They fucking bite you and spread the virus.
Then I kill
Yes,
them. Then they die.
Then they die. You kill them like straight
If they're-
up. Like doesn't matter who the
if
fuck
they're a
this is, you're
zombie.
killing them.
Gasoline in a match.
If it's a zombie, yeah.
Literally could be your partner in life. Could be your mom.
Literally,
could
if
be
it's a
your dad.
zombie, that's what's best. If it's a zombie, that's what you got to do. If
That's
it's
what you
just
gotta
like
do.
a
Just
normal
fucking take 'em
deadly
out.
disease, yeah, of
Shank them in
course.
the fucking face. Literally poke them eyeballs.
Yeah, yeah.
out.
don't
Love
think you
it.
Really
this
sadistically.
Sadistically enjoy
Yeah.
it while you're doing it. All right,
Yes.
Casey, go ahead. Thank you for your answers, boys.
Yeah. So although I didn't really get the question because I was writing something.
Shut up,
But
Casey.
looking
Say
around
yes
the
to kill
room,
it.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna do what Turbo did. I think I'm gonna agree with whatever Turbo decided to do.
Good one.
Shank,
Exactly.
stab it in the
Killing it.
face. Okay,
Stab it.
brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Love that.
Being
Okay.
quick on my feet there. Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you for that one, Casey. Obada, go ahead. Or did you already
I'd kill
answer?
him. I'd kill him. He's dead.
Kill
He's
him.
gone.
Just dead.
He's
dead.
gone. Dead. Gone.
Fuck him.
I like this
Yeah.
Houthi guy.
Based. Game Boy, go ahead.
I was busy banning half of Casey's chat. I
Thank you.
didn't hear it. What
Why
was
is
the question?
fucking PBG in there or
The
something?
question was that there is a contagious thing. A loved person around you, somebody you really love and adore, gets the fucking disease. They're essentially becoming a fucking
Shoot 'em.
zombie, and they're going like and doing all of that shit
Shut
and
them
coming
down.
on to you. Just kill it.
Yeah, kill him.
Just
Yeah,
fuck
go on.
them. All right, awesome.
That's
Thank
such an
you.
easy question.
Easy
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
You see, that's what we're doing here. Easy questions, guys. Easy questions. Next question. How do you know if you are being okay? Wait, okay, here we go. All right, so I'm gonna give you guys a hypothetical. You've been in a relationship with somebody for 3 years, all right? You met this person, it's all been well up until now, 3 years have passed, and now you have a feeling that this person is like manipulating you and that this is a toxic relationship, but you have been dating for 3 years and you are questioning whether or not this is a genuine relationship, whether it can go forward in the future. What do you do?
I'm gone.
Gone. Just
I'm gone.
Yeah.
just gone.
Yeah.
I'm not like a little bitch. I'm not gonna get
That's
take shit
awesome.
from no one,
Okay,
bro.
that is an answer. What was that, Turbo? Go
I
ahead.
agree with the Houthi for sure. Fuck off right away.
The Houthi,
Yeah.
yeah. Houthi based. Awesome. Game Boy?
Houthis are based.
Yeah, leave. Why not?
Leave. Awesome.
Okay,
Next,
if I-
Panda. Non-font. Okay.
We'll let him go. Yeah.
Not okay. Let him go. Right. Yeah. Go ahead, David. Panda.
Oh, I got to admit, I missed the context around. It's a
3
3-year
years,
relationship.
Dude, you would just say you would stay for a long time and get fucking just raked over the coals and you'd be a bill bitch. Just say it quick.
Okay. So the thing is, you've been dating for 3 years. This relationship is showing signs of like toxicity. It's like you're being manipulated, or at least you have these feelings. All right. And you're now questioning what to do next. So the question is, what do you do next?
Yeah, you
Fourth
got to
year.
leave them.
Fourth year,
Leave
fifth
them.
year.
Why?
No, you're
Yeah,
the
hold
fucking
on.
judge.
hold up,
Yeah.
guys. Questions are, I mean, like, to be honest, I think I'm like agreeing with all of you. But boss, come on, we need some
Isn't it?
juicy meat than this. Like, this
Isn't it?
is like,
Yeah.
oh, you're being abused. Should you leave a relationship? Like, yeah.
No,
Yeah, of
I
course.
said,
The
I
question
said
is,
you
the
have
relationship is like
feelings.
showing
I said,
signs, or you
yeah,
have
showing
feelings. I would
signs,
probably,
exactly.
I would try to do like a
Non-fun,
test. Like I would say, hey, I'm gonna go hang
Yeah,
out with
do a
my boys
test.
tonight and play
Set up
Fortnite.
some
I'm gonna play
cameras.
Fortnite
Shut
with the
up,
boys tonight.
Captain.
And then if she
You're gonna
says,
hang
oh
out
no,
with
I
me
hate when
with
you play
Fortnite?
Fortnite with you boys. Yeah, bro. Like I
Well,
would
No,
use a
John's like,
test.
if you're playing
John's like, I
Fortnite
want the
and you're like
5th year.
50,
So test them. I like that.
I would
like
try to
that.
do some tests and see the response to see if like they're trying to control me.
Awesome.
Yes, there we
The
go.
rest of
Now
you are
we're
just
onto
going with your
something.
fucking assumptions. But okay, apart from that, yeah, lesbian. I didn't fucking tell them what to think. I just gave them the hypothetical. They can shape it as much as they want. They have feelings that they're being manipulated.
So have more
Doesn't mean
questions
that it's
about less
true.
about feelings. Let's go. Come on.
Doesn't mean it's true. Right, go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, it's very sounds very much like sort of things that the women often get their mindset in this idea that you've spent time with someone like 2 years or something. It's like they see this almost as like a money in the bank or in that like when you're just
Junior.
leaving you like throwing it away. It's very like sort of secular, secular. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Mumble much.
It's just a story that I've I've heard over.
Casey,
heard a few
fucking
times.
stop mumbling, man.
Yeah, what
Shut
is
up.
the answer,
Second of all,
Casey?
no,
Oh my
you know
God.
what you do? You get fucking they ask a fucking yes or no question and you fucking you expand on it, motherfuckers. You fucking oh
Good
yes.
job,
or no.
Casey.
What is
Mumbling?
this fucking? What
You're
is
still
is there a
mumbling?
circle, a bubble I could fill out? Why do we get a fucking scantrons out here, motherfucker? What are you talking about? This panel.
What are we fucking trading cryptocurrencies
Okay.
here? Yeah, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, go ahead, Casey.
Okay.
Educate these
Yeah,
motherfuckers.
that
Okay,
said,
Casey.
the thing you said about like being manipulated or whatever, like I don't put I would just like confront the person, but obviously it doesn't sound like it is a very good like relationship. But if it needs to end, it's gonna end.
So you
Try to make
confront
fun
them.
of someone's stutter.
You confront them. Yeah,
Good job.
fuck off, Tobo.
I'd be like, get out of here, you stutter mumbling prick. That's what I would say.
Oh my God.
Okay,
Wow.
right, awesome. That's brilliant. Next question. Next
All right, wait.
question.
I answered 3 questions.
What?
I'm leaving. Panda, if you want
Yeah,
to come into my server so I can yell about inflation to you, you're free to do so. Anyway. What is moved to my stream room? Turn my webcam back on. And what a cool thing they got going on. Yeah, they're still doing preliminaries. Dude, I haven't been the way it works, they give you like a score, I think 1 to 4. And they just average all your scores for each question. I think I'm at like a 3.5 or whatever, so it's kind of hard for me to go up anymore. I'm at 3.4. So in order, or no, it must be 1 to 5. There are no metrics for scoring. Yeah, I've been a judge. So it's kind of, I think I just have to be top 16, which like right now only Casey isn't or whatever. But yeah, it doesn't really. Everyone should have just done what Maida did. I think Maida has literally answered 2 or 3 questions. I thought I would get more. Thought I would get more stuff. All right. Where's the Discord thing? I'll move it down there. Oh, dude, I went down the first day I did it, or the second day. I was like second the first day, then I went down. Bisky? What about Bisky? Awesome sauces. Just so I hope he isn't watching. This is how every conversation goes. Inflation was so high under Joe Biden. Do you know what the Phillips curve is? No. Do you know what capacity utilization is? No. Like, people, like, can you name me some of the trade-offs of that inflation? Like, what are the trade-offs there? Oh, no. That's how, like, any conversation I've had about inflation under Joe Biden, that's how it goes. People don't know that there are trade-offs to inflation. They're just like, inflation, bad. What was the list you showed? What list? I'm new here? What do you mean, what list? I don't know. It had Bisky on it. Oh, that's from the boss's debate tournament. It's just people's scores from the debate stuff. Like 80% of the USD in existence was created in the last 15 years. Yeah, but people don't know the trade-offs there. People don't know, like, what's it, like, here's another question. What's the paradox of thrift? Oh, you don't know? Oh, you don't know? Oh, really? I was saying you don't know, Grumble. Maybe you know. I'm saying, like, half the people I talk to don't know. It's like, okay, well, you don't know what the Phillips curve is. You don't know what the paradox of thrift is. Why should I take anything you have to say on inflation seriously? I don't want to type it. Paste. Please explain. Okay, the paradox of thrift is basically that a increase in individual savings will end up decreasing total savings because your spending is just somebody else's income. I know red currants is the best flavor. So I think the best way to explain it is with the babysitting co-op. Babysitting co-op economics. Basically, it's easier if I just read it. But there's a case where there's a babysitting co-op in Capitol Hill, and they have their own currency. Yeah, they gave them a script. Members of the co-op have to use script to pay for babysitting. Each script was contractually deemed to pay for half an hour of babysitting. To earn more script, couples babysat for each other. Administrators in a co-op were responsible for various tasks, and they had to pay the script for that. They basically taxed them. At first, new co-op members of the co-op felt on average that they should save more script before they began spending. So they babysat whenever opportunities arose, but did not spend script they acquired. Since babysitting opportunities only arise when other couples want to go out, there was a shortage of demand for babysitting. As a result, the co-op fell into a recession. Basically, there's a lack of effective demand. Illustrates the paradox of thrift. Yeah. Basically, in a recession, if people aren't spending money, it leads to a further decrease in demand. It literally just spirals because you're spending. It's just somebody else's income, right? So you decrease your demand, and that means the fucking guy who sells Coca-Cola, now his income falls, so he decreases his demand, and his spending falls, and it just spirals, yeah. And it ends up, so an increase in the amount of individuals saving money will actually end up decreasing the amount of total savings in the economy because total output falls. Paradox states that an increase in the amount of autonomous savings leads to a decrease in aggregate demand, and thus a decrease in gross output, which will in turn lower total savings. Yeah. And like here, I made an Instagram reel on this. And to solve it, you just print money. You just fucking print money, and then people aren't so worried about spending their money. The trade-off of that is inflation, but that's arguably, like, it's trade-off. Like, have a conversation about the trade-off. See, this is inflation. Initial reaction to co-op was added rule for the measures in our result. Demand for babysitting. Rest of the co-op was able to alleviate the issue by giving new members 30 hours worth of script, but only requiring them to return 20 when they left the co-op. In a few years, a new problem arose. There was too much script, aka inflation. New members joined, more scripts added until the system had too much, but new members were not able to spend it because no one else wanted to babysit. In general, cooperative experienced regular problem because the administration took them more than it spent, and at times the system added too much script in the system via the amount issued to new members. What causes inflation? It depends. In the long run, it's a monetary thing. In the long run, it's going to be increases in money supply. In the short run, it can be from demand shocks or supply shocks. Yeah. But I mean, you can look at M2, money supply, inflation. And they're pretty heavily correlated. They don't look that correlated here, but oh, here we go. There we go. Who do you think will set up President Trump? What do you mean, who do I think will set him up? Or, sorry, who do I think set him up? What, for the assassination? I don't know. I think it was probably just the Secret Service not coordinating properly with the local police. There is no will. Yeah, that's my bet. Yeah, I think the Secret Service probably did a bad job at coordinating with the local police, and because the local police were inside the building but not on top of it when they should have been on top of it. Yeah, I think that was the big issue. Why was their call given to stand down? I'm not aware of that. I don't know. Has that information come out yet? What do you mean call given to stand down? I don't know. I haven't looked into it that much, but you're saying the I have heard the snipers weren't allowed to shoot. If that was if that's what you mean. That White House snipers testimonial. Okay. I'm looking at the rules you gave me Secret Service. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked into it at all, but like I don't know. Like I think they had to have permission to shoot, unless I guess he shot first, so they didn't shoot anything. But and I don't know how I don't know what the rules of engagement for the local police are either, because the local police were closer to him. But Secret Service wasn't allowed to shoot. Oh, from The Economist. Black creating Secret Service, Abraham Lincoln, blah, blah, blah. Rogue male armed with a rifle pointing at a high-value target. What's the delay if not from an inside job? Well, I don't. It's probably just negligence. I like it. Literally, it's a quote. Don't attribute to malice what can be attributed to negligence. Like Crooks was in fact noticed and reported as a suspicious person by police officers from Butler nearly 30 minutes before his gun fired. Technically, law enforcement don't have ROE. It's something else instead, like escalation. Yeah, what's their policy? Yeah. Between then and the shooting, numerous people in the crowd also spotted him climbing onto the roof with his rifle and reported it. Minutes before, Butler County police officer was being hoisted onto the roof where Crooks was perched, and he was confronted by the young man's muzzle. Rightfully and smartly let the officer go. County Sheriff Michael told CBS. The sniper did not shoot until after Crooks fired. One reason may be that because of a panoply agencies involved, all in different uniforms, they did not realize the man in sight was not a colleague. Why wasn't someone on the roof in the first place? In an interview with ABC News on July 16th, Kimberly Chile, the director of Secret Service, seemed to suggest that health and safety regulations were the reason. There was a safety factor that would, yeah, because the roof was sloped. It was a very minor slope, but be considered. Wouldn't want somebody to be on a sloped roof, so the decision was made to secure that building from the inside. Circumstantial, yes, have you seen a post referring these events slash alluding them? No, I mean, I've seen a few posts on Twitter, but like I just don't like I just don't trust anything I see at all, because like it was like breaking, like I don't trust anything that's not like at this time like statements from the people involved or from the fucking FBI dude. That's some like insane shit. Don't believe your lying eyes. I like, okay, but look at it. It's did you like literally. There were so many fucking unhinged people on Twitter. I just have no reason to trust any of this stuff that's not official statements or anything. We even have data on that. You consider for what in a conspiracy? Why did you fail? You smoke? No. Physiology seekers failed. Was basically able to accomplish central charge to keep the former president Donald Trump safe. Fortunately, also increasingly common for people to widely speculate about how the assassination attempt was somehow an inside job or is head to the greater conspiracy involved. Your name is misleading. It is. I served as a Marine Corps infantry officer for 7 years and did 2 combat tours in Afghanistan. I am immensely familiar with what is required to maintain an aggressive security posture in a hostile environment for a long period. My experience in Afghanistan also gives me insight into how a breakdown security like this can occur, absent of any grand conspiracy or nefarious motives. On September 14th, 2012, the Taliban attacked. Okay, I don't care about this. Wasn't watching the screen. I bet you cheese it big when he said it is. What? When I said it is what? I don't know. I don't know what I was fucking talking about. I was just talking about how you can't fucking believe what you see on Twitter. Like there's so many. I know syntax. Like there's so many just fucking unhinged conspiracy theories. Like I just don't trust anything. Like I trust statements from the FBI infinitely more than any of these fucking dumbasses on Twitter, dude. Any of the Russian bots on Twitter. Oh yeah, my singing cousin's dog's birthday, obviously. What have the FBI done for you lately? I mean, like, if you just want to say the FBI's corrupt, that's fine. But then, like, then what? Then I don't trust anyone. then like, my options are like Elon Musk responding to a tweet with "wow," and I'm supposed to trust that, or like the FBI, which is supposedly corrupt or whatever. But it's a bold attack, jarring and surprising in its effectiveness, but should have been a surprise. What if I would have told you the following? The largest base in the Helmand province had maintained an unmanned post along its defensive perimeter. It had target silhouettes and PVC pipes, propped up to look like Marines in security duty. That the enemy was able to approach increasingly closer to defense each night in a lead up to an attack, and that the enemy was able to slip into base without firing a shot. All this sounds unbelievable, but unfortunately it's all true. This means there was a mole in the US military secretly sabotaging the base and planning the downfall of its insides. Of course not. It's not the case that higher ups weren't aware of the problem. Also not the case that weren't. Awesome job on Facebook. In fact, when I was a young lieutenant passing through the base in 2011, I was so appalled to discover the unmanned post, I angrily wrote an email to a circle of friends complaining about it. That email naturally got leaked, and I was punished for writing about it. I was the persona non grata, I don't know, among the personnel camp Leatherneck. The lead general of the base knew me by my name, which is never a good thing when you're a lieutenant. This guy's on video walking between defense. Yeah, I've seen the video. Walking in a fence and building it set up, standing there. What do you think that proves? That just proves they what? In order to get on the roof, he did have to run over to the building and get on the roof. That is true. entire chain of command was aware of the glaring security lapse, yet nothing was done to rectify it. There was no conspirators, no double agents, nothing exciting or to explain it. Instead, it was an epidemic of the age-old problem that stems from human nature: complacency. Anyone who served in the military over the last few decades is familiar with the mantra "complacency kills," but there is good reason for that. As one of the most difficult aspects of leading men into combat was keeping them alert and vigilant in the face of extreme boredom. It has been said that 99% of war is 99% boredom and 1% sheer terror. This proves that there's no security perimeter set up, unless it was an inside job. What do you mean no security perimeter set up? They like. They have plenty of security there. Imagine what doing security in a peaceful country would be like. In Afghanistan, there are active enemies determined to cause death and destruction. We still manage to get so complacent that everyone from generals down to sergeants thought it was acceptable to lead post on man. At a Trump rally in small town in rural Pennsylvania with a few thousand people in attendance, how vigilant do you think the Secret Service were? How much complacency had set in after more than 4 years of providing security for the former president with no real incidents? This is, if war is 99% boredom, then providing security during peacetime must be 99.9% boredom. I'm sure the secret agent services saw the building the shooter used and identified it as a threat. I'm sure every Secret Service agent could look at the scenario and tell you every single thing wrong with what they did. Just like the mirrors at Camp Leatherneck could look back at the Taliban attack and identify that their decision unmanned post was glamorous. One just doesn't walk into President Kennedy's speech apart from the crowd. It wasn't like he was trying to blend in. What do you mean? What does it just want? It's not a presidential speech. It's a campaign thing. It's a campaign. It was a campaign speech in rural Pennsylvania. Like, it's not like these things have security to get in there, right? Like, it's literally just a fucking field in Pennsylvania. Anyone can just walk there, right? I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly certain that that was the case. There's no conspiracy. There's no one in on it. In the case of professionals relying on themselves to get sloppy. Building is 120 meters from stand, yeah. He's the Republican presidential candidate. True, and he's holding a campaign speech in a town in rural Pennsylvania. They don't set up a fucking security perimeter for that. I'm pretty not like I don't know for sure, but I'm fairly certain that this event, anyone, I just said I don't know for sure. I'm fairly certain that like you didn't like this isn't like a ticketed event or anything. Like anyone could just show up. I'm fairly certain. Like I don't know. And like what like why are like we digging it? We digging today? True. It seems way more likely that a Secret Service just didn't take into full account that you could go into buildings. It is what happens when we... I can't say that TOS. Don't mistake for someone who's justifying any of this. I think there should be a thorough investigation and severe consequences for the leaders who allow this to happen. What I'm saying instead is to dispense with the unhelpful conjecture and wild theorizing I see other veterans and experts engaging in, both online and on television. The military and police are deeply flawed institutions. We all want to believe that they are the best of the best and that they are consummate professionals who always strive to do the right thing. Decades in movies and television shows have helped lead us to believe this. Unfortunately, that simply isn't the case. Once we accept reality, it becomes much easier to understand how events like what transpired at a Trump rally or the attack on a massive U.S. military base are able to happen without the need for outrageous conspiracy theories. What I'm hearing is the competence isn't with the director, but rather with whoever hired the director. It's a false fit of competence. Oh, true. It's all Biden's fault. It's all Biden's fault. I just don't I would assume I don't even think this is like a campaign event that happens like almost every day for Trump. I wouldn't even guess that the director herself was directly involved with most of this stuff. Like I assume it's some lower level fucking manager, would you call them? I don't know. Yeah, I don't.
There he is right there.
There were early warnings to police. A Secret Service sniper team abruptly changing position. A sudden panic. And then,
take a look at what happened.
Multiple gunshots fired at the former president. A bullet passing right by his head. One person was killed. 2 more were injured. How could such a brazen assault occur at a rally protected by the Secret Service?
I was seen in there because it's a presidential speech. What do you mean? Why was seen in there? It was a campaign speech, like,
and several other law enforcement agencies. To piece together what happened second by second, the New York Times reviewed dozens of videos and photos and examined audio from the rally. Our analysis shows how a clear threat emerged minutes before the shooting.
Right here, right on the roof.
And how law enforcement failed to protect the former president.
But that isn't even Secret Service. I don't think Secret Service was alerted. I think the local police were alerted, and they just didn't do enough about it. That's the last time they showed Donald Trump.
Take a look at what happened.
What do you mean? What?
And those who
pretty sure CNN reports on Donald Trump fairly regularly
came to see him.
Someone is shooting at the Trump rally.
Thousands are attending a weekend rally for Donald Trump at a showground in Butler, Pennsylvania. Behind the stage where Trump will speak, 2 teams of Secret Service snipers are posted on top of sheds. They're facing in opposite directions, covering different areas of the rally. The Secret Service is also protecting the area closest to the stage. For areas further away, state and local law enforcement are responsible for security. And they are using this building as a staging area. Snipers are positioned on the 2nd floor. Videos show several police cars parked outside. An hour before the shooting, the suspect is filmed loitering in this area. A local law enforcement official told the Times that around 20 minutes before Trump began speaking, a police officer took a photo of the man who was acting suspicious. The officer circulates the photo among other officers, but loses track of the suspicious man.
This is a big crowd.
At 6:05 p.m., Trump begins his speech. It will last just 6 minutes. Right now, the sharpshooters behind him appear relaxed and are standing upright. At 6:09 p.m., exactly 2 minutes before Trump is hit,
6 minutes. Oh, true. Must have been an inside job then. True. Oh, wow.
rally-goers start pointing at a man crawling atop this building, next to the staging area. It's the building closest to the rally area.
Right there, see him? He's laying down. See him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
Criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here.
Right on the roof.
As the crowd yells warnings, the Times identified at least one local police officer walking
That's true.
alongside
666
the building.
proof.
At the same moment this scene plays out, footage captures one of the sniper teams behind Trump turn around and face toward the building. The other sniper team can also be seen looking intently in the same direction.
My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom.
As Trump continues his speech, the man continues to crawl across the roof for over a minute. At some point, according to a local official, a police officer is hoisted up to check the roof, but drops when the gunman aims at him.
And look what happened to our country.
Seconds before he opens fire,
I mean, they were going up to the roof before. I didn't know that.
the officer is hoisted up to check the roof, but drops when the gunman aims at him.
So they were. That to me implies. I would assume. I think the snipers were Secret Service, right? And the guy who was on the roof was a local police officer. So looks like the local police were prepared to try to do something until they were aimed at. And then, I don't know how the chain of command works. So like I don't know. I don't know if the Secret Service would know about that or not. And then I don't know when they're allowed to fire.
Seconds before he opens fire, people at the rally's perimeter see he's holding a weapon and begin to run.
I knew they were going to try and assassinate Trump, but I was expecting something more. Well, not this.
One of the snipers drops his binoculars. The other grabs his gun. Within seconds, 3 shots ring out,
Take a look at what happened.
followed by a volley of several more. Video analysis shows the first bullet hitting the bleachers to the right.
Also, you know that the kid who did it, we have like his Google searches, like he was looking up the events of multiple famous people. He was not at all committed to assassinating Trump, it looks like. Looks like he just wanted to kill someone famous. Like I think he literally was Googling the British royal family and like other famous people, like
right of the stage. Trump is.
And why would they just get? Why? I don't know who you're implying set this up, but they like somehow find a random kid in Pennsylvania to like do it for them, and
Secret Service agents swarm him.
MK Ultra. Oh, true.
Seconds later,
about
a
that
rifle
one.
shot is heard by the building. The gunman is shot.
Gosh.
We can see the guy there.
So where did the bullet come from?
He's on top of the roof. Don't go over there.
Audio analysis of this video by an acoustic expert at Montana State University found that the distance from the camera to the sniper who took the fatal shot was roughly 175 yards. This matches the distance from the camera to the Southern sniper team, indicating one of these officers likely killed the suspected gunman. We also know from aerial imagery of the area that a tree blocked the Northern sniper team's line of sight to the gunman, but the Southern team had a clearer view. Back at the rally, 1 minute after Trump is hit,
Oh, so there's
the
a tree
Secret
blocking
Service say the
the
shooter
site.
is down.
Shooter's down. Are we good to move?
As they move to take Trump from the stage, he orders them to stop
Wait.
and mouths the word "fight" to his supporters. On the bleachers behind him, 3 people have been struck by bullets. A volunteer firefighter named Corey.
Wait, so this is they said the Southern
Trump
sniper team.
up to
Trump knew. Yeah, I know. He's literally clip farming. It was so funny. Where's the picture of the Southern sniper
had a
team?
clearer view. Back at the rally, 1 minute after Trump is hit, the Secret Service say the shooter had a
If it wasn't for the Secret Service, we would have heard them.
clearer
Most
view.
awesome quote. State Trump.
sight to the gunman that a suspected gunman.
This is the Southern team that shot them. This guy with long sleeves and a bucket hat. And then this is the And then the team where everyone on Twitter is asking, why didn't they shoot? Why didn't they shoot? Why didn't they shoot? Was the Northern team that had a tree blocking their sight. See how this guy has short sleeves and a baseball hat? And their guns? Their guns look the same. I don't know. Oh no. I don't know. Yeah, short sleeves, bucket, regular baseball hat. This guy has a bucket hat. So, the Northern team had a tree blocking their sight of the gunman, so that's why the Northern team didn't shoot. The question then becomes why the stealth sniper team didn't shoot. Maybe they just didn't see him
From the
earlier.
camera?
We don't know. They just didn't have the information that they should have had.
Rally 1 minute after Trump is hit, the Secret Service say the shooter is down and to stop. A Tory was killed by a shooter were critical. A federal investigation has been opened into security failures at the rally. and there are still many unanswered questions about the gunman's motives and movements before the shooting. But our analysis raises another question, one the Secret Service wouldn't comment on. Why the former president was allowed to remain on stage when the threat had emerged minutes before the attempt on
See, like, did you need a ticket to get into this event? I don't know.
his life.
You might have.
On stage when the threat had emerged minutes before the attempt on his life.
So these people are totally irrelevant. That's wild to me that like there's all these Twitter conspiracies literally taking squares ups and nose, but they had a fucking tree blocking them. So everyone should be talking about the Southern Sniper team. This is the Northern Sniper team. Awesome. All right. We got to read the stuff that we're going to read. I think we were at December 15th. We're just, okay, White House, Pat Weber. What do you think of the 2020 election? That's what we're reading about right now. I don't even know what do I think of it. I don't think there was any outcome determinative voter fraud, if that's what you're asking. Courts disagree with you. Weren't there, 62 cases heard, and I think like 60 of them were dismissed? And then I forget exactly what happened to the other two, but isn't that what like every court case found? Court cases that were only even initiated by Giuliani because Giuliani wanted a pending case open so that Trump's electors could be certified, Michigan, Georgia. But I'm pretty sure even those were later dismissed, right? Wisconsin. There were only 2 cases that weren't dismissed, right? Trump, voter fraud, court cases. Also, those cases were, again, drafted by Giuliani because he wanted a pending case. He wanted pending litigation in some of the states so that Trump's fake electors could be certified. For 60 court cases for judges, including one funded by President Trump. Looking at the evidence, many cases that don't know about fraud. Some were withdrawn by the Trump team before the courts ruled to dismiss the grounds, but many were decided based on the merits. They clearly defined that dead people voted under it, yeah, but nothing that would be outcome determinative. They looked in all those cases, and like, there's going to be a small amount of voter fraud in every election, like in the U.S. Like, it wasn't small. Well, the courts disagree with you. 14,000. Wow. A, you need to source that too. That where would that be outcome determinative? In Michigan? Michigan 2020. Would that even be outcome determinative there? It would not be outcome determinative. How many of Trump's voter fraud lawsuits were not dismissed? Maybe 10,000. Oh, well, 10,000. Dude, the margin is 200,000. So, you know, I meant Wisconsin. Okay. Wisconsin 2020 presidential election. Oh, look, it'd have to be at least 20,000. So 14,000 wouldn't be outcome determinative. It is closer. It'd have to be 20,000. I think there were 2 cases not dismissed. I forget what happened to them. There you go. 61 failed. This means only 1 lawsuit was not dismissed. Oh, 1. Okay. That's just 1 state. There are many more. Okay, well, we just looked at fucking Michigan or whatever. Single lawsuit was initially successful for Trump regarding the timing for the first time. Oh, I know this one. This was the... Was this the one about mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania because the state extended how long mail-in ballots could be voted for? Or could be counted for? They extended it past the deadline? That one wasn't even about fraud. That one was just simply about whether the state exceeded its authority in allowing votes to be counted after the mail-in ballot deadline. Ruled 401. It says Wisconsin is the one that ruled. Oh, well, this is Pennsylvania v. Texas. That was denied for a different reason. Only one ruling was initially in Trump's favor. The timing within which Pennsylvania courts must provide proper identification if they wanted to cure those ballots. This ruling affected very few votes and was later overturned. Okay, well. I fouled before. Oh, this is also true. Trump said the election would be rigged many times before the vote was even cast. And like multiple people that Trump trusted to investigate voter fraud told him there was no fraud. And he kept going along with it anyway. You have to ask yourself, was it rejected on principle or political influence? I think, 13 of them were from Trump-appointed judges or whatever? I would assume it was probably mostly on principle. Probably. Like, I'm going to say there's none, absolutely zero political influence ever. But Pennsylvania judge ruled voters had 3 days after the election to provide proper ID and cure their ballots. Okay. Oh, so this isn't the case I was thinking of. There was another case where mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania were counted a few days after the deadline, and there was a lawsuit over it because the argument wasn't that was fraud. The argument was a state court exceeded its authority in allowing those ballots to be counted. It wasn't even whether or not there were dead people voting or illegal immigrants voting. It was just about whether the state court exceeded its authority. And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, that the state court did not exceed its authority. It's just about voter ID. Just because they're Republican doesn't mean they can't be bribed. Not just Republican, Trump appointed. But also bribed is why, if you have proof of them being bribed, that's interesting. But I mean, you're not wrong, but like you're pulling out insane levels of like, well, all 60 court cases are somehow rigged against Trump. William Barr, Otterbox, and election night, the president claimed that there was major fraud on the way. I mean, this happened, as far as I could tell. There was actually, before there was any actual potential looking at the evidence, he claimed there was a major fraud. Seemed to be based on the dynamic that at the end of the evening, a lot of Democrat votes came in which changed the vote counts in certain states. That seemed to be the basis for the broad claim that there was major fraud. I don't think much of that, because people had been talking for weeks, and everyone understood for weeks that this was going to be what happened every night. Mark Lindell's absolute inference. I feel like I've heard the term absolute inference before. I don't know if I've... Oh, absolute proof. Also, conspiracy theory that Donald Trump won the presidential election instead of Joe. You know it's great when that's the first line of Wikipedia. Like the problem is you're asking like when you like you show like, oh, the videos of the ballots being stuffed. What you're really asking me is who I trust more, the American legal system or some random guy who made a fucking documentary. Probably the American legal system. Probably that. Probably the American legal system. You know, it's great when the URL is Wikipedia. True. During his first term, Trump nominated union busting lawyers. Yeah, because they're not prone to corruption. American legal system. Prone to corruption is different than having a vested interest in selling your film to conspiracy theorists. Prone to corruption is not the same as making fucking money off of promoting a conspiracy theory for your preferred presidential candidate. Like, you're not wrong. Technically, any institution is prone to corruption, but you're saying multiple different state courts with multiple different judges, some of them even Trump-appointed judges, are rigged. Have you seen his proof? I've seen videos of the supposed ballot stuffing or of the there was that one case in I don't know, there were like blinds being closed and supposedly ballots being scanned multiple times or whatever. But like, again, every single one of those cases was looked into. First of all, some of the videos I know have been outright debunked. Like if we just look up voter fraud video debunked. I know there are some videos that have been debunked. And then again, the courts looked at this and said no. That's the smoked trout tactic. What else was in the video? The smoked trout tactic? What is this? Okay. Two cases where ballots continued. The double counted ballots were only counted once. The smoking gun showed normal ballot counting. State and federal investigators quickly debunked a conspiracy theory that was sparked by surveillance video. A ballot counting at State Farm Arena in 2020. That didn't stop Donald Trump from making the video a centerpiece of the campaign to overturn the election. Yeah. Trump's claims about the video now feature prominently in a 45-page federal indictment that accuses the former president of an illegal scheme to overturn Joe Biden's victory. This is the Jack Smith one, right? Or, it's just the Yoja Rico one. The indictment says Trump and his unnamed conspiracy, unknowingly or used knowingly false claims of election fraud to get state legislative elections to subvert their legitimate election results. It's a debate term. What if? What? Are you gonna say the FBI is corrupt, and then the guy who made your hack film, like the treasonous fuck that made your film, isn't? And it's like you have to show a lot to convince me that or like all this FBI corruption or whatever. Hold on, starring Mike Lindell. Like, why wouldn't I believe that this guy is equally corrupt as like any of the Democrat judges are? Like, why? Like why? My Pillow. Oh wait, this is the My Pillow guy. I forgot about that. This is literally the my. Why would I? Why would I take the My Pillow guy seriously at all? And you know what's crazy is that there are like there's way more proof of corruption on the Republican side. You know, Tucker Carlson lost a defamation lawsuit. You know, Alex Jones lost a defamation lawsuit. Like if. Bar, and I repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that I did not see evidence of fraud, you know, that would have affected the outcome of the election, and that frankly, a year and a half later, I haven't seen anything to change my mind on that. Usually pretty clear eyes, like he understood, you know, he told him what the race was. Senior advisor Jason Miller told a committee that he informed President Trump several times and told that specific election day fraud and irregularities were not enough to overturn the election. I said that I can take the previous consensus and make a mathematical algorithm that will predict the election in 2024. What would you say if I typed in a if I simple typed in consensus numbers and made a graph depicting the precise amount of voting separated by age? What am I reading right now? Mathematical algorithm to predict the future election in 2025. Like, I don't know. Like, we do this all the time. We have different election models. Why would I trust your election models over the any other election model? Like, what are you trying to prove with that? Precise amount of voting separated by age. Like. Also, just so we're clear on things, most of these lawsuits were not drafted in good faith. You know that, right? Election model that solely predicts who will vote for, and I will get it right. Then claim your fucking Nobel Prize. If you actually have an election model that beats the other election models, then congratulations. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's fixed. How did a lawsuit end with Mike Lindell? What lawsuit? What lawsuit had Mike Lindell in it? I don't know. Machines. You know, like for slander? You mean defamation? I don't know the Mike Lindell stuff. I know some of the Tucker Carlson stuff. Tucker Carlson lied about Dominion voting machines. Knowingly. Tucker Carlson. Trump. Did he say demon? Or I think he said demonic. He brought up the court cases and getting backed off. Tucker had a lot to lose. So why did everyone else? So did everyone else. Mike was the only one who almost lost everything. Well, if he knowingly lied, then like, I don't have a ton of sympathy for him. Like, lawsuit going on. What was the verdict? What didn't we just look it up there was a firm that he had to pay $5 million in election dispute. From a $5 million arbitration against MyPillow, Mike Lindell, favorite software engineer, who challenged it, said that Lindell proved China interfered in the 2020 election to the outcome in favor of Joe Biden. Lindell, promoter of false claims of voting machines manipulated to steal the 2020 election, launches prove like wrong challenge as part of a cyber synopsis. What he's good at is destroying things. Like, you want to talk about corruption, like he's the undisputed world champion of that. He would easily destroy us if we play wrong. I hate him passionately. Who did the ruling? A federal judge. I don't know. A panel of three arbitragers. Oh, I'm sorry. A panel of 3 George Soros Democrat Jewish judges ruled it, so you can't trust anything they say. There you go. I don't trust anything PPG sends, because half of it turns out to be fake, but I'm a Jew. Oh, okay. Who's PPG? Another streamer, political streamer. Sometimes he's at everyone in a server. But we believe there's value in here if the president nominates directly. Twitch has reinstated Donald Trump's account. So you can be a literal insurrectionist, but if you do it, Destiny does. Also, again, real quick, these lawsuits were not in good faith. The only reason most of these lawsuits were drafted was because at the same time Trump's campaign and Chesbro and Troopus were doing the fake elector scheme. What they initially wanted was to have litigation pending on January 6th so that there could be a stronger case made that states should certify Trump's alternate slate of electors, and for those to be counted instead of the legitimate electors. What do you mean by good faith? I've heard an explanation before, but I want to hear your definition. By good faith, I mean they actually thought that there was voter fraud and they were challenging it specifically because they wanted to like fix the voter fraud or fix it. But in Pennsylvania, Giuliani drafted a meaningful portion of a lawsuit file challenges the state's election results. A lawsuit file challenges challenging the state election results in order to reinstate allegations of widespread election fraud that were important to his national litigation strategy. This was Giuliani's unofficial entrance into the litigation that the DC Bar Association said he based solely on, quote, only speculative mistrust and suspicion, which ultimately resulted in disciplinary action against him. The Bar Association assessed these claims were frivolous to the point of that a reasonable attorney would have concluded that there was not even a faint hope of success. But the bar organization must be corrupt too, right? So, I think the Arizona indictment. How do you spell Giuliani? Giuliani, Arizona. He made no effort to determine the accuracy of presidential election results. It accused him of pressuring county officials, state legislators to change the outcome of Arizona results and encouraging Republican electors in the state to vote for Trump in mid-December 2020. During his remote appearance, Giuliani said he did not have an attorney, that he felt capable of handling the arraignment himself. Arizona authorities tried unsuccessfully over several weeks to serve Giuliani notice of indictment against him. He was finally served on Friday night when he was walking into a car in his 80th birthday celebration. On Tuesday, prosecutors requested a $10,000 cash bond. The judge instead required Giuliani to post a secured appearance bond of $10,000 as well as appear in Arizona in the next 30 days. Investigators weren't allowed in Giuliani's New York residence. I think some of the Arizona indictments of Giuliani go into some of the lawsuits. I didn't know we had actual videos of the fake electors, so why would they record this?
The 2020 electors from Arizona, with the undersigned being the duly elected and qualified electors.
Why would they record this? They're what?
The president and vice president of the United States.
Did they not think that this was going to come back up? Like,
from the state of Arizona, do hereby certify the following. A,
why did they record this?
City of Phoenix, County of Maricopa, State of Arizona, at 12 noon on the 14th day of December 2020 to perform the duties enjoined upon us. B, that being so assembled and duly organized, we proceeded to vote by ballot.
They're literally fucking committing perjury right now. Let's just film ourselves committing it. I'm pretty sure Eastman even specifically said the laws in Arizona make it harder to do it legally. Hold on. I'm trying to think what the wording was. It was like... or I think he used the word extremely problematic. Zipper writes the laws of Georgia and Pennsylvania. He also warns that this is with Nevada. No, sorry, Nevada. Okay.
And balloted first for president and then for vice president by distinct ballots. And C,
why are the replies to this like apparently probable spam? Why would they record and post this? What the heck? What is with this, by the like? I don't. What? Computers. Bricked. I saw the video at the airport. I didn't know. News. Computer bricked by CrowdStrike Falcon. What happened and how to fix it? What is this? What is happening right now? I don't know what this is. CrowdStrike Windows Adams. What happened and what to do next? CrowdStrike update is breaking computers, running Windows, causing them to crash and display to to death. What is CrowdStrike? Telling them the haven't been able to reboot. Concerning users taking forms as Reddit. Wow, stuck in a boot loop. Entire org taken out. So if you go to work this morning and met by frankly carnage, you know what to do. You know you're not alone. Here's what to happen and what to do next. As you might have gathered, an issue with CrowdStrike cybersecurity software is causing a widespread global issue. Engineers at the company said that they are working on the issue, which affects Falcon sensor products. CrowdStrike calls the Falcon CrowdStrike calls Falcon the CrowdStrike platform purpose-built to stop breaches via a unified set of cloud-delivered technologies. Bro, you mean ADHD or there's a work going on? It was nice speaking to you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Even though there was no outcome determinant fraud. I have to go. Well, thanks for stopping by. Hope you come back sometime. You start reading, so. Don't believe 99% of what you hear about me. Okay. But then we're here. Caught a walking TOS violation. I've been streaming for 2 years and haven't been banned. Wait, I didn't even know you streamed. Alright, I followed you, so you're now in the... Now I'll know when you go live and spread your election denial. This is your alt account? Oh, sorry, your F it all account. Do you have a real account? Because I'll host you. Like, I host everyone in the community. Like, I don't give a fuck if you're the exact opposite as me. I'll host you. I saw Destiny, the big man, was working on he said he was working on an anti-Trump manifesto. I saw he talked about how he wanted to focus on the my account. I like using it, but I do have other bases on topics like religion. Religion is one name, politics another. Oh, okay. You wanted to focus on Trump's pardons, but I haven't read anything about the pardons. I know he pardoned a lot of people on the last day he left office, but like a lot of presidents do that, or at least in the days, like in a few days before you leave office, you pardon a lot of people. Although I've heard, this is my chillax account anymore by, but I've heard, I think it what Patrick. Fuck, I don't. There was one person, I think it was charged with the Russiagate stuff, with the Russia collusion stuff that Trump pardoned. Trump pardon. Oh, Paul Manafort. Destiny really didn't like that he pardoned this guy. Conspiracy against the United States. Conspiracy to obstruct justice. I don't know. It'll be useful once he releases it to read it, because I'm sure it'll have good arguments. But like, no one cares. Like literally, like it's just no one cares. Like if you, it literally doesn't matter. Like if this guy literally fucking was a pedophile, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter because like these people already believe the FBI is corrupt. Like they'll just say like they're faking it or it's fucking AI generated, or they'll say that they don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They believe Trump was fucking divinely appointed. So it's not a joke. Look it up. The Economist, Trump, divine appointment. Oh, this is about the recent thing. Many Trump supporters believe God has chosen him to rule. We saw this again with the assassination. How many people said it was fucking divine intervention? Well, half the people voting for Trump think he was literally fucking appointed by God. Oh. Let's say do not list their percentage. That's a shame. Wanu, Mr. Hood are leaders of a Christian revival known as the apostolic movement of a new apostolic reformation, which emerged in the 1990s. The adherents believe that God wants them to build his kingdom on earth. Hindering them are demons who have vast swaths of the planet. To use a metaphor favored by Mr. Wanu, these demons control 7 mountains, each symbolizing a sphere of life: family, religion, education, media, entertainment, business, and government. Vanquish the demons, believers must reform the church. Bureaucracy to Protestantism must go. Church must be ruled instead by an independent, supernaturally gifted apostles and prophets, as it was in the early days. Not fun. You failed watching the entirety of my new video about finance. Well, if it's new, I don't know about it. Are you talking about Casey's video? I watched Casey's video. What finance video did I watch? I don't know. Yeah, there's just like nothing. I literally I don't know what I could. Yeah, dude, is that cat person that Destiny debated and fucking owned so hard still simping for Trump?
They have essentially said that this is the
this. Yeah, no, because this was on hate. We watched like half of it, but like it just looks on. It's just like literal fucking Great Reset conspiracy shit. I'm not really interested in
all
it.
this money.
We watched like half of it, so no, we did not. Okay, I'm pretty sure we watched about half of it before just watch. I'm not gonna watch. We watched up to, I don't know, definitely up to. I remember Macron. Not even half. I'm not like interested in it. Like what?
Digital IDs that everyone
Like
needs.
they literally when they're quoting misquoting Carl Schwab, like why would I take any of this stuff serious? Like this looks unhinged.
Really disruptive in order to be like, all right, now it's time for a new financial governance system after this big event like they did after World War II.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's so interesting about this like debt bubble exploding is that when you know that the debt bubble is going to explode and you want to explode it into the new system, the way that you sort of trigger that into the system that you want to get the masses to go with you is you actually want to have the most debt obligations on the record, like on the board, so that when the system pops, they'll all pop. When the debt bubble pops, every debt bubble will pop. It'll be everything all at once. It won't just be like, oh, Japan's fine, the US is like it won't work like that. Everything will pop at once. So in this weird way, you actually want to create as much debt as possible right before the pin bursts the bubble, and then you can offer this, hey, we'll
Hold on. Twitter. Destiny versus Cat. Let me just see if I can find her at by searching this. Oh, Cat Kanata. Is she still? Don't you have told to be silent? Oh, is this about the fucking? She linking this to the whatever Falcon ship that just happened. I mean, it's all broadly right wing, but it's not really. No, it's just like simping for Trump. Destiny did really well in that debate against her. I think in that entire debate, he did really well. I think Rob Noor made like 2 good points, but one of them was about like the special counsel stuff on Trump versus Biden, on Trump versus Hunter Biden, which wasn't really related to debate that they were having, which is why Destiny didn't really reply to it. He just wrote the conversation back to January 6th. Rob Noor had a decent point there, and then Rob Noor kind of made a point about how in theory, like, some of the fake elector shit might have just got solved in the courts. But I don't even like, even in a scenario like, let's say Rob Noor is right and it would have just gone to the courts or whatever. I don't even have confidence that the Supreme Court wouldn't just side with Trump. With the shit that the Supreme Court has ruled, they could have just sided with Trump. They could have done like what do you like? Why would I have confidence that they wouldn't just side with him based on the fact that they fucking that 14th Amendment ruling was wild. Based on the fact that they fucking just said they could have just said the 14th Amendment isn't self-executing, but my understanding of the ruling is that they didn't say that. They said the 14th Amendment is self-executing. States can't enforce it for federal elections, even though states can enforce every single other part of their election law. States get to decide everything else. They get to decide who is on the ballot based on like how many signatures they get, based on not their age, that's in the Constitution, but based on everything else. But they can't enforce a self-executing amendment, which is wild. But they can enforce it for state elections. Yeah, they can afford if they wanted to, they could kick off a governor from the ballot because he engaged in insurrection. If Trump ran for governor, you can kick him off the ballot. But because Trump was running for president, you can't kick him off the ballot. Yeah. And then there was the criminal immunity ruling, as well as criminal immunity was most recent. There's another one. What was it? I'm glad Hunter Biden's arguing that. Hold on, I'll get that in a second. Hold on. There were... Hold on. There were 3 cases. There was a criminal immunity. There was a 14th Amendment. There was something else as well. Why don't I remember it? I don't know. It was another favorable ruling towards him. This was, yeah, basically, Hunter Biden, just like Donald Trump, was indicted with a special prosecutor, which they do to give it another level of independence, because Biden's the head of the DOJ. Technically, Biden could tell the DOJ to do anything. Now he's absolutely criminally immune from any of that. The Supreme Court already specifically ruled that any conversation with the DOJ is absolutely criminally immune. Can't even be. It's unreviewable. Even can't even look at it as evidence of a different case. Yeah, which is wild. But basically, Clarence Thomas, in his concurring opinion, because he decided to be a fucking asshole, literally just wrote about some of his concurring opinion about the special Jack Smith special counsel, and why he thinks it's unconstitutional. Which, arguably, I think is probably the strongest. It's probably actually the best legal theory in that Supreme Court opinion is his concurring opinion saying that special counsels are illegal. That probably is the best legal theory there. But yeah, Hunter Biden is now arguing. I posted a joke about this on my Instagram theory. Yeah, because I said I can't wait till the Supreme Court rules that special counsels are unconstitutional, and Hunter Biden is completely exonerated. Yeah. But you know what's gonna be crazy? I'm saying this right now. Clip this. Get ready to clip. I'm gonna clip it myself. I almost guarantee you that if the Supreme Court is ever forced to rule on special counsels, they'll somehow try to find a way to only make Trump special counsel, only the Jack Smith special counsel, unconstitutional. They'll say the one that went after Hunter Biden was somehow constitutional, but they'll only say that that the Jack Smith one, and maybe the Robert Mueller one too, was unconstitutional. Okay, I need to get a drink, and I'll play this video.
They have essentially
Well,
said
I
this
do
is the only
that.
way. This will be the only way to prove you legal
Song
identity. And so,
moment.
if you don't participate in that system, as far as the state or the the private sector is concerned, you don't exist. So, by not participating in that system, you're inherently excluded from the economic system and really essentially everything. It's going to be a problem, reaction, solution type of situation where they've already made the solution, they've already developed what they want to be the new financial governance system after this new Bretton Woods moment. They just need some sort of big event on the scale of World War II or some large event that's equally disruptive in order to be like, all right, now it's time for a new financial governance system.
About a year ago, while speaking at the Global Finance Summit in Paris, French President Emmanuel Macron said the world needs a public financial shock to fight global warming. Around the same time, World Economic Forum founder and executive chairman Klaus Schwab also made a similar statement about revamping the global economy. In his words, every country from the United States to China must participate, and every industry from oil and gas to tech must be transformed. We need a great reset of capitalism, Schwab added in an article published on the non-governmental organization's website. According to popular investigative journalist Whitney Webb, what we are witnessing is the birth of a new international monetary system, a replacement for the current Bretton Woods system built solely on the blockchain to aid the complete surveillance and censorship of every aspect of our lives. Whitney's warnings are based on the words of several global elites and WEF puppets like Macron, as well as the words of Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of England and Bank of Canada, and the UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, who said the three pillars of the New World Order are digital IDs, CBDCs, and ESG. In a recent discussion with Mark Goodwin, writer and editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine, Whitney warns that all world governments are pushing this New World Order agenda, proudly sponsored by the ultra-rich and powerful, including Silicon Valley executives like Larry Fink, who wants to tokenize all existing assets and commodities, as well as the natural world. Whitney warns that from forests to rivers, mountains, and lakes, everything will soon become a commodity, owned and traded by the super-rich and powerful to make them even stronger and move them closer to their goal of completely dominating the rest of us. During the conversation with Goodwin, Whitney discusses two important parts of the New World Order plans, digital IDs and natural world tokenization, warning that Schwab, Fink, and useful puppets like Macron are on the verge of achieving their grand plans, and how disastrous that would be for us all. As we bring you clips from the video, please take a little time to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on post notifications for more videos like this. Everything you do helps with the YouTube algorithm and immensely contributes to the channel's growth. Thank you, and enjoy the video.
In this context, I think the digital ID is a key enabler of the surveillance, knowing what everyone is doing at the transactional level and being able to tweak that micromanagement based on a person's activity, because the digital ID isn't just limited to the financial system, right? It's like your travel, your health history, your career history, your education credentials, your access to telecommunications, social media, the internet. With the new AI era, right, they can fuse all that data, analyze it, and depending on how they develop that AI algorithm, use it to control people really in unprecedented ways. I think the digital ID and the CBDC and its private sector equivalence project is something that we're always sort of intended to be the same system. So there's documents from the UN, from the BIS, and related groups that are sort of been working, that have been working on this for years, that essentially frame one is essential to the other, using words about, this is inclusionary, the whole, marketing behind digital ID is that everyone needs a legal ID because otherwise they're unable to access essential services, right? And so the idea is we all have to be included in the system, and they directly link that to the concept of financial inclusion and banking the unbanked, which you brought up earlier. But inherently, these systems actually function in an exclusionary way, based on how they've been set up. They have essentially said that this is the only way, this will be the only way to prove you legal identity. And so if you don't participate in that system as far as the state or the private sector is concerned, you don't exist. So by not participating in that system, you're inherently excluded from the economic system and really essentially everything. So you have the onboard of the surveillance state to be excluded from everything. So it's being marketed as inclusion, but it's really inherently exclusionary.
How does this system get triggered? How do we move into the Mark Carney-ism?
Well, I think they sort of give it away when they say that this is the new Bretton Woods movement that needs to be seized. So Bretton Woods was what came out of World War II essentially, and was the creation of a new financial governance system after World War II. And this is essentially an effort to create a new financial governance system that was announced well before any sort of crisis like that, but it's probably going to need a crisis of that level to be implemented and convince people to onboard at scale. And if you subscribe to the theory that all wars are bankers' wars, which there is plenty of evidence to support that, I would say, that seems to suggest that perhaps this is the it's going to be a problem reaction solution type of situation where they've already made the solution, they've already developed, they want to be the new financial governance system after this new Bretton Woods moment. They just need some sort of big event on the scale.
Look at this guy. I love cats too. Cats are awesome. Also, by the way, has a new bookshelf. You've probably noticed before. I was calling you Hassan New Bookshelf. Quit molesting that cat. Thank you, David. Because I thought that was your name, and then you joined my Discord server where you have underscores, and I realized that was not your name. Your name was simply has a new bookshelf, not Hassan New Bookshelf. Yeah. Look at him. Also, you'll check this out. We finally got some new energy drinks, baby. Hell yeah. All right, I need to pay. I wish I could have done earlier, but he can entertain you guys. Entertain them. I left immediately, didn't I? I like these because they taste quite similar to and look quite similar to the energy versions of them, so I can drink them and gaslight myself into thinking I'm drinking caffeine when I'm not actually drinking caffeine. Yeah. All right. Your eyes seem overworked. Oh well, my sleep schedule's messed up, so. I'm not that tired even, because I got up at like 6 a.m. today, which is like a pretty normal schedule now. I'm on a pretty normal schedule now. I went to bed at 6 p.m. yesterday, and then I slept for 12 hours. I slept for as long as I could. Realistically, I probably got up at like 4 a.m. and then just laid in bed for 2 hours. Try to get the sleep schedule back on normal. All right. Start this. Also, by the way, thanks, David, for proving that my Rumble viewers are real sometimes. Who knows Reno cream on eyes beside face? No. Retinol cream. Let me start my own music that you guys can't hear, because fuck you. It's copyrighted. Alright. December 15th. So this is the day after the fake electors casted their fake votes. Sorry, alternate. Prevent wrinkles. Do I look like I give a shit about my skin? Kamala 2024, looking like it. Oh, Copeland, okay, you missed the... we watched the Israel-Palestine thing from Trigonometry. You would have liked the one point. They talked to this international lawyer the whole time. And, at the end they go, don't you think international law is kind of useless? And then her only response is, well, maybe, but people misinterpret it, and I like correcting their misinterpretation, so. Usually a bit less dismissive to help in a job search. Do I look like I'm looking for a job? I need to do shit with it. I just have not cared at all until more recently. Something with my hair. I didn't cut my hair because I didn't care at all until like a few months ago or something. Yeah. Okay. December 15th, Chesbro provides the false electors in Wisconsin email instructions on how to transmit their votes. A literal international lawyer, and that's the response. What a sad profession. Chesbro emails. Just Wisconsin electors. Let's apply retinol cream daily and keep hydrating cream to keep issues away with the skin. What even is this? Retinol cream? Wait, do you mean this? Retinol cream. Retinol is your eye, so when I hear retinol cream, I think like literally your retina, but it's $20. Oh well, I wouldn't even, my parents would pay for it. I'm just lazy as fuck. What did I say? Page 15. Oh no, it's just okay. Derivative of vitamin A. Instructions on how to transmit their votes. Also, please have staff members send a digital copy. Okay, so Mike Lee texts Meadows 4 messages in a row. This is a skincare stream now. I should do that. You know what? I need to do a lighting stream. I bought new lights. I think the lighting's pretty good, but there might be a way to make it better. I don't know. I bought like there's a light there, 2 like bright, like white lights that are shining at me, and then I bought new brighter like LED lights that can do the colors, right? And that way you can see them with like shifting colors, and the whole room is shifting colors, but I'm still mostly my pale white self. Dermatologist would be better than Twitch chat, that is true, but I'm lazy as fuck. Better than Retinol, but similar. I'm pretty sure I was told about that before. Dude, some of these texts were so funny because I think it was Mike would text him like 5 times in a row, and then Meadows would literally just reply like a thumbs up. Okay, text Meadows 4 messages in a row. I have grave concerns with the way my friend Ted is going about this effort. This will not injure to the benefit of President. Everything changes, of course, if the swing states submit completing slates of electors pursuant to state law. But if not, this could help people like Ted and Josh to the detriment of Donald J. Trump. Senator Lee text, I don't think the president is grasping the distinction between what we can do and what he wants us to do. Nor do I think he's grasping the distinction between what certain members are saying that sound like they could help him, but would really hurt him. He's got a real opportunity for a win in 2024. That opportunity could be harmed in multiple ways. Multiple ways, this effort. Again, all this would change if the states in question certified Trump electors pursuant to state law. But in the absence of that, this effort is destined not only to fail, but hurt Donald J. Trump in the process. And later, I don't purport to know who fits into this category. I know only that this will end badly for the president unless we have the Constitution on our side. Unless these states submit new slices of Trump electors pursuant to state law. Do not. Okay. Text Meadows. Expressing concern over the legality and potential benefits. Not just potential benefit, potential. Where's your makeup stream routine? I should do that. Potential detriments. Finance for Trump. Here, well, let me do this. Up to see Daisy. I saw, yeah, 2 orange presidents now. So funny to me that the Arizona ones just recorded themselves doing it. Have you ever worn makeup? In my life, yeah. I've had Some of my friends do it to me. I have a lot of friends that are girls, so I've been, yeah, not that much though. Only like mascara, only some eyeshadow, but I'm pretty sure that's it. We should chat then. I'll be proven wrong about my concerns, but I really think this could all backfire badly unless we have legislators submitting Trump states based on a conclusion that was a proper result under state law. Even setting aside constitutional concerns, this will be harmful to the president if we don't channel this effort properly. We'll simply have no authority to reject the state-certified electoral votes in the absence of dueling states, with the Trump slate coming from a state legislative determination. It being used as a teaching subject, yeah. That and I go to a summer camp every year. My friends there have like a tradition of there's a bingo night there basically, and you can win prizes during bingo. And ever since we were like fucking 8 years old, every single year they get girly prizes in bingo and force me to wear them. Use TTS. It'll cure your voice, tire your voice, tire. But I like reading myself. It's best skincare for leprosy. Troopers in Chesbrough meet with Trump in the Oval Office. This is still December 16th. In the Oval Office. During this meeting, according to Chesbrough, troopers told Trump that there was zero hope for winning Wisconsin. In Chesbrough's accounting, Trump asked him for 4 or 5 questions during his meeting. And Chesbrough summarizes his November 18th memo, where he identified January 6th as the real deadline for determining Wisconsin's electoral votes. NB, as an analysis at a meeting suggests. NB, what's that? It is difficult to imagine Chesbrough briefed candidate Trump only on the outmoded plan in the November 18th memo, since the electors had already met and cast their fraudulent slates 2 days prior. Okay, they meet with Trump. Troopers tells him there was zero hope of winning Wisconsin. Chesbrough summarizes the meeting. Following the meeting, Chesbrough and troopers travel back to Wisconsin together. Live in a world of alternative facts. The facts are what CNN tells me, and only what CNN tells me. What Rachel Maddow, is that her name? Tells me herself in person. December 17th. Former White House Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany mentions on Fox News there was an alternate slate of electors voted upon that Congress will decide in January in multiple states. What a smart thing to do. I didn't know she did that.
States and investigations that are ongoing.
Yeah, there's still ongoing litigation in Arizona. There are a few other appeal.
I don't really have a way to summarize that or anything, so. December 18th, troopers asked Shesbro to keep the contents of their meeting a secret, saying, just a reminder, Renans, who is this, was very explicit in his admonition that nothing about our meeting with the president can be shared with anyone. The potential cross currents are deep and fast, and neither you or I have any ability to swim through. This instructs this bro to keep the contents of their meeting secret. December 19th, 2020. Troopers check Shesbro about President Trump's call for the protests on January 6th, saying, well, based on 3 days ago, I think we have a understanding of this. What? Oh, about his first call. Okay. Yeah, do you see how he literally, this guy will text him like 5 times and like all he gets is thank you? It's so funny. Oh, this is between Shesbro and Troopers now. Okay. This is a little incriminating. Okay. Based on 3 days ago, so that would be the 16th. They meet with Trump. And they tell him January 6th is the real deadline for determining Wisconsin's votes. Doesn't even still right on conservatives not giving a fuck about free speech. Yeah, he was. It's so, dude. I don't even understand. I don't understand how people seem to be incapable of understanding the difference between. I'm just curious. Oh, 4 views. God damn it. Fell off. Of understanding the difference between saying 5 views, that's probably just me, between like denying what happened on January 6th and just saying simply that you just don't have sympathy for the person who died. Like, he's not condoned it. Everyone has also forgot the definition of the word condone. He has not condoned it. And everyone, like, it's wild to me. He should be calling it out more too. Like even like in the Piers Morgan conversation, he was like, "Oh, you know, I won't concede anything because Casey's appalled with Destiny." Really? I feel like nothing he said is really that bad. Well, okay, you know what Casey should be appalled at Destiny for is his comments on Palestinians. Is he appalled about Destiny's comments on Trump? Or I feel like his comments on Trump are like fine. Like, they're, like, edgy or whatever, but, like, they're not... Like, again, he hasn't condoned it. He's just said, I just don't have sympathy with the person who died because he was supporting an insurrectionist. Like, that's what he said. Riverside shows, bro. About Donald Trump's first call for protest on January 6th. Three days ago. Would have been December 16th. When they met with Trump. And described Jan 6 as the real deadline for Wisconsin, right? Hold on, let me find the November 18th memo. Let's find it in here. Hold on, also... This memo. The real deadline for setting states' electoral votes. You stay in the center a lot? Not at all. I go on a walk once a day, like at most. Although, by the way, tomorrow I don't know how long I'll stream because apparently I'm going on a boat with my family, I think. We just bought a new boat, so... I don't know what time we're going, but I'll probably stream after. But it just might not be for too long. Okay. New boat, yeah. I need to write outside of it. Hold on. All this stuff should be outside of this for now. No. Okay. Questions going forward. If Trump did not intend for the protesters to delay or stop the certification of the vote, why did he first call for protesters to go to the Capitol on Jan 6th, on December 19th. Yeah, December 19th. On December 19th. Three days after his meeting with, I forget their first names, I think it's Jim Troopus. Jim Troopus and Mark Kenneth Chesbro. This was 3 days after his meeting. Jim Troopus and Chesbro could both testify. They told Trump Jan 6th was the real deadline for certifying Trump's electors based on a November 18th memo. Oh my god, bro. Stop. What is happening? Control K, Control V. Just for then, or after, on for a protest on Jan 6th. Chesbro messaged Troopus based on 3 days ago. I think we have a unique understanding of this. Days ago, referring to their meeting with Trump. Yeah, page 45 it is. Okay. Where did my... what? Why did that go up there? Okay. December 19th, 2020. Eastman emailed someone whom he had exchanged multiple emails following the election. Eastman writes, after legislators, not one has acted. Electors did in 7 states, but unless those electors get a certification from their state legislators, they'll be dead on arrival on Congress. Eastman emails unnamed person stating at December 21st, 2020. Troopers is connected with Eastman and was told that the Trump campaign wants us to work together with Professor Eastman to file an Article 2 cert petition from Wisconsin to SCOTUS. Thanks. Troopers responds by looping in Chesborough. Oops, I did that. Okay. And is informed. Trump campaign. That worked together with Professor Eastman to file a to certification. On and around December 22nd, 2020. Why is there so much stuff? Eastman and other attorneys discussed avoiding the courts due to the likelihood that they'll lose. Judge Carter's June 22 opinion states, in these emails, Dr. Eastman and his colleagues discussed how to frame their legal filings in light of what they consider near zero chance of success in the DC courts. In the 5th email, dated December 22nd, 2020, an attorney considers whether to bring a case that would decide the interpretation of the Electoral Count Act and potentially risk a court finding that the act binds Vice President Pence. Because the attorney concluded that there was a negative court ruling, quote, would tank January 6th strategy, he encouraged the legal team to avoid the courts. Eastman and his associates just how to frame legal filings facing what they believed was a near zero chance of winning in DC courts. For example, according to Judge Carter's 22 opinion. Okay. December 23rd, 2020. Eastman writes in an email to Trump campaign staffer Epstein that even though the false electors have not been approved by the state authority, quote, the fact that we have multiple slates of electors demonstrates the uncertainty of either. That should be enough. He says it would be up to Congress to just act boldly and be challenged. Eastman, I'll just say, emails Trump that despite the fact the false electors were not certified, see. To that end, Eastman also attaches a memo entitled January 6th Scenario to Trump campaign officials, which lays out a scenario in which the vice president, I think this is the, yeah, I've read this one before. Eastman also attaches the January 6th Scenario memo which lays out a scenario in which Vice President Pence uses the fact that 7 states are competing states of electors as a reason not to count the electors in states, thereby declaring Trump the Electoral College victor. Lays out a scenario where Mike Pence uses the alternate electors to not count, or doesn't count. I don't want to use the exact same phrasing, but I want to retype it so I remember it. Due to the fact that states, 7 states, have competing electors. 2 not certify those states. Declare Trump the electoral victor. Electoral college victor. Can I disable Grammarly on this site for now, just so it isn't so laggy? Google will still correct most of my stuff. Just about to edit this memo, and within copied an email which has it attached. Eastman's cover note says, "I'm fine with all the Ken's edits. Here's the final." I don't have this memo. December 24th, 2020. In an email exchange between Eastman, Troopus, and others regarding the possibility of appealing Trump's campaign's failed challenge to Wisconsin's election to the Supreme Court. Jesus. Chesper writes, "I think the odds of action before Jan 6 will become more favorable if the justices start to fear that there will be chaos in Jan 6 unless they rule it out by then either way." Troopus and others email Eastman regarding the possibility of appealing Trump campaign's Failed challenge to the Supreme Court of Wisconsin elections. Chesbro states, that is how you spell his name, right? Google just doesn't like it. Maybe we should just read, like, some more of these emails, because they just seem funny, honestly. They just seem, like, comically... Some of them are just comically evil. We know that Jan 20 is not necessary to find a deadline. If there is no resolution of presidential vote by Jan 20th on the 12th Amendment, Pelosi will become acting president upon resigning Speaker, unless before then a Senate re-elected Pence as vice president, in which case he would serve as acting president. Understood, Jan 6, yeah, blah blah. Fine. I think the legal arguments we made here are rock solid. PA and Wisconsin has clearly altered state elections for partisan advantage. That violates Article 2. It's not based on legal merits, but assertion of justice is fine. Public should come away believing that the election in Wisconsin was likely rigged, stolen about a Harris, and not legitimate effect. Well, I took a Christmas break, guys. December 27th, 2020 to January 2021. Troopers asked Chesbro to work on a step-by-step, easy-to-understand, non-lawyerly process for senators, congressmen, and VPs to follow on the 6th. Troopers instructs Chesbro to write. I didn't even spell it right that time. Chesbro follows up a few days later, emailing Troopers and Epstein potential strategies for a filibuster in the Senate during the January 6th joint session. Chesbro lies with a potential strategies for a filibuster. I'm gonna check the cruiser over. He's used up to 5 minutes. It's Pence's job, presiding order. So he said he's gonna ignore the time limits as they're obviously unconstitutional. He's not gonna force an unconstitutional statute. Someone makes a motion to overrule the chair. Pence refuses to allow a vote. Alternatively says he'll allow a vote if they want. But it doesn't matter how they vote, because no one can make him enforce an obviously unconstitutional statute. If they actually think it's constitutional, they can go ask the Supreme Court and order him to limit the debate on the act. They obviously comply with the order. Pence makes it clear that obviously anyone wants to move for closure And with 60 senators agreeing, the debate will end. But it suggests there ought to be a reasonable amount of debate, so the country doesn't feel it was rushed through. If the other side has nothing to hide, why would they object to some debate? Perhaps Sims would try a nuclear option in this context, would allow them to cut off the debate with just 51 votes. Parliament proceed to allow the Senate override a standing ruling by a simple majority, avoiding a two-thirds supermajority, requires to invoke closure. Term nuclear option is allocated to nuclear weapons. Nuclear option is invoked by a senator raising a point of order that controverts a standing rule. The presiding officer would then overrule that point of order on Senate rules and precedents. This ruling would then be appealed and overturned by a simple majority, establishing a new precedent. Nuclear options only made possible the principle in the Senate procedure that allows that appeals from rulings of the chair on points of order relating to non-debatable questions are themselves non-debatable. What? Okay, the nuclear option is made possible by the principle in the Senate procedure that appeals from the rulings of the chair on points of order relating to non-debatable questions are themselves non-debatable. Okay. Nuclear option is discussed most often in connection to filibuster, since closure is a non-debatable question. An appeal in relation to closure is the center of debate. This ablates the usual requirement for two-thirds majority to invoke closure in a resolution. Amendment standard rules. It's important to order that the vote on closure under rule, what was that, 22? For all nominations other than the Supreme Court in the United States is by majority vote. Under these rules, the point of order is not sustained. I appeal a ruling of the chair and ask for yeas and nays. Decision of the chair is not sustained. Under precedent set by the Senate today, the threshold for closure of nominations, not including those of the Supreme Court in the United States, is now majority. That is the ruling of the chair. Once the presiding officer rules on the point of order, if the underlying question is not debatable, any appeal decided without debate. A simple majority is needed to decision of the chair. As it appeal is not debatable, there is no supermajority required for closure, as would be necessary for a proposition amended rules. One of the objects would be horrible. Just some thought at how we could push for more debate than is allowed under the Act. I think that even if this was the most that Pence was willing to do, it's a lot. Friends of ours who never supported politically would say, I need force debate on a team when it's clearly, when it's made clear they weren't constitutional. Okay, since the email, troopers continue to delay Chesbro's advice about what might happen on January 6th. And Chesbro sends him messages responding to his questions. Troopers ask many questions about different Jan 6 scenarios. (61 to 77). Each house is 61 vote. House and Pelosi. Okay, I don't. Rhino sad. Can't stop friends from claiming the power to come to vote unilaterally force delay, e.g. by refusing to open envelopes. Makes it over Pence to allow unlimited debate in Senate. I assume the continuing resolution was allowed by the Senate modified by usual filibuster rules. Clearly, filibuster to state would be more serious and more serious around than proposing a commission that won't be adopted. So I agree that can be viewed as a dodge. Okay. Why is it? Why? Uh-oh. '27 to 29th. Chesbro exchanged multiple messages with the founder of far-right conspiracy news site, Gateway Pundit, presses for more public pressure on Pence. It would help to publicize that if Pence claims the power to resolve disputes about the electoral votes in Jan 6, he'd simply be doing what Tom Shepson did, he writes. 2 days later, Chesbro mentions that he had reserved a block of rooms in the Trump administration Trump International Hotel for Jan 6. Chesbro. Messages. The founder of Gateway Pundit. Looking for more public pressure. On Mike Pence. When the New York Post, the last thing searched on the phone of Thomas Cricks was pornography. You've researched Melee at all? No, not really. The most I've seen is Twitter, is discourse on Twitter. I saw SDL's new tweet about it, which it looks like inflation has not really gone down. Boosted poverty rate over 50%. He raised unemployment from 6% to 8%. The economy is shrinking. He cut dozens of essential services. Argentina's reward for the suffering. Melee successfully reduced the inflation rate down from 210% to 270%. Inflation hasn't gone down. Not according to this chart since he took over. This is this year over year? This is I think this month over month. I don't know. But I've also seen graphs showing inflation going down, so I really don't know. This is funny. Harrison, a straight right male from a swing state. Two days later, Chisholm mentions that he had reserved a block of rooms at a Trump International Hotel for Jan 6. Also, reserved a block of rooms at the Trump International Hotel or Jan 6. Okay, wait, December 28th. Jeffrey Clark's draft Georgia proof of concept letter relies on the existence of false alternate electors in an effort to overturn the results in Georgia and elsewhere. Clark writes, quote, "The department believes that in Georgia and several other states, both a slate of electors supporting Joseph R. Biden and a separate slate of electors supporting Donald J. Trump gathered on that day at the proper location to cast their ballots, and that both sets of the ballots have been transmitted to Washington, D.C. to be opened by Vice President Pence." As the Washington Post describes, the draft letter falsely implied that the Justice Department believed that Trump electors were valid rivals to those put forth by Georgia and other states for Biden. The White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, told Trump and Clark in a White House meeting with senior DOJ officials that, quote, "the letter is a murder-suicide pact and it will damage anyone and anything it touches." Paste. The correct draft, Georgia proof of concept letter, uses the existence false alternate electors in an effort to overturn results of the election. What about, oh, who's that guy? I don't know this guy. Oh, the guy in El Salvador? I've the only thing I've seen is the Wendover Productions video is him. I've only seen this, which was interesting.
The beginning of the ride, unable to track them down in the system, even after
XQC reacts. What an odd dude. He copied the thumbnail too. Wait, no, sorry. His editor put a lot of work in. You're not up to date in South American leaders. We actually just read at the beginning of the stream. We read a few things about the Venezuela election. I mean, I know the broad strokes that, like, I know this guy was a socialist who got elected, and then there was a crime problem, and he started doing the mega prison stuff to get rid of a lot of the gangs. And I know the Venezuela shit because we just read that. And then I know Melee is a libertarian guy who cut a lot of the government, took a chainsaw to the government organizations. Yeah. To the deep state, to the permanent administrative state. It's gone there. Got rid of it. The Venezuelan elections will be interesting. They're on the 28th, July 28th. White House Council patch alone. Told Trump, or told Clark and President Trump. Letters of murder-suicide pact. Maybe the president's decision was obvious until last 15 minute conversation. I do recall saying that letter is a murder-suicide pact. Obviously, we'll talk about Free Palestine, but where they were East Palestine was being destroyed. True, I saw that the mayor of East Palestine was there. But even I'm pretty sure Biden. I don't think he went there for a while. People got mad at him about, but East Palestine Biden. I'm pretty sure Biden called the mayor. Yeah, I saw he visited a year later, but like, he did a speech on it. Biden show it was brief, forced, and scripted. I don't even know, like, it was a big deal, I guess, but like, whether, like, like, I don't, like, is it really that big of a deal? Like, is it really President of the United States big deal? Like, like, Governor of Ohio big deal? Sure. For sure. Governor of Ohio big deal. President of the United States big deal? I don't know. I just don't, I don't know. It's hilarious that there's some random redneck town called Palestine in Ohio, though it is, yeah. Like, when the president is dealing with actual Palestine, I just don't know if East Palestine is President of the United States big deal. Like, Governor maybe. Okay, Governor doesn't have to deal with real Palestine. Biden does have to deal with real Palestine. Okay, December 29th. White House Special Assistant and Oval Office Coordinator emails a draft to the Supreme Court brief to the Justice Department. Emails a draft Supreme Court brief to two Justice Department senior officials, which wrote up the United States petition to the Supreme Court to contest the election results. The Justice Department rebuffed the idea. As Stephen Engel, who was head of the Justice Department's Office Legal Counsel, testified before the Select Committee, quote, the lawsuit would have been untimely. The states had chosen their electors. The electors had been certified. They cast their votes. They'd be sent to Washington. They'd be sent to Washington, D.C. Neither Georgia nor any of the other states on December 28th, whenever this was in a position to change those votes. Essentially, the election had happened. The only thing that had to happen was the formal counting of the votes. I don't consider this a big water safety issue, but I never researched it. They're the ones fucking against Biden's lead pipe bans. So obviously, you know, the person who drafted this lawsuit didn't really understand my view, you know, law or how the Supreme Court works. Now we get the real research done. Now that we're opening the actual energy drink. Haven't had caffeine in so, well, I've had a lot of coffee. I haven't had an energy drink in so long. Just as bad as I remember. Perfect. I actually don't really like the mango and orange pineapple ones of these, but it's chill. All right. Okay, White House Special Assistant and Oval Office Coordinator emails a draft Supreme Court brief. You need a vibe. It's true. To senior Justice Department officials would challenge or contest the election results. Good at spelling, guys. I unironically need Vyvanse. I do actually have an HC, and I'm so bad at doing anything. I'm better at it when I'm streaming, but like I'm just so bad at like remembering things or even like to text friends back. It's so bad. Justice Department. About the idea. Stephen Eggle with head of legal counsel testifying did I think the right? Okay, I did. Note 1, meanwhile, Trump campaign officials continue to consult Troopus and Chesbro regarding the drafting of a cert petition Trump campaign officials also consulted Troopus and Chesbro regarding drafting a cert petition. What the hell is a cert petition? Petition asked an appellate court to get a writ. Is there? Okay. Well. So just ask the Supreme Court to hear it. What the fuck is playing? Okay, so there's some horny ass music playing right now for me. You guys can't hear it, but Just said I want to lick your lips and suck your breasts. This is awesome, man. Okay. December 31st to January 3rd, Trump and Clark try to pressure acting Attorney General Rosen to sign and send proof of concept letters, which Trump is now absolutely criminally immune to. Thank you, Supreme Court. Thank you, Clarence Thomas. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. These bullet points are from a previous Just Security article. Trump and Clark try to get Acting Attorney General Rosen to sign and send the proof of concept letter. Okay, December 31st. Clark tells Rosen that Trump wants an answer from Clark by Monday about whether Clark is willing to be considered to replace Rosen as acting Attorney General. Clark expresses that he is not satisfied with, I don't know who this is, and Rosen's position on this letter to the Georgia legislator, and Clark says that he will decline the position of acting Attorney General if Rosen follows Clark's suggestions. Rosen again refuses to send Clark's letter to the Georgia legislator. January 3rd, Clark tells... This is funny. I have PPGs. I will enlist at a coconut army. I will sit for Madam President. I will fight for Kamala Harris. Okay, they're still doing the preliminaries, dude. Oh, Panda left though.
Tax credits to companies that take steps to lower carbon emissions, things like this, or that donate to charity. Don't we want companies donating to charity?
But that's not that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about motherfuckers who are hiding money in the. Those aren't the fucking loopholes. I'm talking about fucking money in the fucking Caribbean.
The general
I'm talking about.
We want the loopholes there because we want those companies incentivized.
Those aren't the fucking loopholes I'm talking.
Okay, January 3rd, Clark tells Rosen that Trump has offered Clark the position of acting Attorney General and that Clark has accepted. Clark says that the schedule has moved up and he will replace Rosen the same day. January 3rd, at a White House meeting between Trump senior DOJ officials and senior White House officials, Trump considers installing Clark as acting Attorney General and sending Clark's proposed letter. Donahue and head of the Office of Legal Counsel Steve Engel tells Trump that all of the assistant attorney generals will resign if Trump places Rosen with Clark, and that they warn other DOJ officials may also resign en masse. Trump entertains the idea for most of the duration of the 2 to 3 hour meeting, but ultimately sides against installing Clark. Thank God. Won't happen next time. He'll make sure to install loyalists. Dude, I hope. I don't know how I feel about JD Vance, because on one hand, it's clear that he's grifting in the sense that, like, he was calling Trump fucking Hitler before, and now he's Trump's repeat, right? So it's clear that, like, he is grifting for power. But also, and he said if he was in Mike Pence's position, he would have certified the vote of the false elect, or sorry, wouldn't have certified the vote. But like maybe it's a good thing, okay? Because maybe he's a fucking sleeper agent, and he still actually hates Trump. and as soon as he gets in office, he won't do anything. He won't listen to cave in any Trump's pressure. Can the... I don't actually know the answer to this. President fire the VP after elected? I don't think they can. They can't fire midterm. Only Congress can do that by impeaching a vice president in constitutional office with a fixed for... Okay. Yeah, I didn't think they could, but my 13-day Reddit streak. Not a face cam. Apparently, there's not any camera better than just my phone for like under $600, which is really annoying. But whatever, I'll just keep using my phone. It looks decent. It looks good enough, you know. With the lighting, I think it looks really good compared to PPG. The close Rosen. Trump wants an answer by Jan 4th about whether Clark is willing to be replace Rosen as acting Attorney General. Clark expresses he is not satisfied. I don't know who this is. Oh, wait. Maybe I do. Oh, yeah, the Deputy Attorney General. Yeah, because he threatened to resign, I remember. Pretty sure we read that in the what a second Trump term would look like article thing. Okay, Clark says that he will decline position acting Attorney General if Rosen follows Clark's suggestion. Rosen again refuses to send Clark's letter to the Georgia legislator. January 3rd, 2021. Clark tells Rosen that Trump has offered Clark to position acting Attorney General and that Clark has accepted. Clark says his schedule has moved up and will replace Rosen by the same day. Okay. A White House meeting. Between Trump senior DOJ officials and senior White House officials. Trump considers installing Clark as acting Attorney General and sending Clark's proposed letter. Send Clark's proposed letter. But we already know that. The head of Steve Engel. Steve Engel warn that all the assistant attorney generals will resign. And they warn that other DOJ officials may also resign en masse. Trump still entertains the idea, but ultimately decides against it. So it'll be one over. In their Senate Judiciary Committee, the transcribed interviews, Rosen and Donahoe told us this point. Sorry. By this point, Clark's proposed letter and its potential role as acting attorney general were intertwined. Okay, December 31st, 2020. Jenna Ellis, she pleaded guilty, right? Yeah. Member Giuliano's legal team writes a one-page memo addressed to President Trump. It states that Pence should not accept votes in which six states currently have electoral delegates in dispute on the grounds that Pence cannot exercise his responsibility to open all electoral votes from the electors chosen in the manner prescribed by state legislators if he does not know which ones were so chosen. She writes that Pence should ask those legislators to meet and inform him which account, and if they do not do so in that time, their state electors will not be counted. See political reporting. Oh my god. We do have this memo, dude. I was looking for this memo yesterday. I remember this line. I literally, like, in quotation marks, looked at this line, and all I could find were news articles. Vice President should require a response from each state legislator no later than 7 p.m. Like, literally, if I looked it up. No later. Dude, I swear. Hold on. History. God damn it. But yeah, look this, I literally looked up. It was 3 days ago. I remember searching for this fucking memo. We do have this memo. Why can't I find it anywhere else? Yeah, because this is Vice President require a response from each state and legislator no later than 7 p.m. on January 15th. This is like literally all they had to. They didn't have to count the fake votes. They didn't have to do any. All they had to do was delay the certification until January 15th, and then Trump could be elected. All they had to do. Genesis writes a memo. To Trump, stating Pence should not accept Not accept votes in which 6 states have currently have electoral delegates in dispute. Adding that Pence should ask those legislators to meet and inform about which to count, and if they not do so in time, they won't count at all. Kamala will get demolished? Really? I'm pretty sure she's polling about the same to better than Biden, so... War criminal Biden is not going anywhere. I'm not totally convinced he's going anywhere. I don't know. Until today, I was like 90% sure Biden would stay in the race. And I'm... Oh, Biden plus 10%. What happened to... I don't know. I'd say I'm still about like 60% sure Biden will be the nominee. But who knows? We'll see. I think Trump's speech breathed new life into Biden. Which speech? The one where he talked about, the one where we just talked about his assassination attempt? I don't know what speech you're talking about. Convention. Oh, I know you're talking about a speech at the convention. I just don't know which speech at the convention, dumbass. That's where he wouldn't be speaking anywhere else. That's where he is. But I'm just telling you, the speech I've seen is him. Trump's speech. There was only one? Was there? Oh, it's an hour long. Maybe there was only one. I just remember the only clip I've seen is him recounting his assassination attempt.
On last night was incredible. They went to America. You won't take them back. Well, that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't even they don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better
play from the start. You will get views. Maybe I'll do it at the end. I'll do it. It's good YouTube content, so. Philip sends an email to Eastman as a Jan 1st. And Epstein, which is the subject, filibuster talking points, in which he advocates a strategy where Republican senators could launch a filibuster during debate. The basic contested states electoral votes facilitated by Vice President Pence. Chesborough emails offers examples of how Republicans in Congress could undermine the Electoral Count Act and, quote, create delay and pressure from further action. Chesborough emails Eastman and Epstein outlining various strategies or strategy Republican senators could launch filibusters. Literally by Vice President Pence. Edinburgh email offers example Republicans in Congress could undermine the electoral count. Another email that dated Troopus Eastman and other Chesborough writes, quote, I've always assumed the only way the court will act on one or more states as if during the count it is made clear by Pence and or filibuster in the Senate that can't be broken, that Congress will be unable to act unless either the court or state legislator addresses some of the claims or claim raised state. Congress will be unable to act unless either. Wrote further on, he went further to just about Eastman and others. Okay, January 2nd. Trump, Giuliani, and Eastman. Eastman's conference call with 300 state legislators. From Barbara McQuad's Just Security article. Later on Jan 2nd. Here, I'll just... conference call 300 state legislators. Trump and attorneys Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman conducted a Zoom conference call with 300 legislators from swing states won by Biden. 300 state legislators. Swing states won by Biden. What is this one? United States views Donald Trump a model prosecution memo from a conspiracy to pressure Vice Pence. Was this before the Jack Smith indictment was released? What? There's a phantom Jack Smith is highlighting. What? November 18th. This was February 2022. Okay, so this was before the Jack Smith indictments. Okay, yep. 2021 Biden. According to Michigan State Senator, participated in the call, the Trump team urged the legislators to overturn the choice of voters in the states, but provided no evidence of voter fraud. Testifies they urged them to overturn the election, provided no evidence of voter fraud. As McBroom reported, quote, I was listening to hear whether they had any evidence of, to substantiate claims of significant voter fraud that would change the result in Michigan. The caller did not provide any additional information. He said he did not support a delay. He said he did not support a delay in the electoral vote count. January 2nd, 2021 at 7:43. Chespro forwards Eastman. To Eastman, his December 13th email to Giuliani. Why is this? Why is it? Why? Why? Okay. Can you explain why this email's important? I don't remember what this email is exactly. December 13th email. Oh. About the Wisconsin shit. Okay. Okay. Jan 3rd, 2021. Eastman writes a 6-page memo stating, is this, oh shit. I don't know if I've read this one in full. No, I have not. Memo states bold. Bold, certainly. But this election was stolen by a strategic Democrat plan to systematically flout existing election laws for partisan advantage. We're no longer playing by Queensberry rules. President Trump holds an Oval Office meeting with Eastman, Pence, and Jan 4th. Mark Short, I don't know who that is, and Greg Jacob, I don't know who that is either. Barbara McQuaid's earlier Just Security article summarizes the publicly available information on his meeting. See your model prosecuting memo, see also Greg's. Okay. Fuck. Do we have to read that now? CL. There we go. Okay. We'll get back to that. Jan 4th. Eastman calls Rusty Bowers, the Republican Speaker of Arizona House, asking that the state legislature decertify the electors, claiming the body has plenty of authority to do so under Article 2. Eastman calls Republican Speaker of the House from Arizona, Rusty Bowers, asking her to decertify, or asking the state legislator when a body has plenty of authority to do so under Article 2. Bowers refuses, stated actions unprecedented, violate his oath to uphold a constitutional law, but Eastman says just do it and let the court sort it out. Howard states it would violate itself to the Constitution. Eastman replies. Just doing what the courts. Jan 4th again. The Trump campaign requested in text to Wisconsin Republican Party officials for someone to transport the fake electoral documents to Washington. Freaking Trump idiots want someone to fly the original elected papers to the Senate president. They're gonna call one of us and just tell us what the hell is going on. They've talked to Jordan and told Jordan that. Trump campaign. Wisconsin Republican Party officials. To transport the fake elector documents to Washington. Jan 4th at 8:51 p.m. Chesbro sends another email to Eastman that resends his December 13th email to Giuliani. Appears to have Chesbro's November 18th memo attached. I don't, okay. That resends is December 13th to Giuliani. And adds his November 18th memo. Jan 4 still. Senator Markley text with Meadows from Meadows Silly. Apparently he told you, did it come with a letter against the electoral objectives? I told him that you were being very helpful. Bad intel. This is still the same, yeah. From Senator Lee to Meadows. I've been spending 14 hours a day for the last week trying to unravel this for him. To have to take a shot at me like that in such a public setting without even asking is pretty discouraging. From Meadows Senator Lee. I pushed back. It wasn't in a prepared remark. Sorry. He will call. From Senator Mark Lee to Meadows. It's not your fault, but I've been calling state legislators for hours today, and I'm going to spend hours doing the same tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out a path that I can persuasively defend, and this won't make it any easier, especially if the others think I'm doing this because he went after me. This just makes it a lot more complicated, and it was complicated already. We need something from state legislators to make this legitimate and have any hope of winning. Even if they can't convene, it might be enough if a majority of them are willing to sign a statement indicating how they would vote. I've been working on that all day. Okay. What is it not? Hello. Senator Leader Meadows. But now my ability to do that with any credibility is impaired. From Meadows to Senator Lee. So very sorry. I told you, I told him that you and I have been working hard on his behalf. He here is Trump, right? Trump urges state legislature to reject electoral votes to real power. Yeah, he is Trump. Yeah. Okay, January 4th, 2021. Again. We're getting there, guys. Chesbro emails Trump campaign counsel Matthew Morgan and senior official Mike Roman discussing how they might be able to get the false certificates to Vice President Pence in time for their use in a joint session. Chesbro suggests that they reach out to Trump and have him check immediately with Ron Johnson and see if the carrier can deliver the documents to a Johnson staff member who will then take it to Pence's Senate office. To coordinate delivering. Delivering false certificates of Vice President Pence in time for the use in a joint session. Pence Chief of Staff Mark Short told the Post that Giuliani and his associates forwarded letters to Pence from individual state legislators objecting to Biden's electors and arguing that Trump electors should be recognized instead. Short and Pence's legal team reviewed the unsolicited letters, but were not persuaded there was any legal basis to accept Trump's elector who had not been certified by the state, Short said. Jan 5th, 2020. 1. Chesbro emails with Mike Roman and a junior Wisconsin Republican staffer, Alicia Gunther, who was flying to DC with false certificates. Gunther would then hand them those documents off to Chesbro. Delivering false elector certificates. Jan 5th, 2021. Eastman. Meets with Mark Short and Greg Jacob. Barmer equates early dress security summarized publicly available information at the meeting. Model prosecuting memo and okay. Jenna Ellis writes a second memo addressed to Trump Trump attorney J whoever the fuck. At the dictionary. The memo states that the vice president should begin alphabetically in an order states, and coming first to Arizona should not open the purported certification, but simply stop the count at the juncture, on the ground that those electors may not have been properly ascertained. Stating Pence should stop the count at Arizona. Vice President Pence Chief Counsel Greg Jacob writes a 3-page memo Why does it keep that? Addressed to the Vice President explaining that Eastman's proposal to skip opening and reading the electoral certificates for any state for which an alternative but uncertified state of electors is admitted is unlawful. Professor Eastman acknowledges that his proposal violates several provisions of statutory law, including the Electoral Act and the memo states. Explaining Eastman's proposal is unlawful. We should read this whole memo. We'll read that whole memo after we finish this stuff. That is an coordinated video received reviewed by CNN. Chesbro attends a rally at Freedom Plaza where prominent Trump surrogates spoke about the need to stop the steal the next day. Longtime Trump ally Roger Stone. If Kamala show up wearing a string thong and pasty, she's got my vote based. You know what she needs to do? She needs to wear. This is genius. She needs to wear a coconut bikini. Holy shit, it's perfect. It's perfect. What does vegan mean? Who is coconut in my Discord server? What the hell? The coconut bikini is perfect for Kamala. Oh my god. Nothing against Kamala. I think she's beautiful actually. I think she lacks in some areas like public speaking and laughing too much. She's the best public speaker. Use your channel points, redeem Unburdened by What Has Been right now. Someone redeem it. Someone redeem Unburdened by What Has Been. We're gonna remix.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
Coconut tree is awesome. You guys haven't heard? How many guys? This is what like Kamala is most known for, dude. It's the coconut tree.
You exist in the context of all in which you live came before you.
There are so many memes about this.
Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what can be.
Harris Sanders. It'll be, maybe they will do a fucking Harris Sanders. That'd be interesting, because they've been cucking out to the progressives because further in exchange for their support. That's why Biden did the rent control cap thing. I think there's some healthcare provisions, yeah, that they want him to do. So he's been cucking out to the progressives. So maybe Harris will cuck out and give it to Sanders. Sanders is probably a good VP. I don't agree with a lot of what. I don't agree with some of Sanders' proposal, but I think he's pretty good on most things. Not like he could do, like, the fucking vice president can't implement a wealth tax, so. Plus, there'd be. Dude, I want to say that he would energize progressives, but after like Bernie, I don't know, after Israel-Palestine, people just fucking hate him. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's any progressives that weren't going to vote for Biden or Harris that would then vote for a progressive, or would then vote for them because Sanders is the VP. Like, I don't know. I just don't know if that person exists. At least not many of them. They're just mad that even Bernie is an establishment cuck now. Can you believe it? What the hell? Followed Alex Jones around Capitol grounds on January 6th. This bro attended a rally at Freedom Plaza. Trump surrogates spoke about the need to stop the steal the next day. Longtime Trump ally Roger Stone warns the crowd that they are embroiled in an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light. Stop the Steal organizer Alexander says, "These degenerates in the deep state are gonna give us what we want, or we are gonna shut this country down." Conspiracy theorist Alex Jones screams it's 1776. This is the whole thing. It takes forever to load. January 6th, a big day. What it's all been leading up to. In the morning, Representative Andy Briggs calls Bowers asking him to support decertification and to sign a letter to that effect. Bowers again refuses. Oops. Andy Briggs calls Arizona speaker. Light and dark wavelengths misconstructed by humanity have some sort of emotional connection when in reality darkness harbors more safety than light because all evil deeds are now in the light and no one cares. True. Arizona speaker bows. Hi again, what are you working on? Same thing. I think you were here earlier in this stream, right? You were at least here last stream. We're still working on finishing up the timeline on the false elector stuff. And then we'll read the January 6th committee chapter 3 on it. Might end up reading the whole J6 thing, I don't know. Seriously, the light can kill, dehydrate, cause cancer. The dark actually keeps you cool, calm, and observed. Asking for him to support decertification and sign a letter to effect. Mallow again refuses. The House Select Committee found that, quote, a staffer for Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson texted a staffer for Vice President Pence just minutes before the beginning of a joint session. This staffer stated that Senator Johnson wished to hand-deliver to the Vice President alternative electors votes from Michigan and Wisconsin. Pence's aides unambiguously instructed them not to deliver the fake votes to the Vice President, even though the fake elector slates were transmitted to Congress in the executive branch. The Vice President held firm in his position that his role was to count lawfully submitted electoral votes. Oh, this is all a quote from the thing, isn't it? Okay. Johnson needs to hand something to the vice president. What is it? Alternative slate of electors. Do not give that to him. 11:36 a.m. Trooper sends a text message to U.S. Senator Ron Johnson, in which he says, quote, "We need to get a document on the Wisconsin electors you sent for the VP immediately. Is there a staff person I can talk to immediately? Thanks, GMT." 11:42 a.m. Senator Johnson texts troopers a text connecting him to staff Senator Sean Riley, whom he identifies as his new chief of staff. Troopers then check Chesbro and writes, I've been on the phone with Mike Roman and Senator Johnson's chief of staff to get an original copy of the Wisconsin slate for 2 VP. Not sure if you were involved, but call Mike to make sure he gets what he needs. Thanks. Chesbro responds that he had dropped off the original copies to congressional aide the prior day, according to him, who had walked it over to the Senate parliamentarian. At 12:46 p.m., Senator Johnson texts troopers again saying, "We have been informed that VP cannot accept any unsealed mail and that I cannot hand it to him." Troopers text Chesbro to relay this update. He forwards Senator Johnson's message and says, "Johnson cannot give a certification we got to him to the VP because it is not sealed. Someone opened it." Based whoever opened it. Asking to speak to someone immediately. In order to get the Wisconsin elector certificates to the vice president. I don't know if I care about that. Senator Johnson texts Chesbro and says, "Can accept it. Any unsealed mail." Dark actually gives you cool oh, that's wild, Josh. That seems like something Shadow the Hedgehog would say, bro. Okay, January 6th, again. Vice President Pence reads out the vice presidential script for publicly counting electoral votes after he drafts new language approved by the congressional parliamentarians to address the false alternate slate of electors. He states that certificates introduced will be the ones that, quote, "the parliamentarians have advised me is the only certificate of vote from that state, and purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors." Pence reads the script for publicly counting electoral votes. after he drafts new language. So draft new language. To ensure that alternate slates, or I guess really, I mean fake slates, fake electors were not counted. Wait, hold on. Can I just get all 43 words? Okay, January 6th, 2021. Again. It's almost like that date's important. Jidiak, same account, changed username. Sick. Now I gotta use calling you Lydrinit? Liar. After the attack on the Capitol began, Pence's chief counsel Greg Jacob exchanges heated emails with Eastman. In one email, Jacob says, "Thanks to your bull, we are now under siege." After the start of the Capitol riot, Lee Drawn it? Okay, I'm probably just gonna still call you Didiox, but we'll see. Greg Jacob says he emails Eastman. At 4:29 p.m., Jacob emails Eastman. Did you advise the president that your professional judgment of vice president does not have the power to decide things unilaterally? Eastman replies, "He's been so advised, as you know, because you were on the phone when I did it. I should not discuss other conversations that I have, that I may or may not have had privately, on that score with someone who is a client. But you know, once he gets something in his head, it's hard to change course." Or 29, Jacob emails Eastman. Throughout this time, Chesbro sends troopers several messages from on the ground in DC, including pictures of him and a crowd of President Trump supporters on the National Mall. One of these pictures shows Chesbro with conspiracy theorist Alex Jones and Trump ally Alex Jones. Chesbro eventually marches with Jones down the Capitol and follows him into restricted areas. In response to Chesbro messages, Trupo also sent several encouraging messages saying, "Enjoy the history you made today. Well done, Ken. History's made." At some point in the afternoon, Trupo checks Chesbro, tear gas in the Capitol. Chesbro responds, "I caught a whiff, lol." Chesbro also sends Washington's troops to picture himself outside the Capitol. Several messages to each other about the ongoing riot. January 10th, 2021. An individual, name redacted in court records, emails Eastman asking, "Tell us in layman's language, what the heck happened with the dual electors, please?" Eastman responded in full. No legislator certified them because governors refused to call them to session, so they had no authority, alas. Eastman emails an unnamed individual. Oh my god. Explaining what happened. The alternate electors. March 29, 2022. In a civil case, a federal district court holds that Eastman and Trump more likely than not engaged in a criminal conspiracy to overturn the election by through pressuring Pence to reject the Biden electors in accordance with Eastman plans submitted to Trump. Judge David O'Carter decision applying a preponderance of evidence standard. As noted above, Carter's subsequent June 22 opinion states that, quote, Dr. Eastman and President Trump plan to disrupt the joint session was fully formed and actionable as early as December 7th, 2020. It also states, quote, a critical objective of the January 6th plan to have the contested states certify alternate slates of electors for President Trump. Ruled in a civil case that Eastman and Trump more likely not engaged in criminal conspiracy to overturn the election. One to these emails submitted to Trump. Maybe we should read the opinion as well. Further stating, that quote, critical objective of the January 6th plan to have contested states certify an alternate slate of electors for President Trump. Woohoo. Okay, there's... Oh, shit. That is, like, fucking dislocated my shoulder. What the fuck? I was just stretching, bro. We have to add those two, Ellen and then I want to read these things. Okay, these two things I want to read. I'll put them, the things I need to read here. Okay, L, it's the first one. Okay, Oval Office meeting. On Jan 4th, Pence met with Trump in the Oval Office. Also present were Eastman, Short, and Jacob. Eastman had prepared a 2-page memo laying out his plan. This is the first memo. Eastman also prepared a more detailed 6-page memo. According to the 2-page memo, 7 states would transmit dual slates of electors to the president of the Senate, i.e. Pence. For those 7 states that presented dual slates of electors, Pence would declare that there are no electors that can be deemed validly elected in the states. In fact, Trump electors from 7 states actually submitted certificates of Trump's electoral victories in their states, even though Biden had won there. According to a audio recording, the co-chair of Michigan Republican Party said that the slate of Trump electors from Michigan was submitted at the direction of the Trump campaign. Okay, so Eastman explained his 2 memos to Trump. That's what is important. According to Eastman's plan, Pence would add the yep. Based on those, Pence would then declare Trump the winner. Anticipating howls from the Democrat in response to Pence's actions, Eastman recommended that Pence would then declare that no candidate had achieved the required 270 electoral votes. Parliament provides that when no candidate receives the necessary votes from electors, the decision is to be made in the House of Representatives with delegation from each state getting 1 vote. Under the then existing makeup of Congress, 26 states and congressional delegations with a majority of Republican members. If those members voted according to party lines, they could elect Trump. In the alternative, the 2 chambers could debate. Republican members could cause a stalemate, allowing time for the state legislators to act to support the alternate slate of electors from their respective states. Eastman's memo was further revised that Pence should take this action without asking permission. Then, if members of Congress rejected, they would need to file a lawsuit to challenge Pence's actions, resulting in delay, and of course, potential rejection of judicial review of the complaints as non-justifiable political questions. This is just a really good. This is a good outline of his plan. Slash toggle heading 3. Eastman plan, general outline. Okay. And then N on Jan 5th. This meeting. Eastman and Shorty Jacob and Eisenhower. Eastman argued that Pence should reject the Biden electors according to 2 sources. Okay, well. By the end of the 2-hour meeting, Eastman had conceded that having Pence reject Biden electors is not a viable plan. Eastman later denied self-conceding. According to a draft op-ed written by Jacob and obtained by the Jan 6 committee, the former general counsel to the vice president said, quote, "One of the president's key outside lawyers agreed with me that the day before the events at the Capitol, that not a single member of the Supreme Court would support his position. He acknowledged that 230 years of historical practice were firmly against it, and that no reasonable person would create a rule that investigated a single individual with unilateral authority. Invested a single individual with unilateral authority to undermine the validity of a disputed electoral votes for the office of the United States." Okay, so by the end. Okay. According to according to Jacob, that's Greg Jacob, right? Yeah. According to Greg Jacob. Eastman acknowledged that no reasonable person, no one on Supreme Court support his position that the VP could unilaterally declare the validity of disputed electors. $106. I'm going to put this also down here. Okay, we should read this as well. And these after that. Not this entire thing, it's 44 pages. Wait, what is this? I forgot. United States was a court. Oh. Let me close this. Okay. In the days and hours leading up to the counting of electoral votes in Congress, a parade of outside lawyers to the president spun a web of lies and disinformation to him and the public for the purpose of pressuring the vice president to betray his oath and uphold our laws and Constitution of the United States. That was a fool's errand. The vice president never wavered under the barrage of bankrupt legal theories, just as he never left the Capitol building when the assault began. Now that the moment of immediate crisis has passed, the legal profession should dispassionately examine whether the attorneys involved should be disciplined for using their credentials to sell a stream of snake oil to the most powerful office in the world, wrapped in the guise of a lawyer's advice. To practice law, lawyers must obtain the endorsement of their profession that they possess the requisite skills, knowledge, and qualifications. Law practice is thereafter governed by a requirement of candor, competence, and professional responsibility that are enforced by the bar and the courts. Clients rely on this professional credentialing to ensure that they are receiving credible, reliable advice. I need to, my neck hurts. This is the optimal research position. I was slouching forward, and now this come back to bite me. My back's gonna be fucked when I'm 30 years old, dude. I'm gonna need fucking surgery young, bro, for my fucked up shit. Okay, optimal straight position. Okay. In integrity and soundness, legal advice is never more important than when it is rendered to the President of the United States, who wields vast executive power to impact the lives of hundreds of millions and to possess the biggest bully pulpit in the world. One of a lawyer's highest callings is as an advisor and counselor, helping a client determine a future course of action not yet taken and to understand its consequences. The American Bar Association's model rules of professional conduct states, quote, as advisor, a lawyer provides a client with an informed understanding of a client's legal rights and obligations and explains their practical implications. They require that a lawyer shall explain in a matter to the extent reasonably necessary to permit the client to make decisions. When lawyers disregard these ethical obligations, they deserve their client, deserve their clients and discredit their profession. There's no room in the legal profession for grima worm tongues who counsel their clients with half-truths and deceptive presentations to pursue a personal agenda. There's certainly no room for this in the Oval Office. Okay. Lawyers are entrusted as an advisor to provide speaking before a crowd of thousands. An hour before the electoral count began, the president invoked his outside lawyers and their credentials. Rudy Giuliani, a former United States attorney, declared that it would be perfectly legal for the vice president to cast aside the laws governing the counting of electoral votes and to, quote, decide on the validity of these crooked ballots. Professor John Eastman, who the president described as one of the most brilliant lawyers in the country, explained that all we are demanding of the Vice President Pence is that he suspend the electoral vote count so that state legislators can conduct further fraud inquiries. Quote, anybody that is not willing to stand up and do it does not deserve to be in office. It is that simple. What the lawyers do not tell the crowd, and to the best of my knowledge, never told the president, is that they were pushing an abstract legal theory that had overwhelming drawbacks and limitations. The 12th Amendment provisions in counting electoral votes is admittedly not well drafted, and scholars have debated its meaning. But one of the president's key outside lawyers agreed with me that day, before the events at the Capitol, that not a single member of the Supreme Court would support his position. He acknowledged that 230 years of historical practice were firmly against it, and that no reasonable person would create a rule that invested in a single individual with unilateral authority to undermine the validity of disputed electoral votes of the President of the United States. Speaking to the crowd on Jan 6, Trump invoked the credentials of Eastman and Giuliani. Declared it would be paralegal, blah blah blah. Okay, Giuliani stated perfectly legal. Eastman stated that all we are demanding of the president. Yeah, okay. The lawyers did not inform the crowd. Possibly did not inform the president. I'm pretty sure the other things said they did inform him. They were pushing abstractly through the overwhelming drawbacks and limitations. In a meeting, Eastman reportedly reportedly is that not reportedly, sorry. This is Greg Jacob, right? Yeah. Outside lawyers pushed for a fallback plan, positioning that the vice president could instead stop the electoral count and refer it to the states. That suggestion violated several provisions of the Electoral Count Act, which had no historical analog, and would deprive Congress of its historic statutory role in vote counting decisions. Lawyers then push for a fallback plan. Believing that Pence could stop the electoral vote count and refer it to the states. Yeah, that suggestion violated. The argument there would be that it's just unconstitutional, right? The electoral vote count. I think it was what Eastman argued, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Neither House nor the Senate would agree, and a lawsuit would be filed within an hour. The lawyers have posited the courts might invoke the political question doctrine and refuse to intervene. But if the court stayed out of a standoff between the Vice President and Congress, it would have favored the presidency. Then where would the issue be decided? In the streets. The Vice President notably did not invoke the political question doctrine when a congressman sued him on December 28th, seeking a declaration that the Vice President has unilateral authority to set electoral votes aside. Counselors are responsible for their advice, not for outcomes, but any lawyer advising the President that these statutes governing the President electoral vote may be unilaterally overridden by the Vice President had an ethical obligation to ensure the President understood all the legal and practical implications. They failed to do so. Lawyers advising Trump. Oh my god. Advising Trump. That the statutes governing county electoral vote could be overridden by the Vice President and have the ethical obligation to the President. Understood all the legal, practical applications. They failed to do so. Hour after the assault of the Capitol began, one of the president's lawyers displayed a shocking lack of awareness of how these practical implications were playing out in real time, declaring that, quote, the siege is because of you and your boss did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened. In fact, the open debate had been taking place on the Senate floor, identical to the one Democrats triggered over Ohio electorals in 2005, when it was disrupted by a band of thugs who had been so delighted the Vice President had the power to reverse the outcome of the election. Vice President Pence rejected the spurious legal theories that were pitched to him, and he did his duty. An inquiry should be made into whether the President's outside lawyers did theirs. There should be no rush to judgment, the hallmark of a hideous cancel culture that destroys the lives and livelihoods without due process based solely on the impulse of the moment. Moreover, the lawyers involved are entitled to their reasoned views, however wrong. Every Supreme Court observer notes that in a matter of constitutional law, the most accomplished lawyers in the land sometimes arrive at diametrically opposite conclusions. But whenever an attorney's personal conclusions may be, lawyers have a professional obligation to empower their clients with competent advice sufficient to make informed decisions, and it is right to inquire whether the outside attorneys who advise the highest office in the land on a matter of the gravest national importance grossly abuse their credentials. Lawyers are entitled to their reasoned views, however absurd or wrong. However, whatever their positions are, lawyers have a professional obligation to empower their clients. Sufficient common advice, sufficient to make informed decisions. It is right to question if the lawyers who advised Trump did so, or if they grossly misused or abused their credentials. Base Greg Jacob moment. Okay. Okay, memo. Analysis Eastman's proposal. Greg Jacob memo. £2. Oh my god. What the hell? Okay. January 5th. Professor John Eastman is the Henry, whatever, Professor Law, Community Service, the chat, I don't care. Professor Eastman proposes that, well, presiding over the counting electoral votes at the joint session of Congress on January 6th, the Vice President could, firstly, skip opening and reading the electoral certificates for any state in which an alternative slate but uncertified state of electors was submitted. 2. Save the opening and reading electoral vote certificates for such states until the end of the joint session. And 3. At the end of the session, direct the electoral certificates for these states will not be counted until each state legislator certifies which of the competing slate of electors is true and correct. John Eastman asserts the Vice President could skip opening the electoral certificates for states with alternate uncertified electors. 2. Save the opening and reading of the electoral certificates of those states how's that? What? Come on, Google. Other states till the end of the joint session. 3. Direct that the electoral certificates for these states will not be counted until each state's legislator verifies which slate is true and correct. Professor Eastman does not recommend that the Vice President assert that it is a unilateral authority to decide which of the competing states' electors should be counted. He stated that in this view, the imprimatur of approval by state legislators is important to the legitimacy of counting any state of electors other than the one initially certified by the state executive. Does not suggest the VP can unilaterally choose which electors to certify. Can we save this for later? Almost certainly not. Let's see what
This
it is.
is the
oh,
second
Emmanuel
video
Kant. God
in
of
a
reason.
series.
Don't care. Ads? Man, I wanted a difficult one. Wonder what I could say. Okay, legal analysis. President John Eastman acknowledges that his proposal violates several provisions of statutory laws. Specifically, the Electoral Count Act of 1877 provides that. As always, yes or no? No. Obviously. Don't know why you would even try. Eastman acknowledges. Why do you do gooning? Because edging is lame. Why goon when you edge when you can goon? What do you mean, bro? It's fun. It's awesome sauce. His theory, or his proposal, violates several standing laws. Sexism, moral, and against the Lord. Thank you, Hot to Go. Kind of a troll partially, though. I figured you do. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Don't care. Several standing laws. Including the... (1887) Electoral Count Act. Which provides electoral certificates must be opened, presented, and acted upon in alphabetical order to states, beginning with the letter A. Electoral vote certificates must be oh my god. Further provides that no votes or papers from any other state shall be acted upon until any objections to the votes or papers from any state shall have been fully disposed of. Professor Eastman proposes instead that no action be taken and no dissolution be made. Eastman instead proposes that no action be taken, and no position made on the competing certificates for 5 to 7 states, multiple electoral vote submissions. Hey, Notfinder is wondering why you're taking notes on that. What do you have to use it for? What purpose? Knowledge. Because I think Trump is a treasonous traitor to the fucking country. And I think it's important people know about Eastman's hack legal theory. And I understand why they shouldn't vote for Trump. I think it's important that I have an understanding of what all the actors did in the lead up to and on January 6th, so I can fully understand whether or not it was an insurrection and what that means for who you should vote for. After each electoral vote certificate is read, the President of the Senate shall call for all objections, if any. Professor Eastman instead proposes, yeah, okay. Eastman instead proposes that okay, personal knowledge and share in a conversation. Yeah, it's not like for school or anything. A lot of times when I do economic notes, people think it's for school. Or with some of the Israel-Palestine stuff, they thought it was for school too. Instead proposes that the Vice President not call for objections. Not call for objections. Order 5 to 7 states with multiple electoral vote submissions. This would affect depriving representatives and senators of the ability to make objections to the electoral vote and to debate those objections. The Electoral Count Act provides that whether or not any objections have been made, competing slates of electors must be submitted to the Senate and House for debate and deposition. Regardless of if any objections have been made, competing slates of electors, Eastman instead proposes that competing slates of electors be referred to state legislators. Oh my god. Dude, I hate when Google... Look, if I search Google, it's gonna immediately come with referred. Electoral Count Act provides that the joint session cannot be dissolved once it begins. Wonder if someone has written an easy-to-read pamphlet and document on this. It could save people time. Well, I think Destiny's working on it. He's working on an anti-Trump manifesto. That any recess can only be until the next morning. Sunday expected. That only 5 days of such recesses are allowed. Professor Eastman's proposal, by contrast, contemplates that all extended recess at a joint session allow state legislators to investigate the election and a vote on which state to certify. Okay. And that any recess, maybe you can put it together if it does not exist. I bet it does though. I mean, there's a few different things. There's people have done different things. The Trump research book, and then there's some of the just security stuff on this, and then I mean, there's the January 6th commission, which is obviously really long in its entirety. But like, if you just want to know a specific thing, like we'll probably read chapter 3. Chapter 3 is like 20 pages long, and if you just want to know a specific thing, it has all the information here. Yeah, and then I mean, I don't know the endeavors, but Destiny is working on his. He's working on this. January 6th insurrection. But a lot of this is just quotes from the January 6th committee, select committee. It doesn't make any case. Kamala is back at 50. I need to look at my, I need to look at economic publishing ebooks myself. I'm pretty sure you can publish to Kindle for free. Kindle free publishing? Yeah, pretty sure you can do this. Rate, manage, publish. You can publish to Kindle. Oh, Wick is doing Collins. What should I ask Wick about? Wick TV. Do we have any questions that I should call in? Call in for?
That's right.
What could I ask about? I don't know. I'm gonna ask him for like a resource on the fake elector thing. Doing a lot of research or reading. On the fake elector scheme. Oh, any good sources? What to do about the Supreme Court? Start my virtual game as well. To do about the Supreme Court. Still think the election is over. How do you best make the case for Alright, easy, 4 questions. Who is this guy?
Let's ride. Twisters is as good as a summer movie gets.
We are professional tornado wranglers.
It's a thrilling crowd pleaser.
Are you seeing this?
Hell yeah. And the best, most satisfying summer movie.
Let's go!
The best cinematic experience since Top Gun Maverick.
Oh, fuck. Alright, now clearly this guy is. Different publishing platforms offer varying royalties, typically ranging from 35 to 70% of the ebook's list price. Consider these rates when choosing where to publish. Some platforms might have higher rates. Do you?
Okay.
I don't know.
Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV, a cross-eyed. From the silly to the serious, gang. Have we got a show for you?
What are you gonna publish
today?
about?
We're having a special call-in episode with Amanda, girlfriend guide for guys, who has graciously agreed to join us.
I have no
and
clue who this
take
person
some
is.
calls. So if you guys don't know what today is, let me kind of explain it to you. So every once in a while on the show, we do a community call-in. So you, yes you, dear viewer, can call in and talk to us about, well, whatever you'd like. Dating issues that you happen to be having. Maybe you need advice on something. Maybe you just want to say hi. Maybe you have an issue with something either I or my guest here has said. Either way.
Political manifesto type book? I mean, like, if you're gonna publish the Kindle, just publish it for free. I like. Yeah, I'm pretty sure like it lets you publish it for free. So like, I would just do that because like, no offense, I don't think anyone's gonna buy your manifesto. Giving me to appeal to the masses, though. Maybe. You still think that? Alright, I should be dragged in relatively soon. Last time he had a ton of people doing it because he was doing it with Adam Mockler. A bunch of people want to talk to Adam, which I almost got in that time, but then it was during a time people were over, so I got called away. You are my favorite streamer. Thank you, Carter.
You are my favorite streamer.
Tide Turtle. Wow, is this your first stream? Thanks for resubbing again. I finally got paid out, dude. Not that long ago. If only you didn't break your foot. Plus I got money for fixing my dad's computer. Any recess. Any recess can only be until the next morning. Sundays accepted. And that only 5 days of such recesses are allowed. Eastman and Set proposes that Eastman's proposal by contrast contemplate an extended joint recess to allow state legislators to investigate the election and decide on which states we would fight. Set proposes an extended recess to allow the states to investigate and decide which slate of electors to certify. This channel is awesome. Thank you, Swifter. You've been here before, right? Swifter. Professor Eastman's proposals also contradicted by the opinion opted by Republican Supreme Court Justice Bradley after deciding on the Electoral Vote Commission in 1877. No, first time? You're lying so hard right now. I feel like I remember you. I might just be lying, but I can check, I'm pretty sure. Channel activity. Oh, it is your first time. Well, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming by. I am making stuff up. Damn. Just like Trump did with his fake electors. Just like Eastman. You have never seen me before. See, now I can't tell if you're trolling. Although you are, yeah, you're in the YouTube short chat. Are you just streaming on YouTube? No, I'm streaming on everything. I'm streaming on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Trovo, Rumble, Facebook, DLive, YouTube Shorts. Oh, what's up, Kick Viewer? just talking about you. Yeah. Don't you see, aren't you in the YouTube Shorts chat? Don't you see where it says horizontal on non-fun for 20, non-fun for 20 again? For the horizontal viewers, I have the vertical layout right here where it says horizontal on non-fun for 20. How's it going? Pretty good. Just have these in a different thing. What's this PDF? It's a memo written by George Jacob, one of Pence's legal advisors, advising him that he does not have the constitutional authority to unilaterally declare to unilaterally decide which electoral slates are counted, or to throw it back to the states to delay the certification until the slates determine which electors are.
Hello, you're live.
Hello, what is up?
Hi. You know, just chilling. What do you got?
Yeah. All right. Okay, my first thing for you, Wick. In your little debate you had with Destiny about the Trump assassination, I remember you saying that after that photo came out, the election was over. Do you still think that?
No, I think that I was being doomer then. I was speaking from emotion, and so no, I rescind that comment. I don't think it's over anymore. especially since they picked J.D. Vance as a vice president.
Oh, yeah.
They blew it way open. I think we're back in it to win it, gang. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad we got the doomerism out of our system. I'm very glad.
On that, there's plenty more doomer to come.
Oh boy. Well, one thing I for the most part have been riding with Biden, but I have become kind of doomer on it. Although I think there might be some more news. I saw Biden was up in the betting market for the Democratic nominee, but it looked like after Biden has COVID now, there's a good chance Kamala Harris becomes a nominee.
Well, actually, if I were to take my best guess, I think it'd be Gavin Newsom. I don't think they're going to run Kamala, or I don't think Biden is going to back Kamala. And I don't know about that VP pick for Trump. I do think that Nikki Haley would have made a better VP pick in terms of Trump's campaign.
I don't have a strong opinion on Trump's VP, but it looks like there's a decent chance someone else will be the nominee. I mean, AOC went on her Instagram Live yesterday, and she said that they are planning on replacing the whole ticket, or at least there are plenty of donors who want to do that.
Yeah, I think.
My question would be, how do we... I think Biden has a really good record. I think I can argue for Biden's record. What I'm not really prepared to argue is a lot of Kamala's record, or even Newsom's record. Do you guys have any advice on that, if that does end up happening?
So, I talk about there's plenty of doomer to come. I think that, and I know maybe I'm sounding like a broken record here, but I don't know how we come back from an open convention where so I don't want Biden to replace, to be clear. But if they do replace him, Kamala, maybe, right? I could maybe get behind that. But if it's anyone else, then I just don't know how the party recovers from it, right? I don't know how we unify based on that, because think about what we're talking about here. We had a primary such as it was, and I understand that there were no debates and it wasn't the most open process. That's fair, right? But people cast their votes. Millions of people cast their votes for the ticket, for the Biden-Harris ticket. And to advocate for throwing those votes away because we don't like how the polls are is gonna sit very poorly with a lot of people, me included. And I don't know what we do about that. So what are your thoughts, Amanda? What do you think?
Well, in terms of like Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom, I honestly don't know that much of their their backgrounds, if you will. But I do think character-wise, if they go with Gavin Newsom, just because Kamala Harris isn't really well liked among the people, I think that in terms of the Democratic Party, if they went with Gavin Newsom or Gretchen from Michigan, but again, I'm not like too familiar with everything. I just want to put that out there. I'm just like a little bit familiar with certain things, but I do think that Gretchen from Michigan would be better, but I could be wrong on everything. But I do find them running Gavin Newsom. I don't see them going with Harris. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't.
But
honestly,
Look, your instincts are right. At least on the AOC's Instagram, she was talking about how there is no consensus. For those who are looking to get Biden out of the race, there's no consensus on who it should be. And so, yeah, I think your instinct, at least, Amanda, is right, that they may not go with Harris, which, again, is why I advocate against pushing Biden out. Pushing Biden out is a dumb move. But go on, caller, please. Yeah,
personally, listen, everything I've seen from Kamala Harris is just funny. Like the coconut tree comments and like the 4-minute compilations of her saying what can be unburdened by what has been. Like that's all just funny to me. But yeah, she doesn't like, I don't know her record. Like the only thing I've really heard about her is her being a former prosecutor. And I think there's people who allege that she kept people past their release date for prison labor. I've heard that alleged. I have no clue if it's true or not. I don't like the idea that we would skip over a black woman to appoint a white male. The idea that Democrats would skip over a black woman vice president to just choose a white male who then couldn't use the money that they raised so far. It'd have to go to a PAC. Yeah, and then Newsom, I think you probably said this before, like if Newsom becomes the nominee, every Republican will just be shitting out images of homeless people in California non-stop and saying this is going to be everywhere. Look at all the fentanyl deaths. Look at all the tent cities. This is going to become everything. And yeah, I have no clue how to make the case for Newsom versus like Biden. I think there's a really strong positive case to be made for, on top of the negative case for Trump.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, dear caller. Is there anything else you have for us before we let you go?
I don't know. I guess one quick broad thing. Do you have any clue what the fuck we do about the Supreme Court, Wick? Because I don't know what to do.
Can't help you. I don't know. All right. I'm sorry. I don't know.
God damn it.
Here, just call me in. Next, you're gonna ask me to solve the Middle East, right? And what's the one trick to make sure there's peace in the Middle East? I don't know. But caller, I'll see you later.
See you later. Thanks. All right. Now I can farm that for YouTube views. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Big win. Hell yeah. Okay. That was nice. Do you guys know do you know who that was? He's a not like a big streamer, bigger streamer than me. I should have promoted my channel. Last time I went on, I had more warning. So I was able to like I gotta shout him out. Shout out at Wick TV. Does it let me do it? I don't know if it. Oops! I did it wrong. Slash. Shout out. Promote your channel, please. Yeah, fine. Wick TV. Just in case you guys didn't know who he was, quickly. I have to wait another minute 30. God damn it. Okay. Fuck it. Well. Alright. Oh, I gotta wait a minute 30 seconds. Yep. I don't know where I was. By the way, if you're Swifter, if you're committed to watching the stream, you know the horizontal version is on my channel as well. You can click on my username on YouTube and then go to live and there'll be a horizontal version. Just saying. I mean, I love you either way. I love my vertical viewers so much, dude, but I'm just saying, I personally find it more pleasurable viewing experience to watch it horizontally. Or you can get on my Twitch so that when I shout them out, it doesn't look so pathetic because I have 2 viewers. Here? What do you mean? If you go to my YouTube channel, there's a horizontal stream, and it's also on Twitch if you want it. View my channel live. You see how this one has the shorts in the thumbnail, or this one has the shorts in the thumbnail. This one doesn't. This one is the horizontal one. Live. You see how the. Okay. I forgot I had the music playing that whole time. God damn it. I should have muted music for the conversation. It's kind of loud. It sounded loud at least. I might turn it down a little. I should have told me. What the hell? What the freak? Are you a professional streamer? No. I mean, technically, I don't have another job, so, you know, Maybe. That's what is that if that's what you count. Okay. 8 minutes after is recess, the extended recess. Okay, where's that? Allow, okay. Okay, you're streaming that. I mean, I don't make enough to live on. I don't make close to enough to actually live on. Like, I live with my parents, so like, it doesn't matter, but I make like 30 cents a day maximum, so you know. Professor Easton's proposal was also contradicted by the opinion authored by the Republican Supreme Court Justice Joseph Bradley as the deciding vote on the Electoral Commission of 1877. Also contradicts Justice, Supreme Court Justice Joseph Bradley. Opinion on the Electoral Commission of 1877. Joseph Bradley found the Vice President cannot decide the validity of electoral votes and cannot order that investigations into their validity be conducted outside of Congress. Well, everyone's supposed to have somewhere. True. Thank you for the encouragement. I have grown like quite a bit. The past few months at least. Is this channel mostly political? Everything. It's mostly political. I mean, we do some gaming sometimes. I kind of want to start doing more gaming. Persons or paper. That's bold. Okay. Oh. I'll check your Twitch. Oh, thank you. I mean, there's ads on Twitch and there aren't ads on YouTube. just aren't ads on Kick either. But the YouTube viewers give me watch time, so they're awesome. They're awesome. No ads and watch time on YouTube? Why would you not even? Why would you? Oh, thanks, Swifter, for the follow. Also, Twitch does have alerts. Okay. But I think the practice of government, as well as the true construction of the Constitution, have settled that the powers of the President of the Senate are merely minstrel, conferred upon him as a matter of convenience, as being the presiding officer of one of the two bodies which are to meet for the counting of votes and determining the election. He's not invested with any authority for making investigation outside of the joint meeting of the two houses. He cannot send for persons or papers. Oh, thank you for the 100 mana. Appreciate it, man. I like you more though. You're good. Listen, YouTube viewers give me watch time, so it's awesome. Bro, where were these 4 viewers when I talked to Wick, bro? I just talked to Wick TV. You guys know what Wick TV is? I just talked to him, bro. It's okay, I'll farm it for YouTube content. Utterly without the means or power to do anything more than to inspect the documents sent to him. Oh, thanks for 100 more mana. I appreciate it. Out of ATR. And he cannot inspect them until he opens it in the presence of the two houses. It would seem clear, therefore, that if any examination of it all 100 more mana, you're going to be more popular than him. Not for a while yet, at least. Oh, 100 more mana. Must be reformed and exercised by the two houses. Man, I'm getting a lot of mana. Why? Why what? I don't remember the mana versus elixir Trovo. Mana versus elixir Trovo. This isn't real money, is it? Which fits as elixir? Mana, yeah, it's the free currency. Elixir is the paid one. Oh, thanks for the follow. And the mana. Also, it's valid to like YouTube more because YouTube, again, doesn't have ads, and YouTube helps me more because it gives me watch time. It actually, I mean, it doesn't really help me more. Either way, it doesn't matter. I appreciate you guys, no matter what platform you watch on. I appreciate all my viewers equally. Especially the Rumble viewers, too. Especially equally the Rumble viewers. Because Rumble pays me more. Seem clear, therefore, that if any examination at all is to be gone into, or any judgment is to be exercised in relation to votes received, it must be performed and exercised by the two houses. Finally, Professor Eastman's proposal is strongly intentioned with the decision handed down yesterday by the District Court of Columbia in the Wisconsin Voters Alliance litigation. I found you randomly through YouTube Shorts, so the discovery on YouTube is higher, especially through YouTube Shorts. The YouTube VOD isn't always, or the YouTube live stream. The horizontal one isn't always better. Although yesterday, for whatever reason, wait, let's get views yet. That has 8. One comment is going to call me a Destiny clone and say, I hate you. Trump has controlled opposition. Oh. For whatever reason, this live stream yesterday did really well. Yeah, 191. Did really well, but I don't know why. I think YouTube was just being nice that day. Eastman proposal is also in tension with DC District Court's decision in Wisconsin Voters Alliance litigation. Civil action number 3791. The essence of Professor Eastman's proposal is that disputes between completing slates of electors should not be referred to a decision for the House and Senate, or be determined on the basis of certifications made by state executives. Rather, he contends they must be referred and decided by the state legislators. But whereas the form and procedures are provided for by the Electoral Count Act, Professor Eastman proposes that Professor Eastman's proposed course of action has never occurred in the history of the United States. In Bush v. Gore, the Supreme Court allowed Florida's electoral vote dispute to be resolved through certification by the state executive. And in Wisconsin Voters Alliance, the court held that the plaintiff's theory that the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional, and the court should instead require state legislators to certify every presidential election lies somewhere between a willful misleading Constitution and fantasy. Which held. Had one or more state legislators from 7 disputed states certified and submitted a competing slate of electors so a strong argument community that such a submission would qualify as a certification by state authority sufficient to trigger the Electoral Count's provisions for deciding multiple state disputes. A reasonable argument might further be made that when resolving disputes between competing electoral slates, Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution places a firm thumb on the scale and decided with a state legislator. U.S. Constitution, Article 2, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislator thereof may direct a number of electors. Here, however, no state legislator had appointed or certified any alternative slate of electors, and Professor Eastman acknowledges that most Republican legislative majorities in the Senate have signaled they have no intention of doing so. If one or more of the state legislators, the 7 disputed states certified and submitted a competing slate of electors, is an argument that such a submission would qualify as a certification by a state authority sufficient to trigger the Electoral Count provisions for deciding multiple state disputes. Okay. Uh-oh. However, no such certification occurred here. Professor Eastman acknowledges that if under present circumstances, Vice President attempted to act in accordance with his proposal, the Vice President would immediately be sued for violating a numerous provisions of statutory law. Eastman acknowledges the Vice President, the VP, would be sued for following his proposal, but that lawsuit would be filed in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, which is just issued the Wisconsin Voters Alliance decision rejecting similar arguments that the Electoral Count Act is unconstitutional and that the electoral slates must be certified by the state legislators. A lawsuit would be filed in the Great, this stream helped me. Did it actually? U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Same court that just rejected the test case for Pamela Eberg to try my first main idea. Okay. Unelected. Or newly, sorry, unelected. Identical arguments. From the Wisconsin voters litigation. Why it says an invariable composition in DC court, it should be assumed that same position would prevail in any appeal. Professor Eastman makes a credible argument that the political question doctrine might be applied to bar the courts from deciding any lawsuit concerted accounting electoral votes. Eastman makes the argument that the political questions doctrine would bar the courts from deciding any lawsuit concerning the counting of the electoral votes. That is unlikely to be the outcome in the DC court with its present composition, however. And even if it were, it is unclear how any favorable political solution could follow. Professor Eastman acknowledges that majorities in both the House and Senate would oppose his proposed novel procedure, which would deprive them of their present statutory right to object and debate electoral votes. He further acknowledges that as of today, no Republican-controlled legislative majority in any disputed states has expressed an intention to designate an alternative slate of electors. That is unlikely, given the current composition of the DC court. And even if it did happen, unclear how any favorable political solution would unfold. Now it's a majority. Yeah, okay. Eastman acknowledges the majorities in the House and Senate would oppose his plan, and that no state legislators signaled any will to certify alternate electors. Conclusion. If the Vice President implemented Professor Eastman's proposal, he would likely lose in court. In a best-case scenario, in which the court refused to get involved, the Vice President would likely find himself in an isolated standoff against both houses of Congress, as well as most or all the applicable state legislators, with no neutral arbiter available to break the impasse. If the VP implemented Eastman's proposal, it would likely fail in court. And even if it didn't, Vice President would like to find himself isolated off both houses of the Congress, as well as most or all applicable state legislators. No neutral arbiter to break the impasse. No neutral party break the Okay. Oh, I forgot. I should be writing down more questions. The only question I asked Trump did not intend for the protesters to delay or stop the certification vote. Why did his first call for the protesters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, on December 19th? This was 3 days after his meeting with Jim Troopers and Kenya Trudro, who both testified. They told Trump on January 6th. Or sorry, they told Trump January 6th was the real deadline for certifying Trump electors based on the November 18th memo. There are all these people playing Essential. Okay. I don't know. What is this? Eastman District Court. See, look, he's got 30 viewers. I'm at 4. I bet my shout out was really helpful to him, though. 238 subs. And I think I have 9. I have 7.
It's a crazy idea you had there, dude.
What are you guys doing?
Jared, you're not gonna
Dude, I
believe
can't tap back into the game.
Jared, you're not gonna believe this, but this guy right
Yeah.
here, he just came up with this incredible concept. You wanna know what he came up with?
Yeah, what did he come up with?
So you know building, right? The concept of building.
Yeah.
Like you like placing a block down. Imagine if we did that, but we did that on the water.
He doesn't get it. This guy doesn't get it.
Holy shit.
That is honestly, dude.
Holy shit.
We got ourselves like a little Edison.
I didn't know you
English
could
cat
fucking
with
do
us.
that, bro.
Yeah, you don't get
That's crazy, dude.
Bro, post that
Honestly,
shit
man,
on Reddit.
do
Go to
it.
r// Minecraft right now.
And go say, hey guys, I just figured out this new gaming trick.
New feature.
If you guys build on the water, the zombies can't get you guys. Do you guys know this, guys?
Are you guys in survival or are you all in creative? What?
We're playing a different
We're
thing.
in zombie abandoned city. You die in the game.
It's so like it's like
Awesome.
a hardcore version, like fucking Project Zomboid, but Minecraft. But it's so fucking laggy that you can't really.
It's literally fine. It's just
It's
you.
not. It's not.
I don't know,
See,
man.
last night, man, it was so fine.
Well, that was last night.
Yeah.
But right now, it's fine. It's only you.
Okay, buddy.
I'm not wrong.
All right. Well, you guys do that. I might join eventually. We'll see. I can't believe Donald Trump is fucking unbanned, dude. Before Destiny was. Donald Trump is unbanned on Twitch and Destiny is banned on Kick. The state of the world we live in. don't know if the account was over 150,000 followers. Last time was January 4th, 2021. Time for channel update fixes full follower. Bro. 500 viewers, man? What the hell? What the freak? Bro fell off. Bro, more presidents should be fucking streamers afterwards. If I was ever like if I was ever a famous person or anything, like a politician, I would just do it. AOC, dude. AOC had like 100,000 viewers when she just streamed Among Us, bro. Why? You don't even need donors. How much do you think Twitch pays you for 100,000 viewers? Yeah, 166,000. I think she's literally only streamed 4 hours in her life, but 5 total games streamed. Oh, wait, she played Among Us for 9 hours. Wow. She was playing with Hassan and fucking Pokemon though, but I haven't streamed a bit. Oh, bro, she fell off. Yeah, it's 500,000 viewers, bro.
I am so nervous though. I really.
Running around cams with Pokey, with AOC. We chilling, we having a great time. Pokey and AOC going to cams, AOC.
Okay. Tax giveaway. Trump's economic agenda cost America $1 million, increase in national debt, lower wages, left the U.S. tax system that only benefited the most wealthy. Anyways, Trump put manufacturing into a recession. Company with 2,000 fewer steelworkers than when he began. Unemployment rose by 1.6% to 36.2%. Wow, it's because of COVID. But he gets to claim all the immigration benefits of COVID, but he doesn't get to claim all the... Or he doesn't take any of the failing for the unemployment or economic shit under COVID. Well, it's supposed to be on this side. Continue profit of business. Oh, Mike Pence. No governor of Indiana. Child separation. Trump's deal for cracking down on immigration on the border led to a cruel and dangerous policy of separating minors, separating the crossing from their caregivers and locking them in camps. Republican candidate for 2016 election, Trump campaigned heavily on an aggressive anti-immigrant platform using racist rhetoric to promote closed borders. His first term in office, Trump acted on his anti-immigration platform. Trump's first term in office featured an erratic foreign policy that embraced autocratic leaders, alienated our allies, been marked on by erratic, uninformed policy choices causing immeasurable damage to America's standing in the world. Yeah, one thing I want to work on real quick is just inflation stuff. Really, I should make a whole page for it. Hold on, I'm gonna do that actually. Inflation. Okay. Starter questions. Do you know what the Phillips curve is? Do you know what capacity utilization? I don't really want to ask about capacity utilization. The paradox of thrift is. If no, to both of these, you should not be speaking with high conviction about the state of the economy. Wait, really, I should ask. What are the trade-offs of this higher inflation? No to all of these. You cannot answer these. Then you should not be speaking with high conviction about the state of the economy. It's fair to point to the issue of inflation and have a discussion about it. But you should not be outright claiming inflation is his fault. Oh, here's another good one. How much inflation do you think was caused by Trump's COVID spending bills and his general deficit spending? How much inflation do you think was from adverse supply side shocks? Inflation was his fault or destroying the US economy. What else? I don't know. Let's go to the graphs I like. Oh, wait, my shit fucking went away from this. Damn it. things like real US household spending, household consumption is right back on pre-COVID trend. Frying pan charts show the 2008 crisis shocked us into a lower trend, and COVID spending knocked us back to pre-2008 high growth and spending. Countries. All right, let me add real GDP growth in the US is the highest in the G7. Unemployment is at, or was at, under 4% for 27 months straight. Still low. Countries that did smaller bailouts or smaller stimulus bills have stagnated. COVID spending kept millions out of poverty, or I should say kept at least 11 million people above the poverty line. Real wages have grown, and they grown fastest for the bottom income earners. In fact, one of the reasons inflation is high for things like fast food items is because of strong wage growth. Wages have outpaced food inflation, and fast food, real fast food consumption has continued to rise. Obviously, some of the inflation is supply side. In 2008, we paid $700 billion to bail out the banks. $1.7 trillion, or the Fed did $1.7 trillion in quantitative easing, in interest rates set to near zero, and there was little inflation. I don't think it ever got under, or I don't think it ever got over 4%. I don't know what else. Oh, interesting chart. GDP growth higher under Biden than Trump. Alright, what else? What else? I don't know, there's like so many things you can say. Biden struck an incredible balance between, by the way, you know, celebrities are trolling every time I harass you about philosophy, right? No, because if you're trolling, there's just a bigger reason to ban you. Like, I don't believe you are. Between resisting pressure from progressives in his own party, not open up more drilling, and promoting green energy, by opening up drilling, or by proving more drilling and fracking when we needed it most, and still supporting policies like the Inflation Reduction Act, which had many green energy components. What else? Obviously some oil. Or some oil price increases were from supply shocks like Russia, Ukraine, and the pipeline hack oil. It was this. I'm glad they recovered the Bitcoin, but because the Bitcoin's so volatile.
What one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skewy Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben Ben, Nab Nab, I forgot his name, the Frog Dude, and yeah, Flofaline, Bambalina, Skin.
Americans' excess savings have increased dramatically from COVID spending. I have some graph for the real wage stuff too, which I can find. I thought I had the graphs for the household saving stuff here, but maybe I don't. Oh. Oh, here's some good food stuff. And we'll get into the different measures of inflation too. And here's a good graph. There it is. Okay. Household debt has declined as a percentage of GDP. We considered there might be a reason you have one viewer only. Yeah, because I'm doing the boring reading stuff and because the boss is doing a fun thing right now. So, as long as the boss is streaming, and I think Casey's streaming too, as long as the other politics people are streaming like debate stuff and I'm just doing research, then yeah, obviously I'm not gonna have any of the viewers. I think I still have some on YouTube. Yeah, I have one on YouTube. So that's 2 in total. And then I have more in Rumble. 4 on Rumble, so. And then, in theory, some on Trovo, but those ones are probably fake. Time, age, employment, population ratio is also at record highs. I promise you I would not have any more viewers if I did philosophy stuff. I'm not even like doing really boring. I'm just writing down knowledge I already have right now. I'm not even yeah. Americans rate their own financial situation. Positively. US consumers still spend very little on food as a percent of income compared to other countries. And there's a few graphs to show that. And it continues to fall as well. Where do we have that one? Okay. I think this is as this is the white and black unemployment rate, right? Yeah. The gap between white and black employment rates continues to shrink. Inflation has come back down to around 2 to 3%, depending on how you measure it. Inflation is a lagging indicator. And then harmonized inflation data. That does not include shelter prices, which lag even more. Is already back down to 2%. Okay, I think we're probably good on that for now. There's more stuff I could add, and I'll continue adding to it when I remember more things. But it's just, yeah. All right. Oh, I guess I have to edit stuff too. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go edit some stuff. Thank you guys so much for coming, everybody. Unless the boss is doing something interesting. What are they talking about right now?
And all of that is all
No,
legal to own.
he's not even
All of
doing
those
anything.
things combined, legal to own. And then if I went ahead and made a room in my house set up where I'm growing it, and then it turns into mushrooms, then it is illegal.
Oh fuck! Are you kidding me? Like that's literally the same thing at that point.
Yeah,
True. It's talking about mushrooms right now. I don't know. Okay, I'm good. I'm 14th now. Goddamn. Although I don't think he's changed it yet. Wait, where am I? 3.4? Oh, wait, did I not change it all? I answered questions, bro. What the hell? My total is super high, though. That's what should count. Well, damn. Okay. Thank everyone for coming. Thanks for watching the stream, everyone. I appreciate all you guys. I love streaming. I love that you guys are all here to watch me stream, even when I do board and research stuff. So many guys here. Some people will watch that. Some people stick around for that. I will stream it again tomorrow. Stop by for that. Subscribe to the YouTube channel to watch the videos when I edit them. Yeah. Goodbye. Can I raid with one viewer who's me? Unable to raid a boss. No, it won't let me. Goddamn. Rigged. 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 Oh, wait. Someone's here. Wait, now it'll let me raid him. Nope, I can't raid him. He probably has a minimum viewer raid thing. Can I raid Kid Not Kid? He's on a break right now, but I can't. All right, thanks everyone for watching. Oh, hey Salty. Thanks for coming to the raid. Go over to Kid Not Kid, who's on a break right now. We can manually raid. Oh wait, actually, wait. Can I? I should raid Wick because I talked to him. He's still streaming. He is. Yeah. I gave him a shout out to 2 viewers earlier, and now I can raid him with 2 viewers. Yeah. Killer content here. Okay. Head over there. Thanks everyone. Bye chat. See you tomorrow.